590 KFNS, Wood River, St. Louis.
Sports Talk Radio.
From the Marshall Wireless Sprint Studios. He's a St. Louis radio legend. Controversial. Outspoken.
We're going to talk a number of topics with Bob Costas. Hello, Bob. How are you today?
Hey, Kevin. How you doing?
We're now joined by Missouri State Representative from Springfield, Sarah Lampy. Coach Ken Carter. How you doing today, Coach?
Sounds like a cool dude. I just would like to shake your hand.
Gosh, a minute ago, you're ready to kick my ass.
He's Kevin Slayton. Now, all rise for the King's Court on 590 The Man.
On the day I was born, the nurses all gathered around.
And a good Thursday afternoon, St. Louis. Welcome into the Pabst Blue Ribbon GMC Buick King's Court on 590 The Man. As you well know by now, the King is out of town. He is in Boston. He is enjoying the captain, Derek Jeter's final game at Fenway Park. His first time ever to Fenway Park. He's taking his son up there, so we wish him a safe and fun trip. Yesterday, we heard Kevin do some NBA interviews. Today, we switch gears to Penn State, and we started off with from framingpaterno.com. Kevin sat down with John Ziegler twice and talked about the website, Jerry Sandusky's innocence, and so forth. So we start you off with that. That will be the first hour. In the second hour, we'll hear from Jay Paterno. Stick right here. This is the Pabst Blue Ribbon Gateway Buick GMC Kings Court on 590 The Man.
Please remove those hats. You're in the Pabst Blue Ribbon Gateway GMC Kings Court on 590 The Man.
And we welcome you back into the Gateway Buick GMC Kings Court. Kevin Slayton with you live from the Marshall Wireless Sprint Store. We're at the Dearborg's Telegraph Plaza on Telegraph Road, 5632 Telegraph Road. You see the big Dearborgs. We're right next to Quiznos. We face the street, so you can't miss us. Come on in and get some of those great deals. Hey, a reminder that if you need windows, there's only one place to go in our entire area. That is Window World. In fact, really the entire country. They're the industry leader nationwide. 5 years in a row, they've sold over 1 million windows in this country. That's why they're number one. 314-993-1800 will get you a free in-home estimate at the home of the original $189 window guys. An A-plus from the Better Business Bureau, an A-plus from Angie's List. Any size, white vinyl, double-hung windows, just $189. Now, their windows at Window World come with a lifetime warranty. Covers all parts, glass, breakage, and labor. They use double-strength glass. That's right. Not many people do, but that's why I was able to stand on their windows on the showroom floor and not damage them in any way. 12 months free financing, same as cash, with approved credit from Window World. Folks, 40,000 homes in our area have improved their look and their thermal efficiency thanks to Window World windows. Any size, white vinyl, double-hung windows, $189. Call today, 314-993-1800, and you'll get a free in-home estimate. All right, a lot of things happening with regard to the ongoing saga of Penn State, and that includes Jay Paterno and Bill Kenny, Jay Paterno, Joe's son and former assistant coach, filing a lawsuit against Penn State for wrongful termination. Jay Paterno is also releasing a new book about his father's life and death, and in it he addresses the free report point by point. John Ziegler from framingpaterno.com joins us. John, there was also a big story the other night. Oprah had Matt Sandusky, Jerry Sandusky's stepson, on for an Oprah interview, and I said earlier on the show she came well-equipped to go after Lance Armstrong, but she was ill-equipped in this interview, or she had her own agenda that Matt Sandusky was abused, and damn the evidence. Doesn't matter if the evidence says he wasn't.
Well, that's a very good way to put it. You know, it's funny you mentioned Lance Armstrong because I put a video up at framingpaterno.com where I actually showed clips from that horrific Oprah interview. And by the way, I'm not even sure you could call it an interview. It was more like she allowed Matt Sandusky to sit there while she talked to him about her abuse and fed him what he was supposed to say about his alleged abuse. But I actually say, ironically enough, it's amazing how often you and I think alike, that Matt Sandusky's answer or non-answer, which was horrific, I mean, just an absolute train wreck, to the only legitimate question Oprah asked, which was, how do we know you're telling the truth? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, but I mean, it was a zero
terrible.
on a 10 scale answer.
If that's the best he could do, knowing that at some point you might ask that question, he was a disgrace.
Yeah, it was way worse than even Jerry Sandusky's infamous response to Bob Costas, "Are you sexually attracted to young boys?" But I actually believe that his response, as pathetic as it was right out of the Lance Armstrong playbook for lying. I mean, if you look at what he tried to say, which was avoid the evidence, try to pretend that the media already took a look at this, so there's no need to revisit this. My story's on the record, it's not on the record. In fact, he was changing it dramatically for Oprah herself, because I guess his original story of abuse wasn't good enough. He wraps himself in this notion of, I'm being attacked unfairly, my family's being attacked. By the way, Kevin, as far as I know, I'm the only person who's out there attacking him, so clearly I need a raise.
Let's put it this way. I'd like a show of hands nationwide who knows who Matt Sandusky is. I mean, nobody would recognize him, much less his wife and kids. And if you don't like living in Pennsylvania, if some people in the Penn State area know who you are, then just move. But, you took millions of dollars. That should ease the pain a little bit. And you said his original version of abuse, his actual original version of all of this was that he wasn't abused. Then he had another original version in which he was. Right. And my favorite, John, is this is a guy who after he supposedly was abused, he fought his ex-wife in court to allow his kids to see Jerry Sandusky.
After Jerry was arrested.
Supposedly, and after.
Yeah, this was after Jerry Sandusky was allegedly, already indicted, and in fact, he was already indicted. He was arrested. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous, the notion that Matt Sandusky could have ever possibly thought to himself, you know what, my father here, my adopted father, is arrested, and I was abused by him, but let me fight in court for the right for my children to see him against the wishes of my ex-wife, and then to suddenly, in the middle of the trial, find these memories of abuse which never previously existed. It's absolutely preposterous on its face, and he's obviously lying. We know he's lying. Oprah, unfortunately, was, as you said, ill-equipped to confront him on that. And just to finish off the Lance Armstrong analogy, he finishes that pathetic answer by saying that, I'm just trying to help here, which is basically what, with regard to child sexual abuse, which is basically what Armstrong always tried to do, wrap himself in, well, you can't go after me because I'm helping cancer victims, and therefore, you're causing harm to a lot of innocent people here by attacking me. Well, that to me is an indication that you're lying, and the evidence is overwhelming he's lying. And in fact, he testified, as you implied, Kevin, that he was never abused. Under oath in the grand jury, he testified that he was never, ever abused in this case, and suspected that the other accusers were not abused either.
I'm
and it's really remarkable
but I'm also assuming there are
when you look at how Matt Sandusky made millions of dollars, became famous,
obviously I'd like to be coached
here, out of this notion,
that'll come
and yet Joe Paterno got destroyed for telling the truth in the grand jury in a way that actually helped put Jerry Sandusky behind bars. It's really amazing.
In reading the book, Matt Sandusky also told Oprah that he didn't know that Penn State was going to pay money to victims. Who believes something that stupid? Why did he think they were being sued? If the alleged victims won the lawsuit, of course they were going to be paid. That's how you resolve civil lawsuits in this country. You pay people.
Right, and bizarrely, Oprah actually says to Matt in that interview, you didn't know that victims were going to be paid when you came forward during the middle of the trial. And Matt says, oh, no, I had no idea. Well, Matt apparently was the only person in the state of Pennsylvania that was unaware of this. And it's rather remarkable that he, after coming home the first day of the trial, after sitting with Dottie Sandusky in the defense portion of the courtroom and being very supportive of Jerry as he had been throughout the entire process, comes home and tells the rest of the family in the living room that he could get up on the stand and lie just like victim number 4 did, and then imply that he could make a lot of money. And then lo and behold, he goes and does that. This is a guy without a conscience, Kevin. And by the way, that's not just not just me speaking. That's his therapist. That's what his therapist told Dottie and Jerry after he tried to kill himself as a teenager, a suicide attempt he's now lying about and lied to Oprah about, implying that that had something to do with Jerry's abuse or alleged abuse, which I know didn't happen. I've spoken to the woman with whom he tried to kill himself, and it had absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with any alleged abuse. It was the fact that those two were having a relationship while both living under Jerry and Dottie's house, and they didn't like that. And it was very, very clear to this particular woman that Matt was making up his accusations of abuse for the purposes of making money. And he's been able to pull this off. And the fact that he was able to pull this off so easily, Kevin, to me is an indication of the larger reality of this case, that the media was so easily duped, that the prosecution in this case was so easily duped, that Penn State was so easily duped in this case. To me, it destroys all of their credibility. And it's really the rest of this case on steroids. When you realize that Matt Sandusky is a blatant, complete, total, obvious liar, then you start to go, well, wait a minute. What about the rest of this case? And it's important to point out that Matt had an incredibly important role in the trial, because it was the threat by the prosecution to put him on the stand if Jerry testified, which is the only way he could get into the trial because he had not been presented in the prosecution's case, which was a huge part of the reason why Jerry didn't testify. And people think, well, how does that make any sense? But as a lawyer, Kevin, you'll understand why. Because Matt was sitting next to Dottie on day one. The jury all saw them there. So now all of a sudden, right, Matt's going to show up as a prosecution witness? That's devastating.
He switches camps. He switched camps in the middle of this whole thing. People need to know, Matt Sandusky did not sue anyone. He simply got the settlement.
Right. He just accepted a Penn State settlement, which Oprah claimed for him he didn't know he was going to get. And by the way, he says he didn't want to take. Okay, well then who forces you to take it?
Don't take it. Right.
Don't take it.
Don't take
it. Charity, or give it to charity.
Yeah, give it to abused children's fund. You know, help abuse kids out. If you didn't want, I love people who say, I really didn't want to take it. But you did, didn't you? Well, yeah, but I really didn't want to. And then he actually had the nerve to say, with regard to trying to justify how there were episodes that people saw with him and Jerry Sandusky, he says, people thought they were walking in on me. They thought they saw abuse, but then they didn't talk about it. How do you know what they thought?
Well, and who are these people?
And who are they? Yeah. Well, of course, Oprah followed up with that, right? She asked them for a list of those people, right?
Yeah, right. Of course. That was in a fantasy world. I want to make sure we don't miss one really important point, though, because I think this crystallizes the whole case, Kevin. And as a lawyer, I think you'll really appreciate this. So here's the absurdity of this case in a nutshell. So Joe Paterno goes in front of a grand jury and tells what he thinks is the truth, although I believe he had his recollection misrefreshed by Mike McQueary and or Scott Paterno, his son, who was acting as his lawyer, about what Mike McQueary allegedly told him 10 years prior. He does so in a way that I believe, Kevin, is the key to why the prosecution even indicted Jerry Sandusky. I believe that if Joe Paterno says, you know what, I don't remember what Mike McQueary told me, I don't think they have the balls to even indict Sandusky, because McQueary's off on a limb by himself. They have no other witnesses. They have no real evidence. The case stinks to high heaven. And I think that if without Joe Paterno, the most respected man in the state of Pennsylvania, backing up Mike McQueary, they don't even go to get an indictment. They don't even arrest Sandusky. And yet it's that grand jury testimony that destroys Joe Paterno's entire life work. A guy of exemplary moral character, 61 years erased because he tells what he thinks is the truth in the grand jury. Flip that around to Matt Sandusky. Matt Sandusky is a horrific human being who goes and, by his own current admission, this is the best case scenario for Matt Sandusky, lies in the grand jury by saying he wasn't abused. And it makes it more difficult for Jerry Sandusky to be indicted, and more difficult for this alleged pedophile to be put behind bars. And yet he ends up becoming a hero, making millions, getting on Oprah, and now has a brand new career as a child sex abuse expert. Now, that right there, to me, crystallizes the insanity of this entire case, does it not?
It is a bizarre case. It's a bizarre country, though, that Matt Sandusky can profit like this after first saying he wasn't abused, then changing his mind when he realizes what's going on here and the payday that's about to come his way, the windfall that he doesn't want, by the way. It shows you how easy it is if you go after an entity like a Penn State, especially in this case, where there were others saying it happened to them. But how in the world do you go from saying I didn't get abused to I was abused to thank you for the money, and by the way, quit bothering me?
And by the way, let me add some very dramatic elements to the abuse for you, Oprah, because in my original police interview, I didn't remember them yet. And by the way, it's really important to note, Matt, this wasn't like it was sudden information to Matt. He was suddenly hit with in the trial. Oh my God, Jerry's being accused of being a pedophile. He knew. He testified in the grand jury. He knew these allegations for at least a year. The whole world is telling him for months before the trial, Jerry's the worst pedophile in the world, and he's fighting in court for his children to be able to see Jerry after that arrest. And yet suddenly he remembers about grazing of the penis, and then suddenly, apparently, just before going on Oprah, he remembers, oh, by the way, there was oral sex and something to do with my anus, and I'm not really sure what it was. I mean,
here's not only that, but he asked the Sanduskys to adopt him after he now claims he was abused.
Can you say money grab?
It's the biggest money grab going with this guy.
It's unbelievable. But again, I think the important part here is that I think it blows apart the credibility of the entire case against Penn State, against Joe Paterno, and yes, as politically incorrect as it is, Jerry Sandusky, because he is representative of the whole rest of this case just on steroids. It's just easier to see with him. And it's also important to point out, and I did an hour-long video at framingpaterno.com, which I urge people to take a look at, that there was a very important relationship between Matt Sandusky and the so-called boy in the shower in the Mike McQueary episode, who, as you know, Kevin, I have tracked down. I know who he is, where he lives. I've made contact with him. I am positive that he has never, ever said he was abused that night or any other night, and yet he got paid $3 million from Penn State. And I believe it was when Jerry Sandusky stupidly told Matt Sandusky just before the trial that victim number 2, whose name is Alan Myers, who lives currently still just outside of State College in a place called Mill Hall, Pennsylvania, in a very nice house thanks to Penn State, that when Jerry told Matt that Alan Myers had flipped, it was at that moment that Matt goes, uh-oh, we're going down. If Alan's flipped, that means we're going to lose. That means my meal ticket is gone. And that means I can flip too, because he knows that Alan was Jerry's biggest supporter as well, having written letters to the editor in his own name, ironically with the title, Kevin, Listen to Matt, as in Matt Sandusky. And oh, by the way, I know this won't shock you, Kevin, they have the very same lawyer, Andrew Shubin, who represented 9 different accusers in this case. You do the math.
How much did Andrew make?
Yeah, you've been, well, he'll make a third of all of that, perhaps perhaps more than that. He may make 40% since it went to trial. You've been criticized on V2.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have been criticized on everything in this case. But what really baffles me is that even some people, a lot of people who are in the pro-Paterno camp, will criticize me on victim number 2, Alan Myers, on everything they can possibly make up. And what was really baffling to me about this, Kevin, I think this shows you how important the politically correct element of this case is, how powerful political correctness is, and how afraid everybody is of the truth in this case. So in pro-Paterno circles, it's perfectly appropriate to bash Mike McQueary, to say Mike McQueary is wrong, mistaken, lying, he's not credible, all that. Yet, when you go this next step and you go, well, we know who the boy was, and he says nothing happened too. So guess what? That means there was no actual assault. And guess what? If McQueary never saw an assault, that means that you got to at least question Jerry Sandusky's guilt. Now, all of a sudden, whoa, you can't actually hold us to any logic here. It's okay for us to bash McQueary, but only as it relates to Joe Paterno, not when it relates to the most important element of the case, which is, did Mike McQueary see Jerry assaulting a boy? Because this entire case is based on that. If McQueary didn't see it, and I'm positive that he didn't, and he didn't tell anybody that he saw it, then everybody, Penn State is obviously innocent, Joe Paterno is obviously innocent, and now you got to gravely question the guilt of Jerry Sandusky, because without McQueary, they got nothing. They only have those people who got paid millions of dollars to claim abuse, none of whom claimed it in their first version of the story. None of them. And they all got paid or trying to get paid or about to get paid millions of dollars, and there's not one shred of physical evidence, and there's not one shred. There's all sorts of absence of evidence here. I mean, there ought to be tons of evidence.
Yeah, I think.
Are you still there, John?
I am indeed.
Okay. Yeah, this has gone bonkers. This Oprah thing really is a bad idea on her part. She hasn't had boo to say about this case. She hasn't apparently paid attention to the case based on her lack of preparation for this interview, and yet she'll somehow, by having him on, give him credibility. This is dangerous. This is why media is so dangerous. She knows nothing about this case because she says she was abused when she was a child. If she hears that someone claims abuse, then she's going to be on their side no matter what, because after all, you could have repressed these horrible memories, even though this guy asked to be adopted by his assaulter. He asked to allow him to see his kids after he was arrested.
And I wish I could remember some abuse. I need to win
I need to win a few $1 million. And we're not making light of anyone who's been abused. It's tragic and it's horrible and it's despicable. But in Matt Sandusky's case, the lies are obvious, and Oprah was played for the fool, the absolute idiot in this exchange. And if Matt Sandusky can get the better of you, then I feel for you, Oprah, except for the fact that you're a billionaire.
Yeah, I don't feel too bad for.
Well, you know,
go ahead. How about the book, John? Now, Jay Paterno's coming out with a book, and he's filing a lawsuit. Now, there are people who are telling me that they don't think Jay has much to stand on in terms of the firing. We'll find out, I suppose. Have you had a chance to read the advanced copy of the book?
Well, interestingly, the website Onward State in State College put out an extraordinarily extensive review/excerpts from the book this morning. And it did not surprise me at all that they were forced to dramatically edit that, because I think they went beyond what is legally acceptable for excerpts in a book without authorization. I actually have the original copy of that review, which I posted at framingpaterno.com. It's not on the homepage yet because I was going to do the interview with you. But however, you can find it in the blog section. If you go to framingpaterno.com, just click on blog, and it's right there. You can read it. It's really extraordinary on a number of levels. And I thought the part that you would enjoy the most, Kevin, is that Phil Knight writes the foreword for this book. And
that is interesting.
And Phil Knight acknowledges in the foreword that he was wrong to have taken Joe Paterno's name off of a Nike building after the Free Report came out. You may recall that it happened within hours after the Free Report came out. And he acknowledges that he was wrong. And not only acknowledges that he was wrong, Kevin, he goes one step further and he says he's sure that if the shoe was on the other foot and that somehow Joe Paterno had been in charge of a decision involving Phil Knight, and the circumstances have been exactly the same, that Paterno never would have thrown him under the bus and removed his name just because of a media firestorm. That's now, frankly, considering how much publicity Joe Paterno's name got, being taken off of the Nike building got, you would think that ESPN would be leading, right, their newscast today with the notion that Phil Knight has in a foreword for a book for Jay Paterno has acknowledged that was a mistake. But of course, this won't be reported anywhere in the mainstream news media, and certainly not on ESPN, because they don't want to revisit this. They screwed this case from the beginning to the end, and now they just want to pretend that it doesn't exist anymore. There were some also,
but they made sure that John. They made sure they reported that Phil Knight took Paterno's name off the building. I'll guarantee you that.
If Phil Knight wrote that, did he put his name back on the building?
That was my next question.
Yeah, did he put his name back on the building?
Is Phil Knight following up on his own words?
Yeah.
And is he putting Joe Paterno's name back on the building?
Well, the entire forward is not in the excerpted portion. My guess is that the answer is no, because obviously it's much more difficult to return. It's much more difficult to return something than it is to keep it up. Once that's the biggest problem with the statue being taken down from Joe Paterno. To put it back up takes far more effort than to prevent it from being removed. But here's the reality: Phil Knight's a coward. He's a hypocrite because he was the first guy at Paterno's memorial to actually stand up and say, basically, this is all BS, in a very stirring speech. But my understanding is, and I'm not trying to get Phil Knight off the hook, but I believe it, and this is one of the few things I believe that Scott Paterno told me, is that basically Phil Knight had very little say in this, that this was a shareholder issue, that the Nike shareholders gave him no choice. Because obviously the negative publicity was so intense surrounding the Free Report. Well, now we know the Free Report was bunk. And by the way, speaking of the Free Report being bunk, you'll love this. There's another story in that excerpted version, which you can find at framingpaterno.com, where Jay Paterno talks about his Free Report interview. And there are all sorts of extraordinary anomalies and things that make no sense and which make you go, wait a minute, what the hell's really going on here? But the most bizarre is, they told him, get this, they told Jay Paterno that they had information that even up until the point of his arrest, that Jerry was able to bring his victims onto the sidelines at Penn State and put them in Penn State football uniforms. And Jay was like, what? What are you talking about? First of all, Jerry hasn't coached here in 10, 11 years at that point. Second of all, that's absurd because I would know it. Well, they say to Jay, well, we have a photograph of one of these kids. They show him the photograph and Jay laughs because he knows who it is. It's a guy who he coached for 4 years who was never part of the case in any way, shape, or form and had nothing to do with any of this. And I mean, that gives you a sense of just how lacking in basic credibility these Free Report investigators were, where they were willing to just believe anything that someone put in front of them that was negative towards Penn State, negative towards Paterno, Sandusky at all. And it's just all crap. And to me,
and the worst part of that is that people like ESPN, without doing 1 ounce of investigation themselves, buy the Free Report, put it out as fact, and now it's hard to get around the other side of that freight train.
No, exactly right. You can't unring the bell. If we were living in a remotely rational media world, and we're not, you and I know that very, very well. I got to tell you, just within the last week, all the things that have happened should create a cascading effect. There should be an earthquake, a crumbling of the case against Penn State and Joe Paterno. The New York Times was forced to admit in a very positive profile of former Penn State President Graham Spanier that, get this, the case against Spanier might be, quote unquote, fatally flawed. Really, Sherlock Holmes? You just figured this out now. I mean, they basically spent 4 days with the guy, and at the end of it, I'm paraphrasing, the impression the New York Times got was, gee, this doesn't really seem to add up, does it? Because it doesn't. There's absolutely, I mean, I am positive of a few things in this case. I am not more positive than anything in this case than the fact that Graham Spanier was not part of a cover-up and committed no crimes. I am 1,000% sure of that.
I could not agree more with you. And boy, if I don't even know if these 3 cases are going to ever go to trial, Curley, Schultz, and Spanier, and I doubt that they will, and they shouldn't. And then perhaps then and only then will some people pay attention to how bogus this Free Report was. Hey, John, we're out of time. Do we have anything else before we wrap it up?
Just find it all at framingpaterno.com, new videos and lots of stuff you won't hear or see anywhere else. I appreciate you staying on the case, Kevin.
You betcha, John. Thank you. We appreciate you being with us. That's Bye-bye. John Ziegler from framingpaterno.com. All right. John Ziegler joined us, and as John joined us, the news now comes from the NBA that Danny Ferry has taken a leave of absence in the wake of his scouting meeting. Oh, I'm telling you, it's indefinite. That means he's done. Another one bites the dust. Hey, John, how are you?
Well, yeah, we're living in an incredibly politically correct time, and it's bizarre that sports seems to bear the brunt of it. I mean, it's really almost comical where we're heading with this in the world of sports in every aspect, and I think it's even seeping onto the field. I don't know if you watched the Steelers-Ravens game last night, but some of those personal foul calls on the Steelers I thought were just ridiculous. We might as well just play flag football now. I mean, you're not allowed to say anything. You're not allowed to touch anybody. You're not allowed to do anything in sports. And it's really sad. It's comical, but also sad.
Yeah, there was a call in the end zone last night against one of the Steeler defensive backs that was a laughable personal foul call. There was a call against the Rams, although the Rams got blown out anyway, but there was a roughing the passer call against Robert Quinn where he just brushed the side of the quarterback. He didn't even hit him. He was running past him. Didn't reach up and hit him in the head and knock his helmet around or anything. It's ridiculous.
No, it really is, and frankly, it's. I know that you and I are going to talk about this Roger Goodell situation. I despise Roger Goodell because of what he's done to football, and I actually almost hope I'm wrong about my assessment of what's going on here with the Ray Rice situation, so that we can get rid of Goodell, and maybe somebody can save football. But I just think it's emblematic of our whole society that we become so politically correct. And I don't see where we're going to go back. I think it's only going to get worse. It's the slippery slope. It's a slippery slope when it comes to racism. It's a slippery slope when it comes to no contact on the football field. I just don't see where it ends.
Well, I don't think it's a slippery slope at all with racism. It's a very downhill slope. There's nothing slippery about it. As soon as you touch it, you're gone.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Now, that's where we've gotten. You're not allowed to say anything. In fact, I mean, that email that the Hawks owner sent, I didn't see anything remotely racist about that.
I didn't either.
And Kareem Abdul-Jabbar,
right,
of all people, and how bizarre is it that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is now the voice of reason when it comes to race issues? This reminds me kind of like George Foreman becoming the grill salesman later on in life. I mean, it's bizarre that when you consider where Kareem was in the 70s. As a militant on these issues, and now he's the voice of reason. It's really kind of amazing. But that email that the Hawks owner, who's now forced to sell his team, sent was in no way, shape, or form racist. In fact, if anything, he was critical of white people. So
he was critical of white people. He was critical of Southern white people who he felt were afraid to come to his basketball games because there was a black overtone. He was definitely critical of white people, not black people. But that's how crazy things have gotten. Well, let's get to Goodell, because you don't feel that he's lying, and I do. And, in fact, I like Goodell as commissioner. I like things that he's done with regard to disciplining the knuckleheads in this league over the past 10 years. And now he made a huge mistake in the Ray Rice thing with a 2-game suspension and foolishly didn't come out and explain why he only gave him 2 games. That was his first mistake. And subsequently now, I believe he's lying. I believe he's lying about what took place in the meeting with Ray Rice. There are now 4 sources, apparently, who have knowledge of that conversation, who claim Ray Rice told him he punched her, said he was sorry, and it would never happen again. Unfortunately, Goodell is on CBS the other morning saying that Rice was ambiguous in that meeting. Well, see, to me, if that's true, if Goodell's telling the truth, then he clearly had his opportunity to explain why he only gave him a 2-game suspension when the tape came out. All he had to say was, well, you know what? He lied to me in that meeting, but he didn't. He said he was ambiguous. So Ray Rice didn't deny punching her in that meeting. We all know that. And any fool knows that he did something real bad in that elevator before you saw the tape.
Well, let's make something clear. My objection to what most of the media is saying, what I think you're saying, is that I don't believe that Goodell is lying when he says he didn't see the tape before Monday. All the other stuff that you just talked about, I think you can have a reasonable discussion about it. You know, was it right? Was it not? I have a theory on what was really going on and why Goodell originally only went with a 2-game suspension. But my issue here is purely on the narrow scope of, is he lying about seeing the tape? And I don't think he is, Kevin. And the reason why in fact, I strongly believe he's not lying about seeing the tape, is because every single action by him and the NFL, including, by the way, today with the NFL announcing that Rice was suspended indefinitely because he essentially was not forthcoming in that meeting with Goodell, is 1,000% consistent with Goodell having never seen the tape before Monday, and 100% inconsistent with the notion that Goodell is lying. Now, again, I'm not defending the handling of this situation, and I believe that there was, at the very least, some massive incompetence going on, but I defy anybody to give me a logical scenario that makes any sense at all, starting Monday, that explains how Goodell is not the dumbest person in the history of the world, based upon his actions since Monday. I've gone through it in my own head dozens of times, and I just don't see how it makes any sense. And the timeline here is incredibly important, because when the tape comes out on Monday, Kevin, Goodell still has plenty of options other than lying and saying he never saw it. That's where I want to begin with this. He has plenty of other options that make a hell of a lot more sense than going immediately, within 3 hours, and double, tripling, and quadrupling down on this lie and nothing else. I believe that lie would have caved in already if it had been a clear lie. And I guess what I'm fascinated by, Kevin, is you and I see so eye to eye on the Penn State story, and I think you are buying into, assuming I understand your position correctly, you're buying into a very, very similar rush to judgment against Goodell as to what happened with Joe Paterno. And a lot of people are making a similar comparison. I believe it's an erroneous comparison.
There is no comparison.
There are a lot of differences, but I don't see how there's any logical scenario where Goodell saw the tape. You can rip him on all sorts of other things related to this, but I am positive that probe is going to find out he never saw the tape.
All right. First of all, I'm not buying into anything. I believe my own ears and eyes. And when I look at the evidence is clear to me that it's against Goodell telling the truth here. Goodell lost all, and I mean all, credibility when he rips up and reneges on an agreement that he had made and signed off on with Ray Rice and his camp on a 2-game suspension. He reneges on the deal. Hold on. That's step one. He reneges on the deal, so his credibility's out the window. Now, Roger Goodell's word from this moment forward means nothing. Whether he suspends another guy 6 games, 600 games, or 6 minutes, it doesn't hold any water, because he's liable to change his mind a week later if the tide turns against him, as he did in Ray Rice. Secondly, I don't believe there's any scenario under which he didn't see this tape. This NFL is all powerful. They're just a notch below the state in terms of their power at acquiring different things through their security system. I can't for 1 minute imagine Goodell not having access to that tape. And then when a source, and we don't know who the source is, I'm certain that will come out, says that the tape was sent there, a woman responded with a voicemail. I'm assuming we'll hear that voicemail when the investigation is complete. He immediately says he didn't see it. Well, to buy into that, talk about buying into something, to buy into this, that if tape was sent to the NFL of an assault by a player, a terrible assault, and someone at the NFL office decides, well, I'm not going to give that to Roger Goodell. I think if you buy into that notion, you're naive. And thirdly, he then says Ray Rice was ambiguous. That's the most bogus statement of all, because it doesn't really matter what Ray Rice said. A third grader knows that a violent act took place in that elevator with or without the tape, with or without Ray Rice's owning up to it. So to say that because Rice was ambiguous in his conversation, Goodell then only suspended him for 2 games is poppycock, in my opinion.
All right. Now, you said a lot of things there. I wish we had gone through this one by one, because it would be a little bit easier, but I'm going to try to tackle all of them, okay? Let's start with at the beginning. I personally think, Kevin, that you are presuming guilt to prove guilt, which is exactly what the other side did to Joe Paterno and Jerry Sandusky. But let's talk about this issue.
And that's not the case, by the way.
Let's talk about this issue of him reneging on the 2-game suspension. See, what's ironic to me about your position on that is, to me, that's far more consistent with the notion that he didn't see the tape, because he reneges on that immediately. Within 3 hours of the tape becoming public, Goodell reneges on that deal. The only way that makes sense is if he never had seen the tape previously. And if he had seen the tape previously, the Rice camp would know that. And the Rice camp, when he suspends Rice indefinitely, he removes all reason for the Rice camp to not immediately come out and say, This is ridiculous. You saw the tape previously when you gave us the 2-game suspension, and now we're going to sue your ass for double jeopardy. But nothing like that has happened.
Hold on, John. There is no. Hold on.
Explain-
They can't sue him for double jeopardy. He's.
Yes, they can.
No, they can't.
If it's not
No,
new
they can't.
information.
No, they
if
can't.
It's not new information.
This is not a
by
criminal
your
court.
own assessment.
This is not a criminal court.
Illegally
This
on an
is-
agreement that he made.
This is
That's
not.
a lawsuit.
This is
But
not
it-
a
but
criminal
you can only
court.
do that if it's new information.
This is not
which
a
it
criminal.
obviously is,
It's
because
not
you wouldn't
a
have done this
criminal
within 3
case.
hours
It
without
is an
having enough time to clean
administrative
his track.
case. There's no such thing as double jeopardy in an administrative case like this. It doesn't
I
exist.
thought you
It
just told me
doesn't
he reneged
exist.
on a deal.
He
If
did renege on a
reneged
deal. If you'd
that's a
listen, I'll
lawsuit.
explain it to you. If you'd listen, I'll explain it to you. It's not double jeopardy. Double jeopardy is
Okay,
being
whatever you wanna
tried.
call it. He
Double
reneged on the
jeopardy.
deal, claiming it was new
You don't want to hear it?
information,
That's
which I
fine.
believe
Turn
it
him down.
was.
Turn him down. Double jeopardy is being tried for the same crime. This is not double jeopardy. In the NFL's administrative ruling, this is not even a crime. In the criminal court system, it's a crime, but it's not here. Whether or not Ray Rice sues Roger Goodell is still up in the air. My firm belief is that Rice's camp is doing the smartest thing they could do by keeping quiet because he wants to play again. And if he comes after the commissioner right about now, he may never play again. But the NFL Players Association has to take the first step, not Ray Rice. And they just received the letter of suspension today. And they said they're reviewing it, which is exactly as I predicted on Monday. The NFLPA will do something in this case. They have to be careful because they don't want to seem like they're siding with domestic abuse. But they can certainly come after Goodell on reneging on this deal. And I predict they will. And I predict that at some point Ray Rice will take legal action as well. But he's not about to do it right now. That would be foolhardy.
It would be leaked. It would absolutely be leaked right now by the Rice people if they knew that Goodell had seen the tape. And that has not happened, and there's been plenty of time for that to happen. And by the way, one of the falsities in your premise is that you still think that Roger Goodell is a very powerful figure. On Tuesday, his balls got cut off. He lost one testicle. The other testicle's hanging by a thread. No one's afraid of him anymore. If anybody goes to the media, like Rice's lawyer or whatever, the media is going to lap it up. If the Rice lawyer says, by the way, Goodell told us he had this tape, and that's why we had no leverage. I mean, so we know that didn't happen.
It's not true.
And so
That's not true at all. If Ray Rice has any ambition to play in the NFL again, and he bucks the system here, there's such a thing as collusion. All of these owners think the same way when it comes to tarnishing their NFL shield. And if Ray Rice is seen as the outcast, he'll never have a job in the NFL again. He may not anyway, but he will not. I promise you he will not if he goes against Roger Goodell at this point.
There's nothing left for him to lose.
Oh, yes, there is.
Destroying Goodell.
There sure is.
By the way, let's take a look.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Turn him down. How can you even say that, John? There's nothing for him to lose. He wants to play. And if he's seen as the black mark on the league by the other owners, and if they have to vote to fire Goodell because of him, there is not a chance in hell that Ray Rice will ever be picked up by anybody ever again.
But if he can prove that the original 2-game suspension was based upon Goodell having seen the videotape, one, Goodell is gone. Two, it shows that he has, I believe, a huge lawsuit, and that the media is going to destroy the NFL on this. It totally changes the ball game. But Kevin, without getting mired in that issue, what about the issue of the 3-hour time period from the moment that the tape comes out publicly to the moment that Goodell doesn't just say that he never saw the tape? He acts exactly like he never saw the tape, suspending Rice indefinitely, tripling down on this notion that he never saw the tape. In 3 hours, there's not enough time for him to make sure that there's no evidence that he saw the tape. How do you explain that? There was nothing forcing his hand in those 3 hours.
Well, what? Are you not paying attention? There was a massive public outcry against him and the NFL. These guys are political animals. They blow the way the wind blows. And that's just what Goodell did. As soon as this tape was made public Monday, Goodell immediately reneges on a deal and suspends Ray Rice because the public was calling for his head before the tape came out. And as soon as the tape came out, he knew he was doomed if he didn't do something to make everybody back off of him and his 2-game suspension. He's been doing that. He's been doing that since he issued the suspension, coming up with some letter changing the policy because of the public outcry. It's the only reason he did that. And the only reason he then increased the suspension and reneged on his deal is because of the public outcry and no other reason.
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. First of all, you're 3 hours into a public outcry. We hadn't had the New York Times editorial board call for his resignation. The NFL Network hadn't abandoned him yet. We hadn't had owners come out and say, "Roger, you're gone." Nothing like that.
Nobody has said that still
on Twitter. But the NFL doesn't commission or doesn't give a damn. He's not going to put his entire career on the line when it can be easily proven that he's lying because he didn't have enough time to cover his tracks in those 3 hours. When he has another perfectly logical explanation, he could have easily said, had he seen the tape when that tape came out, he could have said, because he was never on record on this prior, Kevin, he could have said, this information was known to us when we made the 2-game suspension. I have already said I made a mistake. Case closed. That's all he needed to do. And by the way, I think, and this is, to get to the bottom of all this, what really happened here, the essence of what really happened here, I believe, Kevin, is that Goodell, a liberal white male, had Janae Rice, Ray Rice's wife, plead to him for mercy on her husband and take responsibility for something she didn't do. As a liberal white male, that was kryptonite to Goodell. He had no other choice in his mind. He didn't think he needed to see the tape. He didn't even want to see the tape. He thought, in the arrogance, and I agree with you, NFL is incredibly arrogant and Goodell is arrogant. I buy into all of that. He thought he could go ahead and be the benevolent dictator and take it easy on Ray Rice out of concern for Janae Rice. So he decided to split the baby, make a 2-game suspension, and never thought that the tape would come out. Now, as far as the tape, the NFL not finding the tape, I'm going to disagree with you on this one too, because this is not their area of expertise. And I've seen this on the Penn State story many times. I'm just one guy in Los Angeles, California. Look at all the stuff I found that no other major network found, that the Office of the Attorney General never found, that all these people with big organizations and big budgets and big names, they never found squat. Well, it's the TMZs of the world that actually have a financial incentive. They have an expertise in getting this stuff, and they don't care about whether what they're doing is illegal. That's the way the world works now. The NFL is restricted by rules and regulations and laws, and it's not their area of expertise. So the notion that I find it hilarious that ESPN and Deadspin are all over the NFL for not finding this tape because obviously it was so easy to find. Well, why didn't they find it if it was so damn easy? And I think that's driving a lot of the media outrage.
That's very simple. That's so simple. That's so simple. I can't even believe you're saying why didn't they find it. First of all, they didn't even look for it. The media didn't look for it at all. Number one, they're all in bed with the NFL, so they're not going to go looking for things to hurt the NFL with. No chance in hell they're going to look for something to dare disagree with the NFL. But the suspension was so absurd of 2 games that people everywhere were screaming about it. So then the media had to pay attention. The fact that you think this is not the NFL's expertise, they have ex-FBI agents on their security staff. It is exactly their expertise to find that tape. Exactly their expertise. And that's the other problem they have. They lied about that. They lied and said the New Jersey State Police had access to it because the New Jersey State Police had jurisdiction on the investigation. That was a lie. There's nothing the NFL has said so far that I have found truthful in this entire debacle.
Hold on a second. Let's take a look at, first of all, that issue about the state police. I believe that was a simple mistake, not a lie. But let's
it was a lie.
The notion that the Associated Press story. I want. By the way, before we get to the Associated Press story, you don't buy my theory about Janae Rice having an influence on Goodell here?
No, I don't. I don't think that would force him to give a 2-game suspension, knowing, if he didn't know, knowing that everybody everywhere was going to react crazily about that suspension. I don't think he's going to put his job at risk because she says, please, Mr. Commissioner, I promise he won't do it again.
Well, then hold on a second. Now you're contradicting yourself on the philosophy
No, I'm
of
not.
who Roger Goodell is.
No,
But
I'm not.
Fine. Let's go to the Associated Press report, because I find this report right now to be balderdash. We don't know, first of all, we don't know who the alleged law enforcement official is. We don't know why he decides to send unsolicited evidence to the NFL. But okay, I'm fine. I'll accept that that's probably true. Now, we don't even know the position or the name of the NFL official. We haven't heard the audio tape. We don't know squat about what happened there. What if this person was in the mailroom or receptionist? What if this person didn't say that the tape was horrible? What if they said the whole Rice mess was horrible? I mean, the NFL is a huge organization. I get mail sent to my house that my wife doesn't give me. I mean, it's ridiculous to think that it's impossible that the NFL commissioner was not given a tape, assuming everything in the AP report is true, which we don't even know yet.
I can't even believe it. I can't even believe that you think that. You compare your wife getting the mail at your house to some employee of the NFL getting a bombshell of a tape and deciding on their own to go ahead and lose their job by not turning it over to the proper people at the NFL office. If you really believe that, then you're far more naive than I ever expected you to be. And by the way, what we have here is something that is very similar to Penn State in one respect, and that is a former FBI director is being hired by the bad guys to turn a report in, supervised by the people that are hiring them. Boy, there's a lot of credibility going to come out of this report. But if they don't have the person who is identified on the voicemail and let everybody know who it is, then I don't believe anything in this investigation, no matter what way it comes down.
You've got this totally wrong in comparing Mueller to Free, and here's why. Not because there's I don't know Mueller enough to know if he's as much a whore as Louis Free or not, but here's the major
Well, you didn't know Louis Free was until he turned out his report.
Hold on. Let me explain where I'm coming from. There's huge difference. In Penn State, you have the people, essentially the owners, the Penn State Board of Trustees, hiring Free to come up with a conclusion that the media they know is going to support. Here you have Joe Paterno, i.e. Goodell, who works for the owners, ordering an investigation by Mueller, where he is fully expecting that the outcome is going to be something the media is not going to support. That's totally different. You can get away with a lie when you have a media hurricane behind your back like Louis Free did.
Wait a minute. How do you know what Roger Goodell expects the outcome of the investigation to be?
No. But now you are acting like an anti-Penn Stater. You're saying that no matter what,
I'm asking you, how do you know? I'm asking you, how do you know what Roger Goodell thinks the outcome of the investigation is going to be? That's an asinine statement. How do you know? Did we lose him?
Yeah, I'm. How do we know what? You broke up on me in there.
How do you know what Roger Goodell thinks the outcome of the investigation is going to be?
He wouldn't do the probe. He was not forced into hiring Mueller and the two most respected owners in the NFL to oversee an independent investigation. If he was, we would know that. We would have reports out by now that NFL owners forced Goodell into creating this independent investigation. It was Goodell's idea. He did it immediately.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that for a minute. I don't buy that for a minute. I don't buy that it was his idea for a minute. And he didn't do anything immediately. The tape had been discovered, and it was a few days later that all of a sudden there's an investigator being named. And by the way, while we're at it, talk about the wolf in the hen house. This so-called independent investigator that's being hired by the NFL works for the law firm, is a partner at the law firm that does NFL business on behalf of the NFL. They have other lawyers from that law office who've been promoted, quote unquote, to big jobs with NFL teams. This is the same law firm that represents Daniel Snyder and negotiated for the NFL on behalf of the NFL, the lucrative DirecTV television deal. So don't give me this independent investigator business.
Hold on a second. Kevin, you don't acknowledge that there's a massive difference. Let's presume I'm right for a second. That when in the end, that this probe comes out, they're going to say there's no evidence that Roger Goodell or anyone in the NFL higher office ever saw this tape. Let's just presume that for a second. You've already stated you're not going to believe that no matter what the investigation holds.
I never said any such thing. First of all, I've never said any such thing.
Hold on. Let me finish.
No, you hold on. No, then don't say things I didn't say. I've never said any such thing.
Okay, you implied that. If I misinterpreted, I apologize. But let's go back to the important point. Mueller, if he concludes what I believe he's going to conclude, if he concludes that, he is going to be going into the teeth of a media hurricane, which is the exact opposite of what Louis Freeh was doing. Now, I don't know that there's enough money for anybody with that much prestige, like a former FBI director, to do that. I don't believe it. Now, I'll have to see what the basis of the investigation is, what the facts they are that they come up with. But the notion that somehow you are already discrediting this investigation even before it even starts is pretty amazing to me.
Well, that's because you're not paying attention. It's because you're not paying attention to the obvious. You totally act as though this is an independent investigation, and the things that I just cited to you as prima facie evidence that it's not independent, you act like that doesn't exist.
I haven't seen it. I'll take your word for it that those are conflicts of interest. I have no idea to what degree that's reality or not. What I'm telling you is,
you mean I just made it up?
Different. It's very different, Kevin. Very different to come up with a lie and a sham investigation when you're going into a media headwind as opposed to riding a media headwind. And that's the major difference between Louis Freeh and what's going on with the NFL.
The NFL owns the media. Owns them.
Oh, really? I mean, take a look at the media coverage this week.
Owns them. Owns them. Owns them.
But hold on, see, this is where I think another important point you're missing is Roger Goodell of this week is not the same guy he was last week. His balls have basically been cut off.
He lied
by a thread. No one's afraid of him. If there's anybody in the NFL office that wants him gone and has any information at all, he saw the tape. Guess what's going to happen, Kevin? He's gone.
They already did.
That's why we know there was no cover up at Penn State.
Wait a minute. Hold on. What do you mean if someone in the NFL office says he saw the tape? Someone already did say that. Someone already did say they received the tape and that people at the NFL office saw it. That's already been said.
What's their name? What was their position, Kevin? So you're taking the word of an Associated Press reporter who claims to have heard an audio tape from an unnamed person with an unnamed position, and we don't even know what they said. But, all I'm telling you is what the allegation is.
I know this, that there is no way on this earth that I believe Roger Goodell when he says Ray Rice was ambiguous when he met with him. I don't believe that for 1 second. And by the way, if you do, you're the only person who does. You're the only person who does. So that means I know of at least 2 instances this week where Roger Goodell's word means nothing. So I follow that logic. I follow that logic into this.
That's not fair.
I know. No, it's very fair. He reneged on a deal that he made. That's number one. Number two, he claims that Ray Rice was ambiguous in their discussion. I don't believe that for a second. And by the way, there are 4 unrelated sources who say the same thing. Ray Rice hasn't said anything because he's smart, but he knows. Thirdly, as a result of those 2 lies that I know are lies, I wouldn't believe a word he says about having seen or not having seen the tape originally. So I don't believe him. It has nothing to do what the AP says or anybody else. It has to do with Roger Goodell's integrity being gone.
Okay, I find it amazing, considering your position on the Penn State case, that you're taking that's the exact philosophy that everyone used with Joe Paterno and Jerry Sandusky. I presume I know what happened, therefore I don't believe anything they say. And therefore
how can you even say something that idiotic? How do you even come up with something that idiotic? That has no comparison to anything with regard to Penn State. I am telling you, he lied twice. Therefore, as a third lie coming up, Is he telling the truth or not? My guess is no. And I base that on his previous 2 lies, not on anything else that anybody said. It's on Roger Goodell not being honest and not being truthful and not being a man of honor and a man of his word. That's where I base my belief that he saw the tape and he's lying about it.
All right. Well, I just want to make sure it's very clear. First of all, I hate Goodell. I hope he's gone. Second of all, I'm only talking about the issue of whether or not he saw the tape, which I do not believe there's any logic at all to explain his actions since Monday.
There's never logic to explain guys' actions when they're covering their rear ends.
But
people panic.
If he was covering his rear end, he wouldn't have done the interview on Tuesday, and he wouldn't have suspended Rice indefinitely within 3 hours because he would have spent some time making sure he knew there was no evidence that out there that he had seen a tape, and he wouldn't call for an independent probe by a former FBI director.
What? How's he going to find out? How's he going to find out? How's he going to find out that no one knows he saw the tape? How's he going to find that out? He's never going to find that out.
What do you mean? He could have found out with a tape. Did anybody send a voicemail message saying that the NFL got the tape?
Oh, and so you're of the opinion that the person who did that would say, "Yes, Roger, it was me. I'm the one who hung you out to dry. Should I resign now?"
Kevin, he didn't even try to find out.
How do you know?
There was no time to try to
How
find
do
out
you? What do you mean there was no time?
Like that.
What do you mean there was no time? There was plenty of time.
3 hours on a Monday.
3 hours? You don't think Roger Goodell could, in 3 hours' time, call a meeting at the NFL office of every employee and say, "Did anyone know of the existence of this tape here?" You don't think he could do that in 3 hours?
Hold on a second. You're presuming then that he didn't see the tape.
No, that's your theory. No, that's your theory. Your theory is he didn't have enough time. I say that's a load of crap.
But hold on a second. What you're saying only makes sense if he didn't see the tape, because if he had seen it, one, he's then engaged in a cover-up, and that would be known by now, because anybody in the office who wants him gone knows his last testicle is hanging by a thread. So why hasn't that happened?
Yeah, you're very naive to think. If you think that someone in an underling in the NFL office thinks they can finish Roger Goodell off, you're more naive.
God.
You are more naive than anybody I know.
All it takes is one email. One email at this point. Goodell is gone. The media is thirsting.
Who said he has an email admitting to seeing the tape? I mean, you presume all of this crap. I mean, I can presume that he's Santa Claus, too, if I want to. I'm going by the facts. You're going by presumptions. The facts are he's lied twice. Hold it. He's lied twice, and therefore my deduction is he's most likely lying a third time on the biggest issue of them all that will cause him his job as commissioner. He is not about to tell the truth if he saw that tape. He got caught. He didn't know that anybody else had access to it. That's the guess I'm making, and I base that on 2 previous lies.
Well, one of the lies the only lie I'm sure I understand you're saying is that he lied when he said that Ray Rice didn't tell him what really happened in the elevator. How do you know that's a lie?
Well, I'll go with 4 people that have been corroborated as people who were privy to the conversations. I'm going to go with that. I'm going to go with that. Because Goodell, as I said, Goodell has already lied and reneged on his word. So Goodell's word to me means nothing. And here's how you prove cases in court, in case you're not understanding this. When someone has a history of being untruthful, their testimony is considered by a jury or a judge as unreliable. So Roger Goodell is an unreliable witness in this case from the moment forward that he broke his word on an agreement. Nothing else he says can you trust. And if you do, you trust at your own risk.
Kevin, I agree with that, except for the fact that the 2 examples you're giving, one that he reneged on a deal, I think that is actually more consistent with him telling the truth, because he would only renege on the deal if he hadn't seen the tape. And number 2, you're presuming that Ray Rice told him the exact truth in that meeting. And I think it's perfectly plausible that Ray Rice could have told Roger Goodell that he hit his wife, but that there were still mitigating circumstances because his wife was standing up for him and claiming she was responsible. So the notion that, that's not inconsistent. It is not inconsistent with him
absolutely inconsistent.
And
It's absolutely
we don't know
inconsistent.
that yet.
Yeah, no, nobody's going to sit there and buy into a female telling me, "Oh, by the way, he knocked me out because I was slapping him or I spit on him. So he knocked me out. So please forgive him because I'm the one who was to blame here. Sorry, I don't buy it."
As a white male liberal, Roger Goodell was very susceptible to being sucked in by Janae Rice's pleading for mercy for Ray Rice, I believe.
I don't believe that for a second. That's illogical and totally illogical.
I respect you enormously on this, which is why I wanted to have this debate, because I honestly don't understand where the other side's coming from. I hope we'll be able to talk about this again once the investigation does, in fact, exonerate Roger Goodell, at least on this tape issue.
You mean the investigation
tell me why I'm wrong there.
You mean the investigation done by people that he's paying millions of dollars to do it?
Well,
you mean that investigation?
Hurricane,
Kevin. You mean that investigation?
To have their reputations destroyed if they come up with an investigation that doesn't.
It would have been very simple. It would have been very simple if the NFL. Here's the last word. Here's the last word. If the NFL wanted a truly independent investigation, it would have been very simple to hire a prominent law firm anywhere in this country that doesn't have ties to the NFL. That would have been simple, and that would have been transparent. This is not. This
Kevin,
is not.
I'll take it. Kevin, I agree with you on that one. If that's in fact what you're saying is true, I totally agree with you on that.
Well, if it isn't true, I must have made it up.
Well, I'm just saying I haven't seen it. I'm not saying you're telling me. I'm not.
Well, do your
Roger
homework.
Goodell.
Do your homework, and you'll find out.
All right.
All right, John.
Kevin, I love you and trust you. I still very much disagree on this, and I hope we'll talk about it again sometime.
We will. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Have a good weekend.
That's John Ziegler from FramingPaterno.com. We got to take a break. We're a little bit behind. This is the Pabst Blue Ribbon Gateway Buick GMC Kings.
590 KFNS, Wood River, St. Louis.
Sports Talk Radio.
Our good friends at Marshall Wireless have a deal to end all deals. Remember, when I tell you about something, there are no gimmicks. There are no tricks. Nobody's trying to go around end on you. This is the pre-ordered iPhones. You get the exclusive iPhone for life from the Marshall Wireless Sprint stores. That's $70 a month. $70 a month for life, unlimited data, and it includes the cost of your phone. Huh? You don't want that AT&T and Verizon model because that eats data like crazy. You better not have that or you're going to be paying you know what. At Marshall Wireless, by the way, they'll pay your cancellation fee up to $350 in order to get you into their iPhone for life plan. $70 a month for life, unlimited everything, and it includes the cost of your new phone. What would stop you from getting to one of the 16 Marshall Wireless Sprint stores in our town? Get after it, folks. Go crazy, folks.
Need team shirts? Need it fast? Need it easy? Need it right? For custom printed t-shirts, hoodies, and gear for teams, churches, and business, visit Dogfish Apparel online. You can even design online. Go to dogfishusa.com. That's dogfishusa.com. Family owned and operated right here in St. Louis for over 20 years. For all your custom apparel needs, remember Dogfish USA. Online at dogfishusa.com.
Hot Shots in Arnold and now Webster Groves is the place for all the games all the time. Hot Shots in Arnold and Webster Groves is your place for all your upcoming NFL action and, of course, our Redbirds. NASCAR is in full swing, and now is the time to form your fantasy football leagues, and Hot Shots is the perfect meeting place. Hot Shots has the best food and drink specials to make the games as fun as being there. Looking for a perfect place for lunch? Well, Hot Shots will get you in and back to work fast after a fantastic lunch. Get caught up on your sports while you have a great view of the beautiful servers as well as the games. It's always a party every day at Hot Shots in Arnold and Webster Groves. Hot Shots gives you every reason to hang out and enjoy yourself with golden tea, bags, beer pong, foosball, darts, and all kinds of other games. Hot Shots in Arnold and Webster Groves has the game on 30 large HD TVs and the massive 105-inch screen, so you always have the best view. Hot Shots in Webster Groves at Watson and Laclede Station Road. Hot Shots in Arnold is at 131 Arnold Crossroads Center, close to 55 and Jeffco Roads. Hot Shots in Arnold or Webster Groves, all the games, all the time. Monday Night Football comes to St. Louis October 13th as our Rams take on the 49ers. The Miller Coors Tailgate Party will kick off in the North Lot at the Dome at 4:30 and rock on until game time at 7:30. Cheap beer products, great food, and awesome music. Proceeds from the sales going to help our troops through the USO of Missouri. Come join the fun and get primed for the game. Presented by Miller Coors, the USO of Missouri, AM 590 and 1380, as well as MLM Law Firm, Paul Cerami Kia Ford, and Max Muscle Supplement Store of Brentwood.
This is Dan Tullis, and I just called Joel Clark, one of Select Quote Insurance Services' term life agents. Hi, Mr. Tullis. Joel, how does Select Quote save you money on term life insurance? Well, buying term life insurance is all about choosing the right company. Let's say you take antidepressants or you smoke. All insurance companies are going to price that differently. We'll impartially shop all the companies we represent to find you the best price. Can you give me an example? Sure. I just got a man, 40 years old, on cholesterol medication, a $500,000 policy with a highly rated insurance company. His price, $22 a month.
Call 1-800-935-8767 and see how affordable term life insurance can be. That's 1-800-935-8767. 1-800-935-8767. Or go to selectquote.com. We shop, you save. Get full details on the example policy at selectquote.com/commercials. Your price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
The Johnson family had a savings account until their air conditioner died. The Martins had a vacation fund before their water heater quit. The Baileys have no money, and their refrigerator just broke. The truth is, it can only take one home appliance repair to bust your piggy bank. But with a home warranty from American Home Shield, you get to keep more of your hard-earned money because they pay your covered repairs for you. For valuable free information, call 1-800-642-9726. Why pour money into repairs when American Home Shield will pay covered repairs for you? The air conditioner, water heater, plumbing, refrigerator, washer, and more. Service requests are subject to a service fee for each trade call. Some exclusions and limitations apply. The choice is yours. Pay for expensive home system and appliance repairs, or let American Home Shield pay covered repairs for you. If you're sick of spending your hard-earned money on repairs, call for valuable free information, including terms, rates, and coverage. 1-800-642-9726. That's 1-800-642-9726.
In the sports world, a good offense starts with a good defense. The professionals at Lakeside Roofing believe in this same motto for your roof. Our full-time service department provides the defense to ensure that you get the most out of your roof system. A regular schedule of roof assessment and maintenance will ensure that your roof will hold up to harsh environment, particularly spring wind and hail, as well as the overall aging process. Included in the inspection is a personalized preventive maintenance program specific to your roof system. This defensive strategy can extend the life of your commercial or residential roof for many years. Choose the winning team of professionals at Lakeside Roofing. We're a family-owned business that has built a solid reputation for excellent service from the initial call to the completed job. Call us today at 618-344-2800 or 314-241-5253. Or visit us on the web at lakesideroofing.com. That's lakesideroofing.com. Choose experience. Choose Lakeside.
When you are referred to a particular business or organization by a friend, you know that person had a very good experience or the referral would never have happened. And who is the most referred funeral home here in St. Louis? Cutis. I'm Kathy Cutis. And here at Cutis Funeral Homes, we have been doing business with the same families for generations. And when we serve a new family, more often than not, it is because of the information they received from our previous patrons. At Cutis, you will find we are not owned by a large outside conglomerate. We are not governed by the high prices necessary to pay for those out-of-town salaries and offices. Cutis Funeral Homes are locally owned and operated, proudly serving our community for over 100 years, with plans to serve your family in the next generation. Cutis Funeral Home, affordability with dignity since 1910.
Locally owned and operated Cutis Funeral Homes with 3 locations, South City, Afton, and South County.
If there's one thing a man learns as he gets older, it's that you don't have to put up with stuff. If something's not quite right, you take care of it. So if you're feeling sluggish, experiencing lower sex drive, and decreased performance, you get Nugenix, a powerful formula with a clinically researched key ingredient to recharge a man's body and increases libido. Get a complimentary bottle now just by calling 1-800-929-9682. Thousands of guys all across the country are now enjoying more drive, an amped-up libido, and improved performance thanks to Nugenix. That's why Nugenix is now the #1 selling men's vitality product at GNC, winning GNC's Innovative Product of the Year in 2013. You don't have to put up with a tired, sluggish body in the gym or the bedroom. Feel like the best man you can be with a complimentary bottle of award-winning Nugenix. Nugenix is available at GNC and Vitamin Shop, but you can only get your complimentary bottle by calling now. 1-800-929-9682. That's 1-800-929-9682.
Are you planning a big night out? Maybe the boys are going to the game, or maybe it's going to be that night that never happened for your bachelorette party. Then start and end the night right with class and luxury through Jed Transportation. No matter the party size, they've got the ride for you. Sedans, SUVs, limos, Hummers, party buses. Jed Transportation will get the party started before you even get to your destination. Over 50 years of service and a professionally licensed and trained staff. Jed Transportation is there to make your night perfect and that much more memorable. Call 314-429-2200. 314-429-2200. Jed Limousine, 314-429-2200. Or you can go to a legitimate website for a change, jedlimousine.com.
Hey, fantasy football fans, football season is heating up. And who doesn't love the excitement of picking your team? It's probably the best part of the season. Well, get this. You can do that any week when you play in 1-week fantasy football leagues at FanDuel.com. This is next level fantasy football. Every week is a whole season at FanDuel. You play for real money, and winners get immediate cash payouts. There's no season-long commitment, so you only play when you want. Plus, you can play in fantasy football leagues for as little as $1. Nothing beats the excitement of living out a whole season of fantasy football in just 1 week. Every week is a chance to win big at FanDuel. And right now, FanDuel is giving you up to $200 free. For every dollar you deposit, FanDuel will match it up to $200. But hurry, offer ends this Friday. The only way to get up to $200 free is to go to FanDuel.com, click the microphone in the upper right corner, and enter the promo code FOOTBALL72. That's FANDUEL.com, promo code FOOTBALL, the number 72.
Hi, I'm Mike Kelvin, the station manager here at 590 Sports Radio. We have been happy charter business customers for some time now. You've probably heard us talk about how much faster the internet is compared to the slow phone company DSL, their advanced business phone, and how reliable charter business services are. But today, I want to talk about charter business customer service. They understand that your internet and phone services are critical to your business and have dedicated representatives in the U.S. that proactively monitor their network 24/7, as well as technicians right here in our town. So if a problem occurs, Charter Business can jump right on the problem fast and get it solved, usually before you even know it. If you're tired of dealing with the phone company, you have a choice that truly cares about your business. Call Charter Business today at 877-BIZ. That's B-I-Z, bundle. 877-BIZ-BUNDLE. Visit businessbundle.com to learn more. That's 877-BIZ-BUNDLE. Call now.
PT's brings a whole new twist to auto racing. Now, listen up, even if you're not a racing fan, because this might pique your interest a little more. Friday, September 26th through Sunday the 28th, PT's in Sojay has modified their own class of specialty branded race cars for an unforgettable racing experience. Watch who finishes first. It's only the beginning with this racing at PT Sports Cabaret in Sojay. It's a finish line you have never seen before, and who makes the victory lap will be the true special moment. Come out to PT's 5 minutes from the arch for racing like you've never seen before.
After releasing some of the most sought-after collections of historic and precious coins from around the globe, GovMint.com is now announcing a world first, the exclusive release of pure 1-ounce silver angel coins minted in Great Britain. For centuries, angel coins have become the stuff of legends, with a reputation for bringing their owners miraculous luck. Angel coins have been sought after and cherished by soldiers, fighter pilots, sea captains, kings, queens, and emperors. There are even stories of angel coins healing the sick and saving lives from the brink of death. Featuring the Archangel St. Michael slaying a dragon on the face and a regal portrait of Queen Elizabeth on the reverse. These dazzling legal tender silver angels are only available at an historic low price, but act fast. This offer is strictly on a first-come, first-served basis. Call 1-800-493-1067. Again, don't miss this special opportunity to own a 2014 1-ounce pure silver angel. Lock in this historic low price by calling now. 1-800-493-1067. 1-800-493-1067.
Fall is the best time of year to golf in the STL. The weather is enjoyable and the courses are ready for you. Hopefully you have figured out those flaws in your game. Making a tee time is as easy as checking out the course of interest, click, pay, and save $10 for using golfaroundstl.com. Go to one of the many courses that subscribe to golfaroundstl.com on their website. Choose your tee time and enter the code 590. That's 590 and get $10 off your game. It's that simple. Golfaroundstl.com tee times must be scheduled within 7 days of the reservation. Use the 590 code and the discount will be applied at the pro shop when you check in for your round. This offer cannot be used with any other promotion, and you must have your reservation at the time of check-in. Any question about the service can be directed to golfer at midwestgolfnetwork.com. Golfaroundstl.com saves you time and money. Try it today.
When you need work done on your home, who do you call? A big major contractor? Some no-name guy with a sign on his truck? Or a locally owned business with 21 years experience in the area you can trust? CBS Construction will come out and give you a free estimate for the job you want done. Specializing in roofs and exteriors, CBS Construction can make the home improvement process easy and a finished product you can trust and be proud of. Call 314-723-0177 today. That's 314-723-0177.
Bistro 1130 Mediterranean Cuisine, located at 1130 Town and Country Crossings Drive. Dine in or carry out authentic Moroccan cuisine. The chef's new seasonal Mediterranean-inspired menu for lunch and dinner takes a fresh approach at combining flavors from France, Spain, and Italy, and Morocco. Unwind at the Bistro 1130 and take in the ambiance with fresh and savory Moroccan-style appetizers and exceptional cocktail happy hour specials. At the Bistro Mediterranean Cuisine, reserve your special table today at 636-394-1130. 636-394-1130. Bistro 1130 Mediterranean Cuisine.
It's fall and it's football, and I'm assuming you're excited, but I'm also assuming there are mixed emotions.
No, I'm excited. Obviously I'd like to be coaching, but those things that'll come with in time. But in the meantime, got this book done, got it out there, and I'm awfully proud of what we've been able to accomplish with it.
In reading the book, I thought to myself, this must have been two things for you. Emotional, obviously, but difficult as well, in the sense that I would be so angry if I were in your shoes, even still today, and I'm angry and I'm not in your shoes, because the Penn State leadership failed so miserably.
Oh, I don't think there's any question. One of the things about the book is I don't try and put myself into rooms where I wasn't, so to speak, where I don't know why they, I can't tell you exactly why they did what they did. I could probably make pretty good guesses, which is what leads to incorrect stories. But the point is, the decisions they made were absolutely horrible as it related to Penn State. The outcomes were very, very bad for Penn State, and it's unfortunate because they really put a lot of things on Penn State that, quite frankly, were not Penn State's responsibility, and really put a stain on Penn State. There's still people who've heard of the Penn State scandal, and there is no Penn State scandal here.
Yeah, it's amazing.
The actions of one man.
It is amazing. This has never been a Penn State scandal, except for the fact that the Free Report and Mark Emmert and the cowardice at Penn State at the time, in terms of leadership, allowed it to become a Penn State scandal. Did the entire way this came down simply shock you at the way Penn State allowed the Free Report to be accepted as fact, which it never was, and the leadership to allow Mark Emmert to slap them silly?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was one of those things that the story just got stranger every day. A good friend of mine and I refer to this as, the white Bronco, and here we are 3 years later, and the white Bronco still has gas and it's still driving. I mean, it's just it just continues to get stranger. I mean, here 2 weeks ago, the NCAA issued guidelines as to how athletic departments should handle allegations of sexual assault by student athletes or members of the athletic department. And those guidelines are exactly what Joe Paterno, exactly what Penn State's athletic department did. And they can't even see the irony in this and the fact that they're contradicting themselves. They're punishing Penn State University for doing exactly what they are saying people should do. It just makes you scratch your head, and
Jay Paterno is our guest.
You look in the mirror, you just sit there and go, "What? How does this work?"
Well, let me give you an example, Jay. The book is Paterno Legacy, by the way, folks. It's a wonderful read if you want to get a recap firsthand of what went on at Penn State a few years back in 2009 through 11, through 12, through 13, through 14. Now we're up to 2014. Jay, at Missouri, at the University of Missouri, they had allegations of rape by football players against a female swimmer. She reported them. The athletic department did nothing about it, didn't report them to anybody, didn't investigate as Title IX law requires. The girl killed herself, and no one at Missouri has suffered a consequence of any sort. No one from the NCAA has come in and fined the University of Missouri $60 million. And then we find out that prior to that, 4 years prior to that, there was a running back who was accused of assaulting 4 different women on campus, including a female soccer player, and her scholarship was threatened by the soccer coach if she said anything. And again, nothing has happened at the University of Missouri. How did this happen at Penn State? What were there people that had your dad's unequaled record of excellence is the word to use here, and doing it by the book and doing it the right way? Was the jealousy so strong that that's the overriding emotion here?
I don't know if it's that. I mean, I think there was definitely, my dad had told Graham Spanier in the summer before 2011 season that this was going to be his last year. And they had put some things, they had talked, and I'm not going to get into who they had talked to, but there had been some discussion with some guys about becoming the next coach and what the staff would look like and that kind of thing. Since the president and my father had kind of decided that that's how it was going to go. And I think there may have been some trusty resentment towards the fact that, hey, why aren't we in the middle? Why aren't we part of this discussion? And gave them the authority to, and then they have been part of it. And this may have been their chance to take a shot and fire them and kind of remake this program and the university in their image. And not that Joe ever tried to make the program and the university in his own image. I mean, Joe was a very humble human being, despite what some people may think. But, I'm not sure. Again, I don't want to try and guess as to what or state anything as fact as to why they may have done what they did. But, it's you look at the way Syracuse University handled it with Jim Boeheim, with their allegations against Bernie Fine, at the time was a current coach. I mean, people forget that Jerry Sandusky was not a coach when Joe Paterno was given a report about something. But, Syracuse stood behind Jim Boeheim. He went out and had a press conference, and the media went away. And Penn State, this story broke on a Friday. Nobody went in front of a camera until Wednesday night, which, as you know, in the media, I mean, one day later is too long. 128 hours later, forget about it. The first thing they do is fire 2 people, which to the whole world was an admission that there must be something even bigger here that we don't have. So nobody went away, and they offered up the university, and they'll end up making amends for it personally, believe me.
Jay Paterno is with us. Jay, you mentioned going in front of the media. Your father wanted to have a press conference as soon as this all hit the fan, and Penn State stopped him. Fill us in on that. Why did they stop him, and why didn't Joe just say, you know what, too bad, I'm having one?
Well, 2 things happened. On Sunday morning, President Spanier was told by John Surma, who was, and by the way, not the chairman of the Board of Trustees, he was the vice chairman, and was not in charge of the university, and was in no way authorized to do some of the things that he would do. He told Graham Spanier, you are no longer to speak to this university. On Tuesday, Joe's press conference was literally imminent. The media was lined up outside, ready to go in. Joe had decided he was going to go in, answer the questions, and get this thing done, talk about it, address it, and handle it. And John Surma again canceled the press conference, again without any authority to do so. So I think this whole story would have come out very, very differently if people were able to get out there and put the facts out early on in this case rather than have the facts spiral out of control. And John Surma has proven great leadership. I mean, he ran U.S. Steel's stock price into the ground and was fired as the CEO, and he really just took Penn State's reputation and ran into the ground. So he's got a heck of a track record.
Then why didn't Joe say, you know what, too bad, I'm having it anyway?
Well, I think that's what people understand. I mean, Joe had great respect for authority. I mean, people say he's the most powerful guy in the state. He ran that university. Graham Spanier will tell you every time Joe and he had a meeting, Joe went to Graham's office out of respect for the fact that Graham was the president of the university and his boss. And so, I mean, he was not going to be insubordinate to. And again, at that time, we didn't know who canceled the press conference. We had no idea who called it, and we were trying to find out because the rumor started that they canceled the press conference and they were going to announce Joe was fired any minute. But there was no communication from them to us at all.
This inability to handle things correctly by the Penn State administration. I'm not talking about Graham Spanier. I'm talking about the Board of Trustees. And then we have this free report, which was so bogus, and all people had to do, and I kept advocating, if you don't read the free report, then don't comment about Penn State. Because if you didn't read it, you don't understand what's in it and the balderdash and the crap that was in it. Someone as close to your father as Phil Knight didn't read it. And he then, even in the forward to your book, says, well, then I did read it. And then it was, triple, double, And all of a sudden, he took the name of Joe Paterno off one of his buildings on the Nike campus, and he writes in the forward that Jay, meaning you, of course, has said to make me feel better that Dad would have wanted you to take the name down off the building. He says that made me feel better at first, but not for long, because I believe if the situation had been reversed, Joe Paterno would have left my name up, lynch mob be damned. Forgiven or not, I cannot escape that I was, at least for a time, one of them, meaning the free people and the idiots in the media who ran a false narrative. Is Phil Knight going to restore the name of your dad to that building?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's going to take a little more time. Again, one of the things that happened when the free report came out and Nike issued that statement, I had a feeling it was going to happen because it's a publicly traded corporation. He's one of a number of board of directors. And when it came out, a friend of mine called and said, I said, guys, everybody just calm down. Okay? Live to fight another day. And whether it goes back up or not, I think the forward is a very, very powerful statement by Phil Knight. I think unfortunately in this day and age, people who have notoriety or people in positions of power are very, very hesitant to ever admit a mistake. And when I asked him to write the forward, I didn't give him any parameters. I told him, I said, look, I'm going to talk about you taking the name off of the book. And he said, I can handle it. I sent him the book. He read the book. He sent the forward back. And the part you read, first time I read, I couldn't help but crying, because for him to stand to write this forward and say, I know if the roles had been reversed, Joe wouldn't have done it to me.
That's strong.
Most people, that is a powerful, powerful statement. So we'll see over time. But right now I'm thrilled with what he put in that forward. I think everybody that, I've had people email me and said I couldn't get to the forward without crying. I said, well, get ready, because you will again. And this book is so for it.
There's a lot.
I thought it was it's very admirable. And the other thing that I mentioned in the acknowledgments at the end, because it kind of happened after the book was mostly written, Al Clemens, who was a member of the Board of Trustees in November of 2011, made a statement at a Penn State Board of Trustees meeting saying, we were wrong, and I'll always regret being part of that. And I thought that took tremendous courage, and I admire him for saying that. And a lot of people should be saying the same thing.
But, Jay, it's so difficult to get the word out. We've tried here for 3-4 years on our show, and we've done a good job of it, I believe. I know John Ziegler has done some of it. I know other people have. But ESPN, in my opinion, has been the most culpable of all in running a false narrative. And I think what happens in today's media is when Louis Freeh has a press conference and says, here's what happened, here's the report, no one read it. They read the Cliff Notes version, and they run with the narrative because they were reporting on it an hour after it was handed out. Well, you couldn't have read the 260 pages in an hour, and that's where it all went south.
Well, no question. I think when we get discovery in these lawsuits with the NCAA, I think there's going to be some real eye-opening things in there because originally we were cooperating. You know, I sat in front of the free group. I sat in front of them for an hour and 48 minutes. I answered 3 or 4 questions about Jerry Sandusky, and the rest of it was all about institutional control. And that was in December of 2011, and I knew right then and there where it was headed. I talk about that in the book very specifically. But that said, we were, our lawyer attorneys were talking with them and said, look, we'd like the chance to answer any allegations or assertions you're going to make about Joe with the documents that we have. And we're more than happy to do it. And Freeh said, no, just turn over everything you have. We said, no, we want to be able to address certain assertions and allegations you're going to make. And they said, okay, we have plenty of time. This report's not going to come out to the end of August. And it was going to be the middle of August. Well, somewhere along the way, in June, they decided it was going to come out All-Star break, which was a master plan in terms of them for PR. They leaked some emails about 2 weeks before, and I said to Dan McGinn, who was one of the guys working with us on this, I said, it's coming out the Thursday All-Star break because there's no football, basketball, hockey, or baseball being played. And whatever he says will get run over and over and over and over again, and it will set in cement. And it's exactly what happened. And he went up there and said some things and that were absolutely not true and have been proven not to be true by the people who are actually prosecutors of the case as it relates to my dad.
Examples of the media. Colin Cowherd said that Joe Paterno should have known that Sandusky had been to a grand jury in 1998. Well, there was no grand jury in 1998. Right. So that's an absolute falsehood. But yet, once it's out there, it's hard to get it back. Cowherd also asserted that Paterno should have fired Sandusky in 2001. Well, of course, he would have had to have rehired him because he wasn't working there in 2001. I mean,
well, I think what happens is there's such a rush, and in the dedication of the book, I talked about the pressure to be first over being right, and I was on Colin Cowherd's show a couple of weeks ago, and it's a very, very different situation and very, very different line of questioning than there was a year and a half, 2 years ago, because I think there is some recognition of the fact that he asked me really good, hard questions, but allowed me to answer. And you could tell there's a little different attitude about it. Mike Francesa at WFAN in New York, very different after reading the book, and had read the book and had read the Freeh report. And you could tell his opinion now that they've studied it. Bob Costas, who I know has been on your show and talked about it, after he read the Freeh report, came to very, very different conclusions. And he's got a copy of the book. So there's a lot of people that are starting to look at this and reevaluate. There's some that won't. I mean, Christine Brennan apparently seems that she'll never kind of revisit this. But you know what? Stephen A. Smith in February of 2013 changed some of the things that he said after I kind of filled him in on some of the facts. So it just takes, you got to keep prodding and prodding and prodding.
We destroyed Christine Brennan on this show because she hadn't read the Freeh report, which none of them did, by the way. And one of the few that ever admitted he didn't was Bob Costas, and Bob's a friend. And I asked Bob after his initial comments, and here's what happened with Bob Costas. He lands in London off a plane for the Olympics, and he's immediately called by the producer of the Today Show and given a skeleton version of the Freeh report, and then he responds to it. And I said, Bob, you didn't read it, did you? He said, no, I didn't have a chance to. And I said, you got to read the whole thing. And when you do, I guarantee you, knowing you, you'll not have that opinion. And he didn't have it. And to his credit, Bob went back and read the whole thing. Unfortunately, I would guess 99.9% of the media have never read that report to this day.
Oh, I would guarantee that's probably the case. And they, like I said, they set up a perfect storm. They released the report at 9 o'clock, have a press conference at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, Louis Freeh leaves the stage, and he never answers another question about it again. Obviously I know he's had a car wreck, and I wish him speedy recovery. I don't mean to be disrespectful if someone's in the hospital right now, but as it relates to this situation, it was an ideal thing. And, part of his contract with Penn State, he was supposed to come address the Board of Trustees and answer questions about it. He has never done that. We've offered every time we've gone on to talk about it, we've offered, Bob Costas had a show where he had our attorneys on, and some people talked about the report we issued. They invited him on. He wouldn't come on. Mark Emmert wouldn't come on. They wouldn't come on and answer questions about it. And I think that is a very telling situation where, if they don't want to talk about it, there's a reason.
Yeah, what are you hiding?
They're standing on quicksand.
Yeah, what are you hiding from if you won't come on with Bob Costas and he has the people that wrote the conflicting report of the Free Report, Dick Thornburg and Robert Clemente, who was an FBI profiler, and Thornburg, who was a former attorney general, who wrote a report conflicting everything that Free said, and you won't come on and defend your position. But why does America, and I'm telling you, Jay, I'm pointing at ESPN because they continue the false narrative, and they won't do. This is a perfect 30 for 30 opportunity, as Bob Costas suggested to me one time. Why won't they do that?
Well, I think I think they'll get there at some point. I think there's no question about it. We had actually had some discussions with them about doing a documentary on Joe's life, and then when the Free Report came out, we just felt it wasn't the right time to really do this. We had to, and I think the book will help push that ball down the field a little bit more. It's amazing. I've had people email me and said, you know what, I read your book, and after I read it, I now understand how Father was scapegoated. I understand how this went terribly awry. Unfortunately, every action, one of the things that's allowed some people in the media to maintain that Free is right, to maintain that narrative, is that there's been no pushback at the university. I mean, that's a very telling thing to a lot of people. Well, they say, well, if this is true, well, the university picked 26 victims, $60 million. The vast majority of them had nothing to do with Penn State. It weren't Penn State's responsibility. But to the world, that looks like you're telling everybody that 26 kids were. I mean, people are stunned when they understand that, the vast majority, the overwhelming majority of the things Jerry Sandusky was convicted of have absolutely nothing to do with near Penn State. Not university actions have pointed them to believe.
Jay Paterno is our guest. The book is Paternal Legacy. Jay, it amazed me. This all starts, of course, because of a conversation that Mike McQueary had with your dad. McQueary has changed that story 4 different times at the very minimum. I don't know what he's told the last time. Do you believe that he actually witnessed a sexual assault by Sandusky in 2001?
I've never talked to him about it, so I couldn't tell you what he said to anybody, and that's by design that I haven't talked to him, because we were kind of, none of us knew that conversation had occurred. It became something we were all aware of, because we all got questioned by the police. And then we were kind of asked, and I never had a conversation with Mike McQueary about it. I never had a conversation with my dad about it. So I don't know what was said. I mean, I know there's a lot of speculations of what's said. I have not read all the testimony and all the things from every court case. I haven't read every word stated in court by the victim and Mike McQueary and everybody, so I can't tell you. And I want to be careful. I don't get into speculating as to what someone said and what someone didn't say without really knowing exactly or having heard or read no words about it.
I know in the book you say that your dad simply wanted to find the truth. He wanted to find out the truth. Do you think he believed that Sandusky was guilty of these types of things?
Oh, I think, yeah. I think I don't know, because when he died, obviously the trial had not happened. And my dad was somebody who believed in innocence until proven guilty. But the conversations I had, it appeared that he believed that the evidence that he had seen, the presentment and all that kind of thing, led him to think, how could somebody do this? I think it was still very hard for him to get his head around it, as it was for all of us. I mean, people say, well, your dad was old. Well, I'm not old. And it's hard to fathom anybody doing this, even though it's in the news, especially somebody that you know. So, obviously my dad died before he had the benefit of seeing what happened in the courtroom. So, I don't want to really get into hypothetical what he may or may not have thought of, but certainly his first concern up till the day he died was that the victims of whatever happened, that justice be done and the truth come out, and that's really what he wanted. So, I mean, that was really what talk.
Here's something that's always struck me as odd, and of course, when it comes to the media, nothing strikes me as odd, but your dad is a football coach, was a football coach for all of his years, was a great teacher, and was a great human being by everyone's account that knew him. Experts in the field of child pedophilia looked into Jerry Sandusky's background, allowed him to adopt foster kids, allowed him to run this charity for kids, for wayward kids. They looked into his accusations in 1998, and they came away with nothing. They came away with no reason to prohibit him from adopting these kids, no reason to prosecute him, in fact, exonerated him. And yet your dad gets a phone call from Mike McQueary, and your dad's supposed to be an expert in child pedophilia?
Oh, well, I mean, what people will tell you is he was the most powerful man in the state. That's the argument they give you. So number one, that's not true. Number two, he coached football. Okay, whether he won 0 games, 10 games, or 409 games, okay, it didn't equal to the eyes of the law. But people say, well, he was Joe Paterno, we expect more out of him. Well, the truth of the matter was, Joe was not a mandatory reporter under the law in 2001, yet he still reported it. And he reported something he didn't necessarily know to be true. But it was an allegation made by somebody, and he followed the law exactly as he was supposed to, and all that he was allowed to do. Unfortunately, the whole mob of people with pitchforks and torches was really riled up by Noonan, who was the state police commissioner, who made the comment that Joe failed his moral obligation. He had a moral obligation to do more. Absolutely not true. The moral obligation you have is to report exactly the way the law tells you, simply because of the fact that people say, why didn't he call Jerry? Well, if you call the guy who's going to be accused of that,
right,
and investigate this, they can destroy evidence. They can contact victims and say, keep your mouth shut. People say, why didn't he try and do this? He had no subpoena power. He had no police force. He had no ability to investigate. So, that argument about Joe should have done more really rings hollow when you sit back and look at it rationally, which I understand is difficult for people when it comes to cases of child sexual abuse. I get that. But you have to be fair. One thing, Fred Berlin, who was an expert in this field at Johns Hopkins University, said, we must not make the treatment of adults, unindicted adults, collateral damage in our pursuit to do what's right for these kids. And that's what happened to my dad.
Yeah, and it's interesting to me that while people claim he was so powerful and he could have done more, they want to hang him for his comment, in hindsight, I wish I could have done more. Well, that's a big statement, but it doesn't mean that he did anything wrong.
Correct, but that's not how the world's, that's the environment that we're in right now, and that's why everybody in the room that day told him not to put that in the statement. He said, I'm going to put it in the statement because that's the truth. I wish I'd been more aware of these issues or been able to spot something. I've made this argument with people all over the country. I say, anytime you're around in New York City, there are signs all over the place. If you see something, say something. Well, we all know that if somebody leaves a car running in Times Square, that's a little suspicious. Or if somebody leaves a package under a seat in the subway in New York City, that's a little suspicious. You know what you're looking for, so you can say something. When it comes to this, we don't know what we're looking for most of us. And certainly, my dad coached in college, which is 18 to 22-year-olds. He wasn't in childhood education. He wasn't, he wasn't a person that was trained would even know what to look for in these situations. But because he wins football games, we ascribe certain extra human powers to him. But he was the first one to say, whether it was, hey coach, what do you think is going to happen Saturday, or what's going to happen with the NCAA and these rules, or we'd ask him certain things. He'd say, guys, I wish I was omniscient like you guys think I am. And all of us left the meeting and went to our offices, looked up what the hell omniscient meant first of all, and then once we figured out what we meant, we knew he was saying, look, I'm not all powerful, I'm not all seeing, but people want him to have been that. And it's just and I think what's important looking back historically, You can't judge people's actions in 2001 based on what we know in 2014 and what they did not know in 2001. It's a very unfair standard.
Well, and like I say, when the experts don't recognize it, how is your father or anyone at Penn State and their administration supposed to figure out what Jerry Sandusky may or may not be up to? You know, this was such a tragedy on so many levels. The last days of your father's life, I know in the book you go into very explicit detail, your young son reading the poem If by Rudyard Kipling to Joe at his bedside. Try to give our listeners a sense of the emotions during that week.
Well, you know, he left the house about 9 days before. He went to the hospital about 9 days before he died, maybe 10, 11. You know, my math's probably off. But he left on a Friday, and then died a week later on the Sunday. So it was 9, 10 days. But up until Thursday night, everything looked like it was heading in the right direction. You know, we were really encouraged, and I remember saying, "This is good. When he gets that house, gets a good night's sleep, and resting, and you know, when he get his treatment, he's right in the same building." And then Thursday night, his doctor grabbed me to haul my way out, and he said, "You know, Joe's really up against it right now. And you know, when your father is 85 years old and battling lung cancer, and the doctor says he's up against it, you don't have to ask what he's up against." And then I just kind of brushed it off and said, "He always comes back from me, so I'm not worried about it." Friday morning, my sister called, and I knew that it was probably, you know, I spent the next 48 hours, I spent 46 of them in the hospital with him. And it was sad. You know, he laughed. I mean, we made jokes, and he laughed, and he was alert. He just had a ventilator and couldn't talk. And, you know, it was peaceful. And the great thing about it, it's never obviously, I say great as in the thing I'm most thankful for, is that there was nothing left unsaid through those. But watching the grandkids go in, I wanted to talk to them. Watching my mom sing to them. You know, all these little moments that I'll never forget. I mean, just it was very, very tough to write about sometimes. Some points, and then I felt really good that I had. I let my mom read it. Said, "Are you okay with everything I've written here?" And she said, "Yeah, I am. I really am." And mostly because I wrote it because I wanted people to understand the love that his family had for him, that a lot of other people had for him. Probably the most challenging moment of the entire thing was Saturday night when a student website reported he had died, and CBS Sports picked it up and ran with it. And you know, then I had to go, I had to leave my dad and go issue a tweet basically saying he's still alive. But, it was, when the time came, I felt comfortable that I left nothing unsaid.
Jay Paterno is our guest. The book is The Paterno Legacy. Jay, so many people in this country are misled by this lawsuit against the NCAA, Louis Freeh, of course, and the Freeh Report. They think it's the Paterno family and the Paterno family alone. This lawsuit has been joined by faculty members, by former Penn State players, by coaches. This is an all-encompassing group of plaintiffs, including members of the Board of Trustees led by Anthony Lobrano. This is not Jay Paterno, Sue Paterno, and your family against the NCAA. This is a lot of members. This lawsuit encompasses a lot of people who want the truth out and who want the NCAA to be accountable for what they did, not only to Penn State and the Freeh Report for what they did to your father.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. But it's easy to write the Paterno family lawsuit. That's the easy, lazy way to cover that lawsuit. But as you mentioned, it covers a bunch of people. It covers members of the Board of Trustees who were trustees when this decision, the consent decree, was agreed to. The Freeh Report was agreed to. It covers trustees that were not consulted in making the decision to accept the NCAA sanctions, which they should have been. It covers former players who feel like their time at Penn State and what they did had been tainted by this. Up until this happened, when our former players walked in to a job interview, and they said, where'd you go to school? I played football. You played for Joe Paterno. That was a plus. Now they walk in, whether it's a job interview, whether it's a sales call, whether it is any kind of business relationship, when they say they played football at Penn State, there's a different connotation because of what was wrongly asserted in that report. Not to mention, as one of the guys said to me, my son looked at the media guide and said 2005, 0-1. And he said, Dad, I thought you won a bunch of games. And he has to explain to his son. So, I mean, there are a lot of things involved, but you also have faculty members who feel that the university has been, strained, or, the name of the university reputation has been kind of tarred and feathered by this. You have former coaches. Everybody forgets that, there were a lot of people in the media right away saying that all the coaches knew about Jerry Sandusky, and the university did not allow us to respond as coaches for 2 weeks to those things, which did a lot of damage to our reputation. So, I mean, this thing, as I say in the book, to understand, I mean, obviously the people that are most hurt by this are victims. But that, having said that, acknowledging that this bomb that went off threw shrapnel all over the place and did untold damage to a lot of other people doesn't take away from the fact that they are the primary victims, but there are a lot of the people that were damaged by this. And this lawsuit is a representation of a lot of different groups that feel that the free report and the answer did
And not only the lawsuit, but the way the media is handled this, as you mentioned in the book, Christine Brennan says she knew everything she needed to know before reading your report. She didn't even read the free report. So this is someone at USA Today. This shows you the standards of USA Today. She didn't even read the free report, and we took care of that in our interview with her. And she claims she doesn't need to read the report of Dick Thornburg and Mr. Clemente refuting the free report. So people that have that closed mind are going to continue to do this. How do you fight that from a PR standpoint, and how does Penn State fight it other than the lawsuit? What other recourse do you have?
Well, I think the lawsuit is the big piece, because obviously, people say, "Oh, why are you suing?" Well, whether you got to be able to separate Penn State, the institution that we love, from the administrators who took actions that did damage to Penn State. So by going after this, we're really doing something for Penn State, not against Penn State. But I think what's important to understand is one of the reasons that this has to take place, and I wish it didn't, one of the reasons that these lawsuits have to take place, because without subpoena, without depositions, we're never going to have no one's ever going to explain why they did what they did. We're never going to find out what was in the correspondence between certain people. That was going back and forth. Why they took was the gold standard in academic and athletic integrity and excellence. Because keep in mind, we weren't just graduating our players and losing. The last 7 years of his career, Dill was the 6th best record in the country on the field, and we were the only program that graduated over 80% of our players and won over 77% of our games. So they took what was the gold standard of a student-athlete-centered program, athletic department, across the board, every sport, and threw it under the bus. And no one's explained why, and we would like those answers, as would a lot of people. And and this is the only way they're going to do it. They're not going to willingly come out and say, "Oh yeah, when we decided," because they're going to have to be forced to do it with subpoenas and depositions.
And I always say that, all of this began with Mike McQueary's comments, and your father sent that to the proper people because it wasn't his place to judge guilt or innocence, and he did the right thing. And if I were his lawyer, I would have said the same thing. Don't you dare comment beyond this. I wouldn't have let him do a press conference, but he wanted to anyway. But in McQueary's case, I know there was a wide receiver job opening up 2 days before that shower episode took place, and Mike McQueary wanted that job. Do you think that had anything to do with this?
Well, I don't know that, but I know this. I mean, anybody who believes that Joe wanted to cover this up, the easy cover-up would have been to say, "Hey, Mike, we just had a job open up as a coach. Why don't you become the wide receiver coach and keep your damn mouth shut?" That's a cover-up. Not, "Hey, we'll report this to the athletic director and the vice president, and the athletic director will then go to the second mile and tell them about it." That's not a cover-up. If you think that was an attempt at a cover-up by Joe Paterno, you assume two things about him. Number one, he's corrupt, which 61 years of his professional life have proven he is not corrupt. And you assume he's stupid, which, again, 61 years of his professional life prove he is neither corrupt nor stupid. So I think it's important to note that there was a wide receiver job open in 2001 when this happened, not necessarily to gauge anybody's motives as it relates to what Mike may or may not have been coming to jail for, but more so as it relates to the fact that this was not an attempt to cover up. That's the easy cover up.
Yeah, and
that's what if you were covering this up, that's what you would have done.
Yeah, I'm taking this to the proper authorities above me. And by the way, you're not getting that wide receiver's job.
Right, and he didn't get it, and you know, so even when I'll give you a little further insight because I was on the offensive staff at that time, and Joe said to us, "Look, get some candidates, and let's talk about who you want to hire." He never once said, "Would you guys consider hiring Mike McQuarrie in 2001?" Did not put his name out. There wasn't anything in the back of his mind where he was going to try and cover this up or use it to try and get Mike's silence on this. Because obviously, if you want to silence, you don't direct him to other people, and that's what Joe did. He directed him to Tim Curley and to Gary Schultz, and then obviously, as I mentioned, went to the second ballot. So. Clearly, you're not looking at a situation where people said, let's hide this.
Jay, I've kept you for a long time. We'll let you go here real quickly here. But throughout all of this, I looked at your father and I thought, how in the world does Joe not just get angry about this? And he never at least allowed it to come out in the public that he was furious with what took place. How was he behind the scenes? Was he just furious at what they did to him?
No, I mean, the only time I saw him where he was really kind of ired, or, his ire was piqued was in December when Rod Erickson did an interview with USA Today, and basically says, we want Penn State to be known as a great research institution, not just a football factory. Because he said, we are a great research institution. We're known as a research institution. And we are not a football factory. We never have been one. And that's when he kind of took it upon. He said to me, we can't let that be the story here. We can't let them put this on the athletic department because this is not an athletic department problem. And he was right. He was absolutely right about it. And so that's the only time I really saw him where he wasn't angry. He wasn't venomous. It was just, I can't believe they'd say that. And especially a guy like Rod Erickson, who'd been around as long as he had, and absolutely knew it wasn't true. Absolutely knew it wasn't true. Anybody who thinks that my dad would put the welfare of children, welfare of his football program, or the welfare of children, or build a program that was simply football factory, just doesn't know. I mean, it's absolutely, you can't ignore what someone's done for 80-something years of their life, and assume that in one moment they're going to turn and throw it all away.
Jay, as you look back on it now, Graham Spanier, Tim Curley, Gary Schultz, do you think anything will come of those lawsuits, those criminal proceedings?
It's been so long. I mean, it's, you just kind of want to, I'm not a legal expert, but you all say this about those three guys. I mean, I had a lot of professional dealings with them, not with Gary, but certainly had some interaction with Graham Spanier, had a lot of interaction with Tim Curley, and, it's been nothing but honest with me, but so what and when, and I think everybody will be relieved once they actually get a date and get after it and see what happens, because I think there's that's where the last piece of the puzzle really kind of resides in the criminal trials, and that day comes and we'll know more. But as it relates to my dad, I do know this. I mean, the prosecutors in the case, despite what Louis Freed maintains, the prosecutors had access to all the evidence. Repeatedly stated that Joe was honest and forthcoming and cooperative and was in no way involved in an attempt to conceal or cover up. So, for me, as it relates to my dad, that book's closed.
You better believe it. Hey, Jay, great stuff. Great book, The Paterno Legacy, folks. We didn't even get into the football stuff, and I apologize for that, but I know there's great football stories in here, as well as the elephant in the room stories, and it's a wonderfully touching book. I would imagine that it was at the very least something that helped you mentally and emotionally.
Oh, it's when my dad died so publicly, public viewing and public memorial service and all those kind of things, and having to deliver the last eulogy at the memorial service that week really was. I didn't really have a chance to sit down and just kind of cry and let it out and realize what had just happened. So this book kind of helped me. And I think one of the things you touched upon as it relates to this book is, this was Joe was a big figure as it related to college football. And there's some funny stories in there about Coach Bryant from Alabama calling the house. There's stories about sitting in Walter Payton's living room recruiting his son and listening to the two of them talk. And it just goes on and on and on. There's stories about Urban Meyer in there, and there's stories about Joe recruiting Jim Brown, and Al Davis trying to. There's all these different people that when I started writing this book, and these stories started coming up, I was like, God, this guy knew everybody. Even to the point where in the chapter on politics, there was a day in February of 1988 where George H.W. Bush, the Vice President of the United States, is riding around in a car that wall. There's just so much stuff going on. And one of the things I want to is this Sandusky stuff is part of it. But this is really a book about lessons that anybody can use and take in any walk of life.
Great stuff, Jay. Hey, thanks so much, and it's been our privilege and our honor to help and cover this story. This lawsuit is going to be the final truth about this, and until Louis Freeh and Mark Emmert answer questions under oath, I wouldn't take a word they say as anywhere near believable.
Absolutely. I'm not going to disagree with you, and that day's coming. So, Tolstoy said the greatest warriors are time and patience. And I got patience. I'm nothing the best, and I got time. I'm still a young man. I'm going to live to see this one through.
And by the way, I might add that as the former director of the FBI, as a federal judge, Louis Freeh has disgraced the legal profession with his conduct here in not responding to questions. He's an absolute disgrace. That's my point.
Well, I won't disagree with you.
All right, Jay. Thanks so much for the time, and we appreciate a great book, and thank you for that.
Thanks. Hey, take care.
And tell your mom hello.
Will do.
Thanks, Jay.
Bye.
So that was the King's interview with Jay Paterno. Before that, you heard him with John Ziegler. A lot of stuff out of Penn State, a lot of stuff the mainstream media is not covering, but we got it right here on the Pat's Blue Ribbon, Gateway Buick GMC Kings Court. We've got to get caught up with a long break here, but when we come back, since we love baseball so much and since Kevin is out in Boston watching the old pastime, on the other side, we're going to play the interview he did with Art Stewart, The Art of Scouting, as he writes about his decades of scouting for Major League Baseball teams. So we will step away for a break, but when we come back, the King and Art Stewart right here on the Gateway Buick GMC Kings Court.
KFNS, Wood River, St. Louis.
Sports Talk Radio.
Hey, did you know that the two largest boot stores in the world are right here in our town? And they both have the same name, Chuck's Boots. One of them's in Fenton on Gravois. The other's in St. Peter's on Mid-Rivers Mall Drive, just off of Highway 70. Each store has between 40,000 and 50,000 pairs of boots. Now, you'd expect boots to be there. But they also have women's fashion jeans. Miss Me, Rock Revival, Silver Jean Company. And they guarantee you the lowest prices on women's fashion jeans with thousands of pairs in stock only at Chuck's Boots. You won't find that at the jean stores or the department stores. You'll find your size at Chuck's Boots, though. Or they have work boots, Western boots, motorcycle boots, uniform boots, hiking boots. Every style, every brand that you've ever heard of, they have them at Chuck's Boots. They have over 10,000 pairs of women's cowboy boots. And they also carry all the popular accessories. They have work jackets, work bibs, work shirts, work pants. They have Western shirts, jeans, cowboy hats, belts, jewelry. The biggest selection of motorcycle bags, chaps, jackets, vests, and helmets in our town. Chuck's Boots, the two largest boot stores in the world, are right here in our town. One in Fenton on Gravois, the other in St. Peter's on Mid-Rivers Mall Drive.
In the sports world, a good offense starts with a good defense. The professionals at Lakeside Roofing believe in this same motto for your roof. Our full-time service department provides the defense to ensure that you get the most out of your roof system. A regular schedule of roof assessment and maintenance will ensure that your roof will hold up to harsh environment, particularly spring wind and hail, as well as the overall aging process. Included in the inspection is a personalized preventive maintenance program specific to your roof system. This defensive strategy can extend the life of your commercial or residential roof for many years. Choose the winning team of professionals at Lakeside Roofing. We're a family-owned business that has built a solid reputation for excellent service from the initial call to the completed job. Call us today at 618-344-2800 or 314-241-5253. Or visit us on the web at lakesideroofing.com. That's lakesideroofing.com. Choose experience. Choose Lakeside.
Hey, our friends at the Ernie Patty Collision Center want you to know always that they're a one-stop shop for all of your automobile repairs. Don't stop in West County for brakes, South County for body damage, North County for paint, and the East Side for engine work. You can get it all done at the Ernie Patty Collision Center, 4823 Potomac, 314-752-0400. Everything from minor paintless dents to major collision repairs. And the mechanical side, from minor to replacement of engines and transmissions. They'll do the simple stuff, tire and wheel balancing, alignments, and they price it just right. A lifetime guarantee on all workmanship and paint at the Ernie Patty Collision Center, where they've gone green. They're environmentally friendly with waterborne paints. Direct repair for most major insurance companies. And if you like getting your car back quickly, like we all do, they'll get it to you fast. You can also watch the progress of your repairs online at ErniePattyCollision.com. Gene Statt and his staff been same place over 25 years now at 4823 Potomac. 314-752-0400.
Monday Night Football comes to St. Louis October 13th as our Rams take on the 49ers. The Miller Coors Tailgate Party will kick off in the North Lot at the Dome at 4:30 and rock on until game time at 7:30. Cheap beer products, great food, and awesome music. Proceeds from the sales going to help our troops through the USO of Missouri. Come join the fun and get primed for the game. Presented by Miller Coors, the USO of Missouri, AM 590 and 1380, as well as MLM Law Firm, Paul Cerami Kia Ford, and Max Muscle Supplement Store of Brentwood.
If there's one thing a man learns as he gets older, it's that you don't have to put up with stuff. If something's not quite right, you take care of it. So if you're feeling sluggish, experiencing lower sex drive, and decreased performance, you get Nugenix, a powerful formula with a clinically researched key ingredient to recharge a man's body and increases libido. Get a complimentary bottle now just by calling 1-800-929-9682. Thousands of guys all across the country are now enjoying more drive, an amped-up libido, and improved performance thanks to Nugenix. That's why Nugenix is now the #1 selling men's vitality product at GNC, winning GNC's Innovative Product of the Year in 2013. You don't have to put up with a tired, sluggish body in the gym or the bedroom. Feel like the best man you can be with a complimentary bottle of award-winning Nugenix. Nugenix is available at GNC and Vitamin Shop, but you can only get your complimentary bottle by calling now. 1-800-929-9682. That's 1-800-929-9682.
Hello, gorgeous. Bare Minerals just won its 9th Glammy Award for Best Prestige Foundation. And to celebrate, we're offering risk-free trials of Bare Minerals makeup to all women nationwide. That's right, every woman who calls right now can get a full-size risk-free trial of Bare Minerals makeup, plus a free 5-piece makeup set. For yours, call 1-800-605-9625. This is an exclusive radio-only offer you don't want to miss. Bare Minerals Foundation gives you flawlessly beautiful coverage with a no-makeup feel, and it's clinically proven to promote clearer, healthier-looking skin. No wonder it's won 9 Glammys in a row, and now you can try Bare Minerals makeup for yourself. Call now to find out how you can participate in our nationwide risk-free trial and join the millions who've already tried Bare Minerals makeup and fallen in love with their skin again. Plus, we'll send you a free 5-piece makeup set, our gift to you. Hurry, don't miss this exclusive radio-only offer. 1-800-605-9625. 1-800-605-9625.
Are you planning a big night out? Maybe the boys are going to the game, or maybe it's going to be that night that never happened for your bachelorette party. Then start and end the night right with class and luxury through Jed Transportation. No matter the party size, they've got the ride for you. Sedans, SUVs, limos, Hummers, party buses. Jed Transportation will get the party started before you even get to your destination. Over 50 years of service and a professionally licensed and trained staff. Jed Transportation is there to make your night perfect and that much more memorable. Call 314-429-2200. 314-429-2200. Jed Limousine, 314-429-2200. Or you can go to a legitimate website for a change, jedlimousine.com.
When business owners compare DSL to Charter Business Internet, the difference is instantly clear.
Charter Business is much faster.
And for about the same price.
Not even close.
And if I said you could get 100 meg internet for only $55 a month with no contracts?
I'd say goodbye, slow DSL.
Are you under contract right now with the phone company?
I am.
Charter Business will actually pay to buy you out of that contract.
Wow, nobody does that.
Call 866-974 for 15 times faster than U-verse internet for only $55 a month when bundled with phone. And yes, we'll even buy out your old contract.
We could be so much more responsive. Absolutely.
Support more employees with more devices.
With us, your company also gets business phone with over 30 productivity-enhancing features.
As soon as I get back to the office, we're switching to Charter Business.
Let us buy out your phone company contract and then give you 100 meg internet for just $55 a month with no contracts. Call 866-974-5050 and switch to Charter Business today. Speed comparison versus 6 meg U-verse internet. Restrictions apply. Visit charterbusiness.com/contract buyout.
This month, Woods Basement Systems is celebrating 28 years in business. That's 28 years of drying up wet basements, cleaning up dirty, moldy crawl spaces, and repairing broken, bowing, and sealing basement foundation walls. If you would like a free estimate, call Woods Basement Systems today at 800-944-8017. That's 800-944-8017, or go online at mywoodsbasement.com. That's mywoodsbasement.com.
Pressure in sports is all part of the game. The home team putting pressure on the opposing team and coming out victorious. But being pressured into something you don't need or want is an entirely different thing. If you have ever been in a situation where you have been pressured to buy, you will understand what I am about to say. There are numerous funeral homes in our area, all looking for your business. Many have quotas that must be met in both dollars and volume, and this can mean pressure. In actuality, many of their funeral directors are just salespeople who are required to sell a certain amount or lose their position. At Cutis Funeral Home, we have no quotas, and because we are locally owned, we have no outside expenses that must be met. This means when you come to Cutis, you will never, ever be pressured into something you don't need or want. I'm Kim Cutis, and I personally guarantee you that at Cutis Funeral Homes, you will never feel pressure.
Locally owned and operated Cutis Funeral Homes with 3 locations, South City, Afton, and South County.
After releasing some of the most sought-after collections of historic and precious coins from around the globe, Government.com is now announcing a world first, the exclusive release of pure 1-ounce silver angel coins minted in Great Britain. For centuries, angel coins have become the stuff of legends. With a reputation for bringing their owners miraculous luck, angel coins have been sought after and cherished by soldiers, fighter pilots, sea captains, kings, queens, and emperors. There are even stories of angel coins healing the sick and saving lives from the brink of death, featuring the Archangel St. Michael slaying a dragon on the face and a regal portrait of Queen Elizabeth on the reverse. These dazzling legal tender silver angels are only available at an historic low price, but act fast. This offer is strictly on a first-come, first-served basis. Call 1-800-493-1067. Again, don't miss this special opportunity to own a 2014 1-ounce pure silver angel. Lock in this historic low price by calling now. 1-800-493-1067. 1-800-493-1067.
Hot Shots in Arnold and now Webster Groves is the place for all the games all the time. Hot Shots in Arnold and Webster Groves is your place for all your upcoming NFL action and, of course, our Redbirds. NASCAR is in full swing, and now is the time to form your fantasy football leagues, and Hot Shots is the perfect meeting place. Hot Shots has the best food and drink specials to make the games as fun as being there. Looking for a perfect place for lunch? Well, Hot Shots will get you in and back to work fast after a fantastic lunch. Get caught up on your sports while you have a great view of the beautiful servers as well as the games. It's always a party every day at Hot Shots in Arnold and Webster Groves. Hot Shots gives you every reason to hang out and enjoy yourself with golden tea, bags, beer pong, foosball, darts, and all kinds of other games. Hot Shots in Arnold and Webster Groves has the game on 30 large HD TVs and the massive 105-inch screen, so you always have the best view. Hot Shots in Webster Groves at Watson and Laclede Station Road. Hot Shots in Arnold is at 131 Arnold Crossroads Center, close to 55 and Jeffco Roads. Hot Shots in Arnold or Webster Groves, all the games, all the time. PT's brings a whole new twist to auto racing. Now, listen up, even if you're not a racing fan, because this might pique your interest a little more. Friday, September 26th through Sunday the 28th, PT's in Sojay has modified their own class of specialty branded race cars for an unforgettable racing experience. Watch who finishes first. It's only the beginning with this racing at PT Sports Cabaret in Sojay. It's a finish line you have never seen before, and who makes the victory lap will be the true special moment. Come out to PT's 5 minutes from the arch for racing like you've never seen before. The USO of Missouri brings you the Red, Rock, and Blue Benefit Concert Sunday, November 16th at the Pageant. Tickets on sale now while they last to see Scotty McCreery along with Danielle Bradbury, country's newest superstars and winner of Season 10's American Idol and The Voice's Season 4. Together, VIP, general admission, and balcony seats. Call Ticketmaster or the Pageant box office today. The Red, Rock, and Blue Concert to benefit the USO of Missouri with Scotty McCreery and Danielle Bradbury live at the Pageant Theater Sunday, November 16th.
Hey, fantasy football fans, football season is heating up. And who doesn't love the excitement of picking your team? It's probably the best part of the season. Well, get this. You can do that any week when you play in 1 week fantasy football leagues at FanDuel.com. This is next level fantasy football. Every week is a whole season at FanDuel. You play for real money, and winners get immediate cash payouts. There's no season-long commitment, so you only play when you want. Plus, you can play in fantasy football leagues for as little as $1. Nothing beats the excitement of living out a whole season of fantasy football in just 1 week. Every week is a chance to win big at FanDuel. And right now, FanDuel is giving you up to $200 free. For every dollar you deposit, FanDuel will match it up to $200. But hurry, offer ends this Friday. The only way to get up to $200 free is to go to FanDuel.com, click the microphone in the upper right corner, and enter the promo code FOOTBALL72. That's FANDUEL.com, promo code FOOTBALL, the number 72.
Finally, the holidays are over, and I have a few New Year's resolutions for you to start 2014 off right. When your sex life is great, life seems great, and it's a fact that people who have sexual stimulation 4 or more times a week, according to Oxford University, are happier, more confident, and make more money. You might not be able to have more sex or even have a partner at this time, but the key word was stimulation. Pure Pleasure at any of their 5 locations near you in St. Louis, St. Peters, Pevely, St. Charles, and Fairview Heights, Illinois can help you with a variety of toys, DVDs, and other items to help in this area. Pure Pleasure locations are ready to serve you and have what you need to make 2014 happier and more productive in many ways. There's nothing embarrassing or more natural than sex and the desire for it. And better sex is something Pure Pleasure can help you with today. Stop by any of their 5 area locations or visit PurePleasureSTL.com. PurePleasureSTL.com.
Hello, gorgeous. Bare Minerals just won its 9th Glammy Award for Best Prestige Foundation. And to celebrate, we're offering risk-free trials of Bare Minerals makeup to all women nationwide. That's right, every woman who calls right now can get a full-size risk-free trial of Bare Minerals makeup, plus a free 5-piece makeup set. For yours, call 1-800-605-9625. This is an exclusive radio-only offer you don't want to miss. Bare Minerals Foundation gives you flawlessly beautiful coverage with a no feel, and it's clinically proven to promote clearer, healthier-looking skin. No wonder it's won 9 Glammys in a row, and now you can try Bare Minerals makeup for yourself. Call now to find out how you can participate in our nationwide risk-free trial and join the millions who've all makeup and fallen in love with their skin again. Plus, we'll send you a free 5-piece makeup set, our gift to you. Hurry, don't miss this exclusive radio-only offer. 1-800-605-9625. 1-800-605-9625.
Folks, I'm going to tell you right now, it's Tuesday. There's no more depressing day than Tuesday, so why not get a pick-me-up? And that's an ice-cold PBR right in the middle of happy hour, which is where we are. An ice-cold Pabst Blue Ribbon. Now, this is the best tasting beer. It's the best tasting beer internationally, and it's the best price beer. Wow. Is that possible? Yes, it is. Don't pay attention to the propagandists from the local brewery. Pay attention to this. International beer tasting competitions. Facts again. I love facts. International beer tasting competitions have voted Pabst Blue Ribbon gold medals, silver medals, bronze medals every single time they have a competition. And the blind beer tasting panels are made up of the general public and brewmasters. And they keep voting for Pabst Blue Ribbon. They don't know what they're tasting. They just vote for Pabst Blue Ribbon. How do you like that? So we drank it in college because it cost the least, but now we realize we were drinking the best tasting beer as well. Do what I did. Drop your beer for 2 weeks. Whatever it is you drink, try Pabst Blue Ribbon. With an open mind, and I think you'll find out what I did, that it's the best tasting beer. And I guarantee that I'll save you money. You will definitely save money drinking Pabst Blue Ribbon, the best tasting beer. The American original since 1844, the original red, white, and blue. Maybe as original as the flag. But it's the only beer that has an award-winning ribbon as its logo. What does that tell you? Pabst Blue Ribbon. Hey, our good friends at Gateway Buick GMC have a concierge service. Now you think, well, wait a minute, that's an auto dealer. Why would they have a concierge service? That's usually at a hotel, a 5-star hotel. Well, there's a 5-star auto dealership. And they have a concierge service for you. Let's say your car needs servicing, but you can't get away from work, can't get away from your obligations to take it in. You just can't find the time. All you have to do is call Gateway Buick GMC, 314-895-1600, 895-1600. Ask for Victoria. They'll bring a car to you, take your car in. You can drive their car while yours is getting serviced, and then they'll bring yours back to you when it's done. Same thing if you have a GM recall on your car. They'll do the same thing, bring a car out to you. Just call Victoria, 314-895-1600. And then when you're there, tell them you heard about it on our show, and you will get a full oil and lube service. They'll top off all your fluids, tire rotation, multi-point inspection, all for under $40. And if you need new tires, get a price somewhere, and then take it to Gateway Buick GMC, and they'll meet or beat anyone's price on new tires. Now, that's my kind of service deal. Gateway Buick GMC, we are professional grade. All right, hey, we love baseball. We love scouting. I'm an old-fashioned guy when it comes to scouting. And a new book is out, The Art of Scouting by Art Stewart. He was a Kansas City Royal Scout, is a Kansas City Royal Scout for so many years, and the New York Yankees before that, 7 decades scouting amateur baseball players and trying to come up with the best. Art, welcome to the show. How are you today?
Happy to be with you and doing fine. You're always doing fine, and you in St. Louis, you've seen a lot of fine days where you're in first place, and we're in first place right now, and it feels pretty darn good.
I was going to say, and I said this on the show the other day, the exciting baseball right now is being played in the western part of the state, not here, but those Royals are red hot.
Yeah, well, you guys are hanging in there, and you're close, and knowing that the organization there, they certainly are going to be in there down toward the end when we hit close to October. I'm sure of that, knowing the club and the personnel and the front office people, well, and the great staff of scouts that the Cardinals have.
Art, scouting's always fascinated me, and of course things have changed through the years and somewhat dramatically in recent years. But let's go back to when it all began for you. What was the attraction, and how did you get involved?
Well, it's quite a story. I was scouting, and I didn't realize I was scouting. I grew up in Chicago, and I was a pretty good player, and was even offered a contract by the great George Ziegler that played way back in the 20s for the Browns, and was a Hall of Famer and hit over 400 2 or 3 times, and offered a contract out of high school. And unfortunately, I couldn't sign because it was for $125 a month, and I was making more, playing semi-pro ball, and we would get $25 a game, and then you'd bet on the game, and I was with a good club, and double the money. So I had to turn it down because my mom was trying to save our house. My dad died when I was 4, and coming off the Depression. So, anyways, I became manager of this club, and it was called the Chicago Yankees, even though I hadn't been with the Yankees yet. And in the span of 4 years, from 48 to 52, at 29 or 30 players signed to professional contracts. And I was approached by a great scout that signed Mickey Mantle and Bobby Mercer, many great Yankees, Tom Greenway. And he said, would like to put you on and scouting for the Yankees in this area. And I really didn't have any interest. I didn't realize I was finding the best ball players to assemble this team, and as I was really scouting, he said, I tell you what we'll do. we'll let you run your club, you play, and I'm still playing. And he says, we'll pay you, and you let us know when you get a player that you like and feel that has a good chance of playing pro ball. And that's really how I got started. And then a few years later, the area man retired to the Midwest, and I took the job. But that's how I really came upon scouting, and I've enjoyed it ever since. And it's really the heart and bloodline of baseball. People, for every, the fans see an Ozzie Smith or a Stan Musial or a Lou Brock over in your area. There was some scout that found those players, and whether it's in the cornfields of Iowa or in the ghetto of Chicago where Kirby Puckett was found, or the Ventura that's pitching so well for us in the sugar canes of Dominican Republic. Some scout found that player.
Art Stewart is our guest. His book is The Art of Scouting, 7 decades of scouting the Yankees and the Royals. He's with the Royals now. And, of course, Art, as Jim Bouton tells it, you would hide your prospects when you could do it back in those days by having them pitch in prison games. And that was one of your tricks to hide Jim Bouton from competing teams. His quote is that you hid him from competing scouts by pitching him exclusively against the Joliet and Statesville, Illinois penitentiary teams. The next trick was to making it out of there, and eventually I made it to the Yankees.
Well, that's true story, and I also pitched. I kept Jim from pitching in a lot of the games in the Chicago area because there were more scouts than when we played in small towns, and Jim was an interesting scouting story, and back in 1957. I was at Chicago Heights, Illinois, with about 9 or 10 scouts, and we were to see, and I'm sure you'll recognize this name, a big left-hander. Everybody was looking at him, and his name was Jerry Colangelo, who brought baseball and basketball
to Phoenix,
Arizona, and is now the big guy on the USA basketball team. Well, Jerry got scratched about 20 minutes before the game. We never found out why, and some of the scouts said, hey, there's that third baseman is playing down in Kankakee, and it's only half an hour out of here, and we can make it. And so they all left, and I was ready to leave too. But the great Paul Critchell, who was also a mentor of mine, who signed Lou Gehrig and Whitey Ford and Phil Rizzuto. I got to know him as a young man in his later years, and he gave me a piece of advice. He said, never leave the ballpark early, Art. Always stay around. Never leave the ball. And I was ready to go with him, and I remember that advice, so I stayed. I was the only one in the park, and here's this young man warming up in place of him in a right field bullpen, and he goes out and pitches a shutout and strikes out 17, and that was Jim Bouton. And he was kind of under the radar because of Colangelo being the big prospect. And then, of course, I ended up getting Jim on my team and then ended up signing him for the New York Yankees.
Art Stewart is our guest. The book is The Art of Scouting, 7 decades of scouting with the Yankees and the Royals. Art, one of your more famous signings, and we'll get into some of them because you have so many, but Bo Jackson was a great story. And I remember you writing in the book that he would pitch sometimes in high school. And when he was really feeling it, his whole defense would sit down on the field with their gloves on the ground, daring the hitter to make contact, and they still couldn't.
Yeah, that's true. And Bo is probably, for me, the greatest scouting story in my 62 years in the game. It typifies what a scout has to be beside a great evaluator. He has to be a detective, that dig, especially even now, digging with drugs and things, digging into the background of a young man and getting all the information you can on the family and upbringing. That is so important. And you have to be a salesman too, sell your club, and a good negotiator. It's all in that package of being a good scout. And we have a young scout by the name of Kenny Gonzalez down in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. And he saw Bo when he was just about 15 years old, a sophomore in high school. And he called me, I was scouting director, and he said, Art, I can't believe what I've seen. He said, it's like a man playing with little leaguers. I didn't see Bo until he was a senior. But the great part of the scouting was not that he just found this great talent, But I found out that Bo's mother was working at the Ramada Inn in Bessemer, so he made a point of staying there every time he went into town. Got to know her, got to know when she had her coffee breaks, and I took her to coffee and even took her to lunch. So by the time Bo was a senior, and then a nation knew about him, she told Kenny, she says, Kenny, he's like part of the family by then. Bo is not going to sign no matter what, and how poor we are. I've had 8 children, and he promised me we'd go to college. And so be it. And the Yankees drafted him with their second pick, and the scout never got in the house, and Steinbrenner ended up firing the scout. Now, fast forward ahead 3 years at Auburn University, and, of course, by then he's known as a great football player and played baseball, too, and he was once again one of the top prospects to be taken in a baseball draft. And Kenny had the information that Bo would not sign, even if it was for $1 million, because he promised her he'd finish college. And he was drafted by the Angels, and Reggie Jackson came in there with the front office of the Angels and offered him $1 million, and sure enough, didn't sign. Now the senior year comes about, and she told Kenny and Bo that said to Bo, if he played ball, he wanted to play for the Royals because they got to know Kenny so well, and there's no guarantee we can get him. But anyways, the morning of the draft, we get a call from Richard Woods a couple hours before the draft, and was Bo's agent. Said if Bo plays baseball, he wants to play for the Kansas City Royals. Well, our John Sherholtz, who's now president of Atlanta, was a GM, and he said, our ownership, and they just taking a first-round pick and no guarantee. And I still said, Kenny Gonzalez has scouted this boy, knows Bo, knows his mother, and we have information no one else has. And I said, I've got to believe what he says. Well, he said, okay, it's your baby. So 2 hours later, we're walking in the draft room for the conference call. I sat down with my advisors, and then the more we thought about it, I said, well, if we blow the first-round draft choice, we certainly may not be here next year. So the first round goes by, and Bo's not taken. And I said to myself, we had won a world championship in '85, and we were drafting at the bottom in '86. So and Angels had 5 draft picks before we had our second, and didn't take them. And I said, certainly, if they had the information that we had, they certainly would have taken them. And I can't tell you to this day why I did it, but in the 4th round, I got in, I said, the franchise won't fold if we blow this pick. And I said, so I got on the speakerphone, and I said, the Kansas City Royals select Edward Vincent Jackson, better known as Bo. You couldn't hear a pin drop in New York. And that was how we selected him. And on June 21st, 1996, we had one of the biggest press conferences. It was like a World Series. We had opened a big banquet room in the Stadium Club at Royal Stadium, because they were not all from just the United States, but from the outside the United States coverage. So they had a reception line going into this press conference. It was our co-owners, Mr. Kaufman and his wife, and Mr. Fogelman and his wife, and Bo and his mother. And I made sure that Kenny Gonzalez was there, because we never would have got him if he hadn't done this great job scouting. We walk in, and Bo's mother is a big, buxom woman, lovely, wonderful woman. She charges out in front of ownership and everybody out of the line, picks Kenny up off the floor, and he's about 6 foot, 200 pounds, and gives him a big hug and kiss and thanks him. And Ewing Kaufman said to Avron, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Great scouting. So to me, that was the greatest scouting story in my life, because ownership recognized the importance of what the scout's job does and how important it is to keep the lifeline, the life and bloodline flowing in an organization.
He ended up with 90 stolen bases in 91 attempts in high school. And I know one of the stories you wrote about is that you asked him after you'd signed up, I need to know who that catcher was that threw you out, because we're going to sign him. And he told you, well, I stumbled before I could get going, but he only threw me out by a hair.
Yeah, that's true. That's a true story too. there's so many stories about Bo, and this person, as I mentioned in the book, that's the strongest person and individual I've ever seen in this game.
You know, it's interesting because he put on a show the day you signed him, and you guys weren't expecting that. And it was Buck O'Neil who said those famous words when he heard the ball hit Bo's bat. I've only heard that sound 3 times: Babe Ruth, Josh Gibson, and now Bo Jackson.
Right on the money. He put on a show in our stadium, hit balls that have never been hit before. He hit that big crown scoreboard twice, and no one's ever hit that scoreboard. And that was the only time it was ever done. But it was and he hadn't swung a bat in 2 months because he was declared ineligible because he was taken number 1, as you know, in the NFL draft. And Culver House flew him in while he still was eligible to play his senior year on March 21st and made it innocently. Bo didn't know and made him ineligible to finish the season. So he hadn't picked the bat up from March 21st till June 21st, that day he signed. And Kenny looked at me and he said, "Oh, gosh," he said, "he hasn't swung a bat in a couple of months." But he got up there and he tapped a couple of bunts, and then he proceeded to put on this demonstration. And, you know, we have a big stadium here, and he made it look like a bandbox.
And there was a time when he called timeout from the umpire. Was in the batter's box. He stepped out. The umpire wouldn't give it to him, so he jumped back in and hit a home run.
Yeah, and he did. I think, the best way to put it is what George Brett said. You had to watch Bo every minute because you never knew when he would do something you never saw before. You know that, and it was so true. And every year I go into New York for the last 8 years, it's been on television, and every organization sends somebody from the front office in, and I represent the club, and then they send a ball player, and it's mostly Hall of Famers through the years. And every year I come in there and we walk into this big Studio 42, and there's Peter Gammons and, of course, John Hart and Harold Reynolds. And Harold Reynolds, the first thing he says to me every year, he says, "Tell Bo I still don't believe it." And he was talking about being thrown out by Bo in that great game in Seattle where he was scoring. He was on first, and the ball went off the top of the left field wall, and Bo got the ball and threw a strike to home plate and threw him out. In fact, Bob Boone, our catcher, was walking off the field, and he said, "Oh, my gosh, their throw's coming." And anyways, it was never hit the ground. He threw a strike. That's how strong his arm was. And and Harold couldn't believe it. And he still, to this day, every time I see him at the draft, he'll bring that up. And the next day after that happened, then we went extra innings when we won we won in the 10th inning. It was at Seattle. And the next day in the Kansas City Star, the only thing in bold letters across the front page of the sports section was "the throw." But that was among the many, many things that he did that were unbelievable.
You signed so many great players. You describe Bo Jackson, Art, as the Mickey Mantle of his generation. As we talk with Art Stewart, his book, The Art of Scouting, with the Yankees and the Royals. You tell a story in the book about Mickey Mantle coming into the hotel one night while you're sitting with Mel Allen and Casey Stengel about 2 or 3 in the morning. Tell our listeners that story.
Well, that was at the old Chicago Del Prado Hotel, and Casey, there was off to the side kind of a lounge and everything. It was called a bamboo hut, and it had these little booths with bamboo hanging. And they always let Casey have the little booth where he could look out through the door and see who was coming in the front door of the hotel. And, of course, the curfew at that time was 12:30. And Casey could really go. He could talk to 4 in the morning. You never knew everything he said. But the next morning you'd see him at 7:30. He's sitting in there having his breakfast. Well, this particular night, we're sitting there, and Mel Allen, as you mentioned, the great announcer for the Yankees, and myself, we were sitting there, and it was 2, 3, going on 2 or 3 in the morning, and here comes Mickey in, and of course Casey's looking through the bamboo deal, and and he sees Mickey coming in, so doesn't say nothing. He said, "Boy, Mantle," he says, "Mickey isn't." And everybody, of course, agreed with it. The next day at the ballpark, before going out to take batting practice, he calls Mickey into the office. He says, "Mick, what time did you get in last night?" He's sick, Skip. I just beat it by about 10 minutes. I just got in about 20 after 12. And Casey said to him, "Well, Mickey, you must have a twin brother." And then Mickey looked sheepishly at Casey and he says, "How much?" And he said, "Okay, after the game, come in and see me." And he says, Mickey says, "Okay, I'll bring a check in." Oh, we go out there in the first inning. Mick comes up and hits one over the roof of Old Comiskey Park up into the light towers for a 3-run homer. Puts us ahead 3-0. And he came back and got a double, drove a run in, and about I think it was the 6th inning. Now he's batting right-handed, and incidentally the greatest power hitter in the history of baseball from both sides of the plate, equal power. And he hits another one in the upper deck. We won 7-3. Mickey drove in 6 of the runs, and now Mickey comes into Casey's office after the game, and he's got a blank check in his hand, and he says, "How much will it be, Skipper?" And Casey kind of grumbles and everything. And he says, "We'll talk about it another time." And of course, Casey, of course, Mickey never paid the fine, but that's Mickey Mantle. He was a special guy and a great talent too.
Art Stewart.
And,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If
Art.
we got time,
Yeah,
I'll
go
tell
ahead.
you something that affected St. Louis tremendously.
Sure.
And this goes back to the days before the draft. And we're at the Pan American Games. It's 1959, and Tom Greenway, the great scout, everybody had a couple of scouts there, because Cuba was there, and yet before Castro officially, took over and declared baseball off limits. And Cuba had a good team, but the United States had a great team. And in center field for that U.S. team was Lou Brock. And in those days, no draft. So you had appointments, and the old coach from Michigan State was the coach of the U.S. team, and he said, "Gentlemen, after their last championship game tomorrow," which they won, it was a Saturday, I believe, "the Brock family will listen to your proposals, and you can make your offers." So we had a 5 o'clock appointment and that was at the Del Prado Hotel, and we to see the Brock family, and we had $35,000 in our pocket to offer him. And we got to the hotel, and famous scout from the Red Sox, who already dressed like a Hollywood Broadway Charlie Wagner legend with the Red Sox, comes walking out with their local scout. And he says, "Well," he said, "what time's your?" We said, "Our appointment's at 5. And Charlie says, "Well, ours was at 4, and there was no Lou Brock up there." And so we went up anyways, and there was a fella cleaning up the suite where they were and where all this was to take place. And it ended up nobody got to make an offer, because old Buck O'Neill got there early in the morning, convinced Lou Brock and the family that they wouldn't have to listen to the other clubs. The Cardinals would have the best offer. He took them to another hotel on the South Side and signed Hall of Famer Lou Brock. And that's the way it was in those days, dog eat dog. But that's the story. And of course the Cubs signed him, and you got him in one of the most famous lopsided trades in the history of baseball.
It really was.
But that's how. Yeah, I got even with Buck a couple times after that, though, on other players. So, but that's the way it is. And he and I were friends for over till his passing of over 50 years, and what a great person for the sport.
The Art of Scouting is the book. Art Stewart is our guest. The 7 decades of chasing high school, college, prospects, semi-pro, for the Yankees and the Royals. We've mentioned some of the players you've drafted. Art, Carlos Beltran to the Royals, Johnny Damon, Zach Greinke, among others. But it was a little-known shortstop from El Segundo who changed the Royal franchise and was probably your greatest catch for the Royals, even though there are some great names that you've drafted.
Yeah, and that young player was a shortstop, El Segundo High School. I did not see him at the time, and it was George Brett. I saw him after we had signed him that fall in the instructional league. And, you know, nobody knew that George would be the great hitter that he was going to be, or the great player, but we knew he was going to be a good player because he was a plus runner. He had a good arm, and he, of course, moved off for short over to third. But he was a good athlete, and we knew he was going to be a pretty good player. But of course, Charlie Lau helped him become a great one. But when I saw him for the first time, I saw all those attributes and skills that he had. But you know, nothing that you would project a 3,000 hit Hall of Fame player. But what I did see with him was the hardest work ethic I have ever seen of any player in my 62 years in baseball. He had it then out of high school. He kept it his entire career, and I'll never forget his last game in 1993 in Texas. All the reporters were gathered around him for this final game, and the big question was, George, what do you want to do the last time up? And, of course, everybody thought, get a home run to win the game or get a big hit to win it. And he said, what I'd like to do is hit a ball back to the pitcher and run like hell to first base. And that typifies George. That's the way he played the game his whole career, and that's the way he played it the last day of his career.
I wish most players were like that today, but some of that work ethic is gone and lost on some of these players that play it today, but they don't play it like the Hall of Famers do, some of them. You had some great
I agree with you on that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Art. You had some great near misses, too. Denny McLain comes to mind. Tell our listeners that story.
Well, Dennis was a young right-hand pitcher at Mount Carmel High School in Chicago. And I was with the Yankees, and I got to see him I think from a sophomore on. And he had a great arm, and he, you know, those days, the Yankees were something special because they were winning all the time, and he loved the Yankees, and I really had the inside track on him. And but in his junior year, I'll never forget this. I saw him in a game in the summertime. This was not in high school, and he had a great game, but he never threw a breaking ball. And I said, Mr. McLean, how come Dennis doesn't throw a curveball or something? He said, and you'll never see him throw one. He says, I want him to build up the strongest, most powerful arm in baseball. Fastball, changeup. He can learn that in pro ball. Well, that's the way it was. And unfortunately, he died during the winter before Dennis's senior year. And in his senior year, he got a little dead arm period just before the graduation. And it was, no draft yet, so you had appointments. And there were only 5, 6. Cardinals were one of the clubs in it, incidentally. White Sox, Baltimore, and maybe a couple of Red Sox, a couple others. And there was a rule in baseball at that time, if you gave a player over $8,000, you had to keep that player on the major league club for 2 years. So, that made it pretty stiff, and the Yankees were winning. And, well, anyways, I got Roy Hamey, who oversaw everything at the time, and later became general manager for the Yankees. I got $12,000, $4,000 over. And that was an exception because of, we had Mantle, Maris, and, those great players. And it'd be tough to protect a young kid like that. Well, Dennis's father's uncle handled it, the negotiations, and Dennis wanted to sign but he was also promised his brother that he would get the best offer possible. Well, I had the next to the last offer, and the $12,000 stood up, except that he had to see the White Sox, and I said, promise me, Dennis, you'll call me if our offer's not good enough. Well, the next night, after I had made our offer and he wanted to be a Yankee so bad, I got a call, and it was in the evening, and my wife said that there's a Dennis McLean on the phone. I got on the phone. Dennis, how are you? He says, I'm in Comiskey Park. He said, I said, well, where are you calling from? He says, a phone booth here. And he said, they've offered me $15,000. And my uncle says, had to get, and he promised my dad he'd get the best offer for the club. If you can equal a 15, he said, I want to be a Yankee. And I said, Dennis, give me that phone booth number and I'll call you right back. He told me he had to go to the bathroom. That's how he got out of the office. He had to call me. So I called Hamey in New York, and he told me, he says, Art, we're 4,000 over. And he says, we just can't go 3,000 more. He said,
wow.
With the players in, it's going to be tough to protect him. And so I had to call Dennis back and tell him we couldn't sign him. Well, Roy Hamey took that to his grave, the way Dennis turned out to be the last 30-game winner in baseball. But that's how I lost Dennis McLean. And, of course, he had a very controversial career also. But last 31-game or 30-game winner in the history of baseball.
Doesn't it make you?
They really had him on the back pocket and then lost him over $3,000.
Yeah, doesn't that make you shudder, Art, when you consider the amount of money that's thrown around in a game today, the game that's swimming in money, and you lose the last 30-game winner over $3,000?
Yeah, well, it's unbelievable because I still, in my role as senior advisor, general manager, because I think a lot of the money that's the bonuses, they asked me to see the top players, and I saw about 35 this year. And the kind of money that I remember when we gave Bubba Starling $8 million, we gave Hosmer $6 million, Moustakas $4 million. It's mind-boggling. And sitting in on draft meetings now, and the scouts today talking about a guy in the 10th or 12th or 13th round. Well, I give him $100,000 just like it was $1,000.
Right.
That's how unbelievable it's become. And when you think the draft was created because of Rick Reichert getting $205,000, that's why we had a draft come in that we know today in 1965. And when you think about it, the owners got upset on that. And now look what the players are getting. It's unbelievable.
Art Stewart is our guest. The book is The Art of Scouting. Art, before we let you go, tell our listeners about the greatest innovation, I believe, in sports in the last 30, 40, 50 years, and we will never have one like it again. And that was the Royals Baseball Academy.
Well, that was our owner, Ewan Kaufman, and he brought the Royals to Kansas City. One of the first meetings he sat in with the scouts, and he knew how valuable the scouts were in the player development people, because they went out and they got the best to assemble this organization, and it turned out that way because we did at the first expansion club to win so quickly and win so many divisions and go to the World Series a couple times so quick. But he said, you mean the only way we can get players is and the waiver system or make a trade? He said there must be another way. And then he conceived the idea of a baseball academy for young boys who have been overlooked, that maybe in other sports like basketball or good athletes that are in football. And they had to have an average arm, and they had to run a 60-yard dash in 6'9" and be athletic. And we had that was his idea. And he 125-acre piece of land and had this beautiful academy built in 1970. We opened it up. We had 8,000 letters that went out to players across at the high schools. Every high school in the country got a letter about this academy for recommendations, and we ended up with 8,000 players at tryout camps and selected the first group of players in 1970. And of course, Frank White was in there, and they asked me to go down and scout it. And Ron Washington, who's managing Texas now, was a little jumping jack catcher out of New Orleans, and Minnie Minosa's son was in there. And the innovations were, they talk about video today. Charlie Lau was sent down there during that first year, and he took a video of each individual, each player, and then would go to the classroom at night and go frame by frame with them. And they had the motor skill tests. And another question that Kaufman brought up, he said, gentlemen, we give these kids these bonuses. How do we know they can see? Do we take them to the eye doctor? This is one of our organizational meetings, and of course, everybody looked at each other and said no. And he hired Dr. Harrison, a famous vision man that developed the night testing box, and we tested them for not just the regular eyesight test, but for color blindness and for depth perception and ability to identify an object. So they had all these innovations, and they proved to be things that way ahead of its time. And for a number of years, Kaufman, when other clubs found out, we'd go in and test the player in Peoria, Illinois in 1971, a catcher, that I went in and tested his eyes, and he had no depth perception. Well, with no depth perception, you can't see at night. And the Mets took him, the 11th pick in the country, gave him a big bonus. He never got out of an A-League. And that happened a number of times. So the owners were after Kaufman to make it, he had the patent. And finally, for the good of baseball, he released it, and then everybody was using it. But there were so many things that, and plus, but they think of UL Washington, Frank White, Ron Washington, but there were 14 players that went to the big leagues out of that academy. And it wasn't just players to get to the Royals. It was to have that extra supply of players above and beyond the norm that everybody was doing it with, and that he was talking about. And to give you one great example, I signed a boy by the name of Winston Cole out of a tryout camp in Chicago, great first baseman. And he was down at the academy, and we were talking a deal with the Pittsburgh Pirates, Ed Kirkpatrick for Nelson Bryles, and we would give him a prospect, and they couldn't agree on the prospect. And the old manager, Danny Murtaugh, had been down and saw this Winston Cole with our academy team, and he said to Harding Peterson and Joe Brown, the GM, if we can get that kid in a deal, I'd make the deal. So Winston Cole was put in the deal, and that's how we got Nelson Bryles, and he walked out that year and won 16 games in a rotation. But that was some of the other benefits of being able to use some of these players in a trade, and it was 14 years or 14 players that made the big leagues. And Mr. Kaufman, they finally talked in cutting costs in 1974. That was the last academy team, and he said years later, a year or so before he passed away, came into my office and he said, Art, the biggest mistake I ever made in baseball was letting them talk me out of the baseball academy. And all those boys were guaranteed 2 years at Manatee Junior College for education. But it was quite a deal, and we had special guests come in. Ted Williams came in and talked about hitting, and we had the Wes Santee, the famous track star, come in and work on running, the right way to run. So it was something that really was way ahead of its time, and it was great for our organization.
It was phenomenal.
And of course, the spinoff now, of course, is all the academies that you see, over in Dominican Republic now.
Art Stewart, The Art of Scouting is the book. Art's been our guest. Art, thank you so much for the stories and the time. Wonderful book for anyone wanting to read a great baseball book filled with wonderfully entertaining stories. Thanks, Art. Great job.
Great being with you, and let's hope we can have an I-70 World Series again.
That'd be phenomenal. Thanks, Art. Friends of Stumpy's House of Barbecue. I want you to know this about their food. Everything is hickory smoked and slow cooked. Yeah, everything. You can dine in. You can get a carry out. They'll deliver to you. They're in St. Peter's, 620 Jungerman Road, 636-441-7222. They have barbecue plates for lunch and for dinner, and every one of those barbecue plates comes with garlic bread and your choice of any two of the following: fries, fried corn cobettes, green beans, coleslaw, potato salad, or Stumpy's beans. You can get cheese fries, sweet potato fries. You can also get Mom's applesauce. Applesauce and barbecue. You feel like it's July. They also have great barbecue sandwiches. How about the Stumpy's special sandwich? Tender pulled pork or chicken, smothered in their famous Stumpy's original barbecue sauce, and it's topped off with their special coleslaw on the sandwich. 3 distinctively different sauces, great salads, ice cold beer, phenomenal appetizers, including the famous Stumpy's House of Barbecue smoked chicken wings, Stumpy's skin, Stumpy's nachos, fried pickles, fried green beans. You can buy barbecue at Stumpy's by the pound, ribs by the half slab or full slab, chicken by the half chicken or whole chicken. Stumpy's House of Barbecue, finest barbecue I've ever had in town, in St. Peter's, 620 Jungerman Road, 636-441-7222. Take it home tonight for the entire family.
In the sports world, a good offense starts with a good defense. The professionals at Lakeside Roofing believe in this same motto for your roof. Our full-time service department provides the defense to ensure that you get the most out of your roof system. A regular schedule of roof assessment and maintenance will ensure that your roof will hold up to harsh environment, particularly spring wind and hail, as well as the overall aging process. Included in the inspection is a personalized preventive maintenance program specific to your roof system. This defensive strategy can extend the life of your commercial or residential roof for many years. Choose the winning team of professionals at Lakeside Roofing. We're a family-owned business that has built a solid reputation for excellent service from the initial call to the completed job. Call us today at 618-344-2800 or 314-241-5253. Or visit us on the web at lakesideroofing.com. That's lakesideroofing.com. Choose experience. Choose Lakeside.
Hey, our good friends at Zycan Exteriors. Now, storm damage can be hidden or it can be obvious, but the hidden ones are the dangerous ones. You may have roof damage without ever knowing it. I did. I didn't even know that the wind, no rain, just the wind got under the shingles and damaged my roof. Well, you know what happened? I called Zycan Exteriors at 636-345-6873, and I got a full roof replacement. They met the insurance adjuster at my house, went up on the roof with them, all upgraded Owens Corning shingles, new roof. I didn't even have to deal with the insurance company, and I can thank God for that because I didn't want to. Zycan Exteriors did for me. Free damage inspection, free roof inspection. Just simply call them. There was another person who listened to our show and called them and had been turned down by his insurance company. Zycan met the adjuster at his house, full roof replacement. In fact, 11 times in a row, people have been recommended a patch job by their insurance company, only to call Zycan Exteriors for a second inspection, and lo and behold, they get a full roof replacement. A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. Locally owned and operated. I love to support locally owned businesses, and that's why I support Zycan Exteriors. 636-345-6873. You don't want to deal with the insurance company? Neither did I. Call Zycan Exteriors. Folks, you have nothing to lose by getting that free roof inspection. Get it now because the bad weather's upon us. 636-345-6873. When no one else can, Zycan.
I'm Kathy Cutis, part of the 4th generation of the Tom Cutis family. The Cutis family is here to personally guarantee that when the time arrives for funeral arrangements, no one will be pressured to make decisions that would not fit your family needs. Our trained, licensed funeral directors will answer your questions and you make the decisions. If you feel you are in a situation that does not give you the time to decide what is best for your family, you are in the wrong place. Contact Cutis Funeral Homes, affordability with dignity for over 100 years.
Our good friends at Window World, we got a little warm weather coming on here. It's a little crazy, but the rainy season's coming too. And then winter. And you don't want your warm air going out of your house through your windows because, first of all, it's going to raise your utilities. But secondly, it's going to just make your house very cold. So call Window World, 314-993-1800. The original $189 window, guys. You can't get windows for better than that. 314-993-1800. And Window World leads the country. 5 years in a row, over 1 million windows sold. Ranked number 1 again by J.D. Power and Associates, 2nd year running. An A-plus from the Better Business Bureau and Angie's List. And by the way, that adds on to the resume. They've improved the look and the thermal efficiency of better than 40,000 homes in our area. Any size white vinyl double-hung windows, just $189. Now they give you a lifetime warranty, too. That covers all parts, glass breakage, and labor. They use double-strength glass. That's how they're able to do that. Double-strength glass. Not many people do. And Window World and Window World alone will offer you 12 months free financing with approved credit, same as cash. 314-993-1800. Don't wait any longer. Go to the leaders in the window industry. They're simply the best for less. Window World, 314-993-1800.
590 KFNS, Wood River, St. Louis.
Sports Talk Radio.
Our good friends at Taco Bell. I had the steak and egg burritos Saturday morning before we played golf at the wonderful Ann Briar Golf Club. I'm going to tell you a little bit about that. That place is in spectacular shape. But the Breakfast Club was open for business early, as it always is, around 7 a.m. at most Taco Bells. The Cinnabon Delights are the office treat. I'm trying to help everybody keep their job and, in fact, ingratiate yourself with your boss and your coworkers. Take a couple of boxes of Cinnabon Delights from Taco Bell in the morning and take them to work. And they'll all wonder, who blessed us with these wonderful Cinnabon Delights? Waffle taco, AM crunch wrap, sausage flatbread melt, the AM grilled taco. That's all on the Breakfast Club menu. The new quesarito is ready for you right now at any Taco Bell. Go get it. That's the new one. But they keep all your old favorites, too. The Doritos Locos Tacos, the classic Taco Bell on the inside, the shell made from real nacho cheese Doritos. You've got the soft and hard shell tacos, the bean burrito, the taco salad, the Cool Ranch Doritos tacos. Taco Bell makes sure that they don't mess with what you love, but they add on. And boy, what a great add-on they give you. The quesarito now is taking the country by storm. So is the Breakfast Club. And I prefer to support locally owned businesses, so I go to locally owned Taco Bells. In Missouri, they're in Washington, Union, St. Clair, Chesterfield Valley, and another one in Chesterfield on Olive. Oh, you can find them in Waterloo, Troy, Carbondale, the home of the Salukis, Salem, Jerseyville, and Columbia, Illinois. Taco Bell, if it's good enough for SEAL Team 6, and it was, for one of the SEAL Team 6 members that plunked bin Laden with 5 shots. He said when he came back to the States, he got in his truck at the airport, went to Taco Bell, had 2 bean burritos and 2 soft shell tacos. How about that? It keeps SEAL Team 6 going, so it can keep you going, too. That's Taco Bell.
Hey, fantasy football fans, football season is heating up. And who doesn't love the excitement of picking your team? It's probably the best part of the season. Well, get this. You can do that and in 1 week fantasy football leagues at FanDuel.com. This is next level fantasy football. Every week is a whole season at FanDuel. You play for real money, and winners get immediate cash payouts. There's no season-long commitment, so you only play when you want. Plus, you can play in fantasy football leagues for as little as $1. Nothing beats the excitement of living out a whole season of fantasy football in just 1 week. Every week is a chance to win big at FanDuel. And right now, FanDuel is giving you up to $200 free. For every dollar you deposit, FanDuel will match it up to $200. But hurry, offer ends this Friday. The only way to get up to $200 free is to go to FanDuel.com, click the microphone in the upper right corner, and enter the promo code FOOTBALL72. That's FanDuel.com, promo code FOOTBALL, the number 72.
First thing in the morning as a sports fan, you want to know who won the late night game, who did what, and what's on tap for sports the next day. That's exactly what you're going to get with an STL morning sports show. It is going to give you no commentary, no opinion, just scores, highlights, facts, information along with weather, stock reports, and a few highlights and lowlights in the world of sports. My name's Mike Calvin, and I want you to listen to an STL morning sports show with me from 7 to 9 each morning here on AM 590 and get your sports information to start your day.
The deals are heating up at Munganess Motorsports just in time for hunting season. Right now, take advantage of special 3.49% fixed APR financing on all new Honda ATVs. Check out our Honda Off-Road Country showroom as well as our wide selection of accessories and safety gear. Family owned since 1965, Munganess Motorsports, located at 5935 South Lindbergh Boulevard, right behind Munganess St. Louis Honda, about a mile north of I-55. Visit us online at munganessmotorsports.com. Honda recommends utility ATVs for riders 16 years and older and recommends that all ATV riders take a training course. Special 3.49 fixed APR financing available for well-qualified buyers. Not all buyers may qualify. Bonus bucks good with select new and unregistered models. See dealer for complete program details.
In the sports world, a good offense starts with a good defense. The professionals at Lakeside Roofing believe in this same motto for your roof. Our full-time service department provides the defense to ensure that you get the most out of your roof system. A regular schedule of roof assessment and maintenance will ensure that your roof will hold up to harsh environment, particularly spring wind and hail, as well as the overall aging process. Included in the inspection is a personalized preventive maintenance program specific to your roof system. This defensive strategy can extend the life of your commercial or residential roof for many years. Choose the winning team of professionals at Lakeside Roofing. We're a family-owned business that has built a solid reputation for excellent service from the initial call to the completed job. Call us today at 618-344-2800 or 314-241-5253. Visit us on the web at lakesideroofing.com. That's lakesideroofing.com. Choose experience. Choose Lakeside.
We all realize the economy has been on a downturn. Jobs are scarce and money is not easy to come by. That's why it is now more important than ever to use locally owned and operated businesses. I'm Karen Cutis, and at Cutis Funeral Home, we realize keeping St. Louis money in St. Louis strengthens our economy. Cutis Funeral Home is St. Louis owned and operated, employing over 100 St. Louisans in our area and putting money back into our community. Cutis Funeral Home, affordability with dignity since 1910.
This is Dr. Eddie Weller
and Lisa Jenkins,
host of Getting Weller. Join us Saturday at noon on AM 590 as we help you jump life's hurdles. Remember, life is not about being better. It's about getting weller.
Fall is the best time of year to golf in the STL. The weather is enjoyable and the courses are ready for you. Hopefully you have figured out those flaws in your game. Making a tee time is as easy as checking out the course of interest, click, pay, and save $10 for using golfaroundstl.com. Go to one of the many courses that subscribe to golfaroundstl.com on their website. Choose your tee time and enter the code 590. That's 590 and get $10 off your game. It's that simple. Golfaroundstl.com tee times must be scheduled within 7 days of the reservation. Use the 590 code and the discount will be applied at the pro shop when you check in for your round. This offer cannot be used with any other promotion, and you must have your reservation at the time of check-in. Any question about the service can be directed to golfnetwork.com. Golfaroundstl.com saves you time and money. Try it today.
The deals are heating up at Munganast Motorsports just in time for hunting season. Right now, take advantage of special 3.49% fixed APR financing on all new Honda ATVs. Check out our Honda Off-Road Country showroom as well as our wide selection of accessories and safety gear. Family owned since 1965, Munganast Motorsports, located at 5935 South Lindbergh Boulevard, right behind Munganast St. Louis Honda, about a mile north of I-55. Visit us online at munganastmotorsports.com. Honda recommends utility ATVs for riders 16 years and older and recommends that all ATV riders take a training course. Special 3.49 fixed APR financing available for well-qualified buyers. Not all buyers may qualify. Bonus bucks good with select new and unregistered models. See dealer for complete program details.
In the sports world, a good offense starts with a good defense. The professionals at Lakeside Roofing believe in this same motto for your roof. Our full-time service department provides the defense to ensure that you get the most out of your roof system. A regular schedule of roof assessment and maintenance will ensure that your roof will hold up to harsh environment, particularly spring wind and hail, as well as the overall aging process. Included in the inspection is a personalized preventive maintenance program specific to your roof system. This defensive strategy can extend the life of your commercial or residential roof for many years. Choose the winning team of professionals at Lakeside Roofing. We're a family-owned business that has built a solid reputation for excellent service from the initial call to the completed job. Call us today at 618-344-2800 or 314-241-5253 or visit us on the web at lakesideroofing.com. That's lakesideroofing.com. Choose experience. Choose Lakeside.
I don't believe it. My savings are gone. They're gone.
You're kidding.
Nope, they're gone. They're gone.
Okay, all right. Think about it. Where did you have them last?
I remember I was home, then I took them, and then I spent them on that vacation to Aruba. Then I bought this miniature suit of armor I saw in the in-flight magazine.
And that's the last you saw of your savings?
Yes.
This is so weird.
I know, right?
Weird? Not really. Not saving now means no money later. You'd be surprised how quickly a little money from every paycheck can really add up. Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. For free ideas and easy ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
The armor is cool, though. Oops. I think I broke its gauntlet.
You broke my favorite part.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
This is a guided meditation on parenting. Take this time to breathe deeply and close your eyes. Right now, you're completely in control. Unlike the time you and your son played basketball and you attempted to slam dunk, or when you tried removing those raccoons from the basement. Concentrate on the sound of my voice. Release the memory of when you wrestled with that beehive in your son's treehouse. Let go of the time you thought that skunk was a cat, or when you pulled into the garage with your son's bike on top of the car. Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. There are thousands of teens in foster care who don't need perfection. They need you. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Dave, what are you doing?
Just sending a gift to Dave 2037.
Who?
Me in the future. I save a little money from every paycheck as a gift to Dave 2037, so he can spend it on things like anti-gravity boots or a hologram Doberman, something cool like that. I think Dave 2037 deserves it. He worked hard. What are you getting Steve 2037?
I guess I was thinking Steve 2037 would just fend for himself.
Well, all right, but don't expect to be borrowing my anti-gravity boots.
You want to have money in your future? You got to start saving now. Putting some money from every paycheck into a savings account or contributing to your 401k can make a big difference later. Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. For free ideas and easy ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
Hey, let's just hope Steve 2037 doesn't get his hands on a cold time machine, because he is going to come back here and knock some sense into you.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
In the sports world, a good offense starts with a good defense. The professionals at Lakeside Roofing believe in this same motto for your roof. Our full-time service department provides the defense to ensure that you get the most out of your roof system. A regular schedule of roof assessment and maintenance will ensure that your roof will hold up to harsh environment, particularly spring wind and hail, as well as the overall aging process. Included in the inspection is a personalized preventive maintenance program specific to your roof system. This defensive strategy can extend the life of your commercial or residential roof for many years. Choose the winning team of professionals at Lakeside Roofing. We're a family-owned business that has built a solid reputation for excellent service from the initial call to the completed job. Call us today at 618-344-2800 or 314-241-5253, or visit us on the web at lakesideroofing.com. That's lakesideroofing.com. Choose experience. Choose Lakeside.
Hello, this is Mike Calvin, General Manager at 590 Sports Radio, jumping on the air to let you know about a big announcement from Charter Business. We just got a free speed increase from Charter Business. They doubled their internet speed from 30 to 60 megabytes per second, and they're offering this new, faster speed for the same low price, just $55 a month when bundled. I challenge you to find a faster speed for a better price. It just doesn't exist. This kind of news is simply too good not to share with other businesses in the area. If your business is looking for ways to increase productivity this year, which I think every business could use, this is huge news. Call Charter Business today at 877-BIZ-BUNDLE or visit businessbundle.com and get 60 megs of internet for just $55 per month. Stop waiting on that slow DSL. Charter Business Internet can help your business accomplish more. Call 877-BIZ-BUNDLE now.
Hey, McKenna here. When Delmar Gardens Enterprises opened its first skilled nursing facility in 1965, it began a tradition of caring that has grown over the past 4 decades. Today, the Delmar Gardens family's original philosophy of love, care, and understanding has flourished and is exemplified in each of its communities throughout the St. Louis area. You can count on the Delmar Gardens family for quality skilled nursing, outstanding rehabilitative therapy, luxurious retirement living communities, and the finest home health, hospice services, and medical equipment and supplies. Delmar Gardens has built its reputation by providing the kind of care that enhances quality of life in an environment that exceeds the highest expectations. Delmar Gardens is the name you can trust for highly trained caring professionals working together to bring superior services to you or a loved one. When you need the very best, you can count on the Delmar Gardens family. Built on love, care, and understanding, I should know my mother lives at Delmar Gardens. Visit us online at delmargardens.com.
The USO of Missouri brings you the Red, Rock, and Blue Benefit Concert Sunday, November 16th at the Pageant. Tickets on sale now while they last to see Scotty McCreery along with Danielle Bradbury, country's newest superstars and winner of Season 10's American Idol and The Voice's Season 4. Together. VIP, general admission, and balcony seats. Call Ticketmaster or the Pageant box office today. The Red, Rock, and Blue Concert to benefit the USO of Missouri with Scotty McCreery and Danielle Bradbury live at the Pageant Theater Sunday, November 16th.
Hi, this is Charlie Tuna. I'm with George Weber at Weber Chevrolet. What can people do that have less than perfect credit at Weber Chevrolet?
Charlie, I'm glad you asked. We have a program in place at each of our dealerships that helps people with less than perfect credit. If you've got a bump in your credit, you've had a repossession or a bankruptcy, or you have some collections or have been turned down somewhere else, we can help. We can get you into a vehicle that's not you will have a warranty on it. It'll be a car that you enjoy driving, that you're proud to have. We have, like I said, we have several different options to go with for people with less than perfect credit, and it helps you rebuild your credit to have even more choices and more freedom the next time around.
More and more people are setting up prearranged funerals. I'm Kim Cutis for Cutis Funeral Home. The advantages of a Cutis prearranged funeral are many. Not only does it take that burden off your family, but it assures every aspect is taken care of. The Cutis prearrangement is done exactly as you want it. The price is frozen, and there are never additional costs or fees. Talk to me personally, Kim Cutis, or any of our professionals. There is never an obligation. Cutis Funeral Homes, affordability with dignity since 1910.
Thursday Night Football, Giants and Redskins, both teams are 1-2. Big difference between 1-3 and 2-2. I mean, there really is. If you're 2-2, you're right there. You're fine. You've gone through the first fourth of the season, and you're right there. No matter what division you're in, you're 1-3. You're not good. It's going to take you at least a few weeks to get over 500. I'm not saying you're out of it at 1-3, but it just seems to me like that is a huge difference. So one team's going to be 1-3 tonight, and one's going to be 2-2. And I don't know that either one of these teams are playoff teams. I don't, especially the Redskins. Neither one of them were very good last year. But, the Redskins could have won last week. They crushed Jacksonville. They didn't play well week one. But the Giants, after two bad starts, they had a really impressive win last week over Houston. They scored 30 points, and they should have had 40. So it'll be interesting to see. Short work week. That game, of course, coming up in a little over an hour. All right, what did we say before about Derek Jeter? Flair for the dramatic. He didn't hit a home run moments ago, but he almost did. And that would have been, that's Jeter. I mean, he did. That's why Keith Olbermann's commentary was there's such a thing as intangibles. And he had it. He so obviously had it. And if you can't see that, if you can't realize that, then you haven't been paying attention for 20 years. He hit one off the wall and doubled in the first at-bat of his final home game. I mean, that's him. And, we'll talk to John Harper coming up in about 10 minutes. He's covered Jeter 20 years, but he also remembers the days at Yankee Stadium in like the late 80s, early 90s. We're going to talk to Susan Waldman tomorrow night, longtime Yankee broadcaster. She remembers these days where you didn't have sellout crowds. The Yankees didn't draw fans. The Mets owned the city. The Yankees were, losing 90, 95 games a year. You have to think that Derek Jeter's arrival for full-time in 96 has a reason why this team has been so good for pretty much the whole time that he's been there. All right, a couple of other NFL notes. Talk about teams that are 1-2. So week 4, big game for Green Bay. They're 1-2. They're going into Chicago. That's a huge game for the Packers. The 49ers, 2 straight losses, and they're playing the undefeated Eagles. Saints, they got a win last week, but they're still 1-2. They're going into Dallas Sunday Night Football. Colts are 1-2. I think even if somehow they lost this week, they'll be okay in that division, but, they should win at home against Tennessee. So I think if you're 1-2, week 4 is big. The Dolphins are 1-2. They had a really nice win to start the year against the Patriots. They've been bad. It surprised me to hear Joe Philbin say he was not committing to Ryan Tannehill as his starter this week as they go to London to play the winless Raiders, and he said something interesting before he left for London. He regrets the distraction he created, but he still didn't name Tannehill as the starting quarterback. Everybody seems to expect him to start. He's been practicing with the first team. Matt Moore admits he hasn't been practicing with the first team, but Tannehill doesn't like the distraction. Now, he hasn't been good. Passing rating, 74, 56%, only 5 yards attempt. People expected bigger things from this offense because they brought in this Chip Kelly disciple, Bill Lazor, to run the offense, and it's been really bad. And Tannehill is 16-19 as the starter, so it bears watching going forward, but I didn't quite understand why Philbin, if he's going to stick with Tannehill, I'm not sure why he's not saying it and why he continues to not say it. And one of the interesting games Sunday will be Carolina at Baltimore, because Steve Smith's going to play his old team. When the Panthers released him, he said, put your goggles on because there's going to be blood and guts everywhere when he faced his old team. So D'Angelo Williams, his longtime teammate, did an interview this week with goggles on. Carolina, Baltimore, both teams 2-1. John Harper next. It's NBC Sports Radio.
This is your NBC Sports Radio update.
I'm John Stash. Our final home game for Derek Jeter's career, and he doubled in his first at-bat in the first inning. And the Orioles, who hit 2 home runs to start the game, now lead the Yankees 2-1. Jeter just scoring the Yankee run. Meanwhile, Milwaukee lost today at Cincinnati 5-3. That clinches a playoff berth for the San Francisco Giants. Seattle Mariners end their 5-game losing streak barely. They hold on, win 7-5 at Toronto, but they would need a miracle to make the postseason. And Kansas City and Oakland can both get their magic numbers down to 1 with wins tonight. Detroit, 2-game lead on the Royals. They lead Minnesota 2-0 in the second inning. Pittsburgh leads Atlanta 1-0. Thursday night football coming up. Redskins and Giants. Also college football. Texas Tech and Oklahoma State later. UCLA at Arizona State. This is NBC Sports Radio.
Cooler weather also means higher energy bills. Luckily, the Home Depot now has 15% off select special order windows and doors. So let's make our own forecast. A cool fall upgrade from top brands like Masonite, American Craftsman, or Gelgwin, followed by lower energy bills and a 100% chance of saving. Let's do this. 15% off special order windows and doors. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Valid through October 1st. U.S. only. See store for details.
How do you know the used car you're getting is good? One you can really trust? Well, start with KBB.com's most trusted car brand, backed by an extensive limited warranty. And you've got yourself a certified pre-owned Honda. So get going while the getting is good. Find the one that's right for you at HondaCertified.com. See your Honda dealer for limited warranty details. Based on 2013 Brand Image Awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for information.
Ameren, Missouri Radio, take 5.
Do you have an old working refrigerator or freezer you don't need? Ameren, Missouri will give you $50. Plus, we'll pick it up and recycle it for free.
I got an old fridge. Ameren, Missouri will give me $50 and pick it up for free? How cool is that?
Yes. It's their Appliance Savers program.
So what do I have to do?
The script says just go to actonenergy.com and start saving on your electric bill right away.
Ameren, Missouri. Focused energy for life.
Stop by and check out the newly remodeled Sal's Gateway Market today. Located at 1206 North Kings Highway, Sal's has a very friendly staff that will provide you excellent service in all departments. Sal's has a great selection of fresh and frozen meats and produce, dairy products, and frozen foods. Sal's also has a large institutional section to cater to restaurants, churches, and large parties. You can't go wrong. They have been in business for over 30 years, located Midtown next to the Central West End. So make Sal's your one-stop shop for all your grocery needs. At 1206 North Kings Highway, we'll see you at Sal's.
We all know the economy is not what it should be. Jobs are scarce and money is not easy to come by. That is why it is now more important than ever to patronize our locally owned and operated businesses. Hello, I'm Karen Cutis. Keeping St. Louis money in St. Louis is a definite way of helping ensure the economy strong. Cutis Funeral Home is such a business. We are locally owned and operated and have proudly served our area since 1910. Cutest Funeral Home employs over 100 St. Louisans, with all funds remaining in our area. Many funeral homes are owned and operated by out-of-town conglomerates, taking money out of our area to support their home offices and salaries. Helping to patronize our area businesses can help keep jobs here in St. Louis. Cutest Funeral Home, part of St. Louis with affordability and dignity since
Locally owned and operated Cutest Funeral Homes with 3 locations, South City, Afton, and South County.
Have a vacation in your hometown at the renovated luxury hotel, Hilton St. Louis at the airport. Hilton St. Louis at the airport is the perfect setting for your family getaways, romantic weekends, charity events, corporate meetings, weddings, and any and all other special occasions. With their dedicated, expert staff, your ideas and dreams come to life with custom touches that make the event uniquely your own. Hilton St. Louis at the airport also provides convenient parking for Lambert International Airport, plus complimentary 24-hour shuttle bus service to the airport and local businesses. So when flying out of St. Louis, park at Hilton St. Louis at the airport, now offering limited time only special discounted rates. Call 314-426-5500 or visit HiltonSt.LouisAirport.com. Come, taste, discover. Hilton St. Louis at the airport, 10330 Natural Bridge Road, or online at HiltonSt.LouisAirport.com.
Fall is the best time of year to golf in the STL. The weather is enjoyable and the courses are ready for you. Hopefully you have figured out those flaws in your game. Making a tee time is as easy as checking out the course of interest, click, pay, and save $10 for using golfaroundstl.com. Go to one of the many courses that subscribe to golfaroundstl.com on their website. Choose your tee time and enter the code 590. That's 590 and get $10 off your game. It's that simple. Golfaroundstl.com tee times must be scheduled within 7 days of the reservation. Use the 590 code and the discount will be applied at the pro shop when you check in for your round. This offer cannot be used with any other promotion, and you must have your reservation at the time of check-in. Any question about the service can be directed to golfer at MidwestGolfNetwork.com. GolfAroundSTL.com saves you time and money. Try it today.
For more information, this message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
On the next episode of Recipes for Disaster.
So we've got our neighbor Paul coming over tonight for a barbecue, which is why I prepared a delicious lemon rosemary steak marinade from my special collection of old family recipes. To make sure the steaks are extra tender, I left them marinating out on the counter overnight, just like Nana used to.
Maria may mean well, but without food safety, it never ends well. Always thaw or marinate foods in the refrigerator at 40 degrees Fahrenheit or below, or you could make your friends and family really sick. Maria's neighbor Paul didn't think twice about the steak he ate until he was presenting his company's financial forecast to the board. That's when a sudden bout of food poisoning made it explicitly clear that profits weren't the only thing on the rise. Watch Recipes for Disaster at foodsafety.gov. You'll learn the right steps as Maria does everything wrong. Brought to you by the USDA HA.
You're listening to John Stash Hour. This is NBC Sports Radio at NBCSportsRadio.com. Online and on demand. Because every day is game day.
John Stash Hour Show, NBC Sports Radio. Perhaps you've heard Derek Jeter's retiring. He's playing his final home game at Yankee Stadium tonight. Let's go to the Bronx and talk to John Harper, who's been covering baseball for a long time for the New York Daily News. And you're a good guy to talk to, John, because you not only have covered Derek Jeter throughout his career, but the years before Jeter arrived. I mean, if you go back to like 1992, which was the year he got drafted, you know, there's a generation of baseball fans who don't realize this. The Yankees back then were not that relevant. They didn't draw fans. They weren't in the postseason. Their shortstops were, you know, Mike Gallego and Spike Owen and guys like that. And obviously it was much different throughout Jeter's career. And obviously he didn't do that all by himself. But how much was he a part of the Yankees being so relevant and so, you know, dominant these last 2 decades?
He's a big part of it, no doubt. It's been a long time, you're right, since the Yankees were irrelevant, although it seems the last couple of years haven't been so good. It's going to be interesting to see what happens next. But Jeter, yeah, I mean, he came up at the right time. I go back to the idea. I still think it was fortunate for the Yankees that George Steinbrenner got suspended and allowed Gene Michael and Buck Showalter, the manager at the time, to kind of create this dynasty, if you will, by holding on to their young prospects, which for years they never did. Steinbrenner was so impulsive; he would trade their best prospects because he wanted to win every year, and without him around, they were allowed to kind of nurture these guys and come up with these represents the end of an era, and also just the way he went about everything, he kind of became everybody's telling us what's right about baseball now.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Do you have a favorite? I mean, we know some of the big moments of his career, whether it be the flip in Oakland and, he's hit some big home runs and he went into the stands and on the playoff game. I mean, are those the big ones, or do you have maybe another that aren't as memorable but that you remember well?
You know what, the big plays stand out. I mean, I think the fact that he was so clutch in the postseason, but I kind of wrote about this we had our Jeter section when he had his day a couple weeks ago, just being around. And the one thing that I always remembered was after the 2001 Game 7 in Phoenix, when they lost Game 7 in the locker room that night. And, he had been playing the whole postseason on bad knee and bad ankle, could hardly run, and, would never take himself out of the game. And they slid into him in that ninth inning when Rivera threw the ball high and hurt his ankle again. He could barely even get off the field. And that's why it's one of the rare postseasons when he didn't hit. But in that locker room that night, you asked him about, the ankle or the knee or whatever, he still refused to acknowledge anything. And I just think one of the underrated things about Jeter was his toughness. If you're around him a lot, you saw that he was hurting at times and would never even acknowledge it. He, would play through a lot of things. And I think that kind of went overlooked because, early in his career, he was, people saw him as a little bit maybe of a pretty boy or whatever. But that toughness, when you're around him all the time, really stood out for me.
Yeah, and obviously you talked to him a lot over the last 2 decades, and they always said about him, he was cordial with the media. He understood that was his role, but he never really let you in, right? He never really divulged more than he had to. Was there ever a time when he really he revealed anything significant to you in any interview?
No chance of that. That's the frustrating part, from a writer's point of view. You kind of, especially guys, great players, you want to get inside their heads a little bit and figure out what makes them tick, that type of thing. And he just, as you said, he wouldn't let you in. And so that could be frustrating at times because you knew there was a lot more there, but he had made a decision long ago and never wavered from it that he was going to put up this front for the public, and that's the way he wanted it. You started to see a little bit more this year. He started to open up a little bit. And actually, when you were around him in the clubhouse and stuff, at times, in just sort of informal, settings before, maybe after an interview, he had a sense of humor and you could joke with him, and he didn't even mind you seeing him a little bit about his beloved University of Michigan if they got knocked out of the NCAA tournament or something. He'd come right back at you. So you got to see that side of him. He is known as being really funny with his teammates behind closed doors. Just didn't see much of it publicly. So that's the way he wanted it. But I think you might see more of that when he's out of baseball because he does seem to want to be a businessman, and he's going to want to open himself up to the public a little bit.
John Harper, the New York Daily News. That was going to be my next question. I mean, I don't see him managing. That's a lot of work, and I don't see him broadcasting because it just doesn't seem like that really suits him. But I'm sure he'd love to own a team, but that takes a whole lot of money, even for someone like Derek Jeter. So, you think that's where he's going, the business world? Will that be something that will kind of, because he doesn't seem the type that, he's going to want to do something, right?
He seems to, he's already involved in getting a publishing company going, I guess. And he's talked openly about being an owner over the years. That's all he could see himself doing in some baseball capacity afterwards. Yeah. He's not a guy who really, he doesn't like to watch games if he's not playing. He's not a baseball junkie type of guy. So yeah, I think the only way it would be as an owner. I think the guy he sees himself a little bit as is trying to become another Magic Johnson, kind of a real business tycoon, if you will. And do it that way. And if he owned a team, obviously, I don't think it's ever going to be the Yankees, but he'd have to be part of a group. I don't think he has enough money on his own to do it, but he wants to be the guy that makes decisions. That's the thing. And it'd be interesting because, again, you've never really seen that side of him where he had to, kind of open. I would think he'd have to open himself up somewhat to the public if he's going to do that, if he's going to be the kind of the face of the team or an ownership or whatever. But we'll see. That seems to be what he wants to do.
John, before we let you go, what's Derek Jeter going to be like? I know he didn't play hardly at all in 2013, but he was still, on the team. This team now 2 straight years without the postseason, very un-Yankee-like. We don't know who the shortstop's going to be next season. I mean, what kind of future are you seeing for this franchise right now?
It's not bright right now. The farm system is not producing players to replace these old guys as they leave. They've had to continue to go out and spend money in a free agent market on, age 30 and older guys who, just continue to break down. That's been their biggest issue the last couple of years is injuries. And I don't see how they really fix this team in any hurry without continuing to try to spend. And they're locked into so many positions with older type players. You just wonder how they can really put this thing on course again. Because this offense was so bad this year. There aren't any obvious answers out there to bring in. They got to get a shortstop somewhere, but I don't know how you fix the offense, and then the pitching depends on some of these guys coming back from injuries. So, it's part of the Yankees. They just never are willing to take a step back because they've gotten to the point where they charge so much for tickets. They got so much money invested in the Yes Network, and they need the ratings and all that they can never kind of take a step back and say we're going to rebuild. So, but it's become kind of a vicious cycle, and it's caught up with them now. And they don't seem to be in good shape for the next few years. It'll be interesting to see where they go.
Absolutely. John Harper at Yankee Stadium. Harp, thanks very much. We appreciate it.
All right, good talking to you, John.
John Harper, New York Daily News with us. Yankees and Orioles 2-2 in the second. That was an RBI double that Jeter had in his first at-bat in the first inning, and then he scored on a hit by Brian McCann. So off to a good start in his final home game, as you would kind of expect from Derek Jeter. The Home Depot, quality tile, carpet, laminate, hardwood, vinyl flooring, all at guaranteed low prices. Check out all their styles and varieties to get started on your new flooring project today. Home Depot also offers start-to-finish installation by flooring professionals who get the job done right. Visit homedepot.com/flooring for details. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. A couple hours, we'll play back an interview that we did many months ago with Dick Roach, who's the guy who scouted Derek Jeter when he was playing for Kalamazoo High School. I don't know who the shortstop's going to be next year. People have talked about Alex Rodriguez. Now, that's the A-Rod, or that's 4 letters that the Yankees have not talked about or probably don't even want to think about. I said last year that I think the Yankees are going to release A-Rod because they figure they got a gift that they didn't have to pay him this year, and so they'll just take that and run with it, and they don't want anything to do with him. I think that's the right call. I don't know. Does he have anything left? He's 40, hasn't played, didn't play at all. He's injured. I mean, people talk about A-Rod playing shortstop, going back to his old position. He's not. He's a DH if he's anything, and I don't think he's got anything left. And I don't think the Yankees want to. That's the last thing they need. Is not only a guy in his 30s, but a guy in his 40s who hasn't done anything for a few years now. So I don't think he's coming back. They got to go find a shortstop, and they got to find some hitters because even though they lost pitchers, they got decimated by injuries on their pitching staff, and would have liked to have seen them a whole year with Tanaka and a whole year with Pineda. It was the guys who replaced those guys did pretty good, but their hitting was awful. Carlos Beltran was a disaster. They thought Alfonso Soriano would be a big bat in the lineup. They ended up releasing him. So it's not going to be easy. The last thing they need to do is go find more older guys. They got to find some younger guys that people don't know about and that they think can be good. More baseball talk. We're heading towards the postseason. The Dodgers are in. There's only a couple of spots still available. You pretty much know the teams, not quite all the matchups. We'll talk about it coming up in 3 Up, 3 Down on the John Stash Hour Show. NBC Sports Radio, NBCSportsRadio.com.
Stay tuned. There's much more coming your way next on NBC Sports Radio because we come to play.
Eventually, it's going to happen. You'll turn the key and your engine won't start. Don't lose your ability to get around. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts for a Super Start battery. Whether it's a reliable economy, hardworking premium, or powerful extreme, you'll find it at an everyday low price. Don't let a dead battery slow you down. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Years ago, the family doctor was someone who came to your home. And while that practice has faded into memory, there is someone who keeps the tradition of personal health care alive. Your local Health Mart pharmacist knows you by name, not by refill number. Stop by your independently owned Health Mart pharmacy and see how the tradition of personal health care lives on. Visit healthmart.com for the location near you. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
You know what ruins a family camping trip? Staying zipped in the tent because of ragweed pollen, the #1 cause of fall allergies. Allegra gets you back in the fun by relieving your worst indoor and outdoor symptoms, even at 8 times high pollen levels. Allegra's non-drowsy relief starts in 1 hour and stays strong for 24. Camping is for bonding, not sneezing. So get Allegra, stop suffering, and start living.
Use only as directed in controlled environment studies using pollen deemed high by the National Allergy Bureau. Visit Allegra.com.
This is a court-ordered legal announcement. Attention car owners. Did you buy Sylvania Automotive Lighting? If so, you could get money from a consumer class action settlement with Sylvania. The claim form is easy and takes less than 3 minutes to complete. To get more information or file a claim, visit autolightclaims.com or call 866-430-8976. That's autolightclaims.com or 866-430-8976.
The deals are heating up at Munganess Motorsports. Just in time for hunting season. Right now, take advantage of special 3.49% fixed APR financing on all new Honda ATVs. Check out our Honda Off-Road Country Showroom as well as our wide selection of accessories and safety gear. Family owned since 1965, Munganess Motorsports, located at 5935 South Lindbergh Boulevard, right behind Munganess St. Louis Honda, about a mile north of I-55. Visit us online at munganessmotorsports.com. Honda recommends utility ATVs for riders 16 years and older and recommends that all ATV riders take a training course. Special 3.49 fixed APR financing available for well-qualified buyers. Not all buyers may qualify. Bonus bucks good with select new and unregistered models. See dealer for complete program details.
Wilson Contracting reminds all motorists to keep an extra eye out for kids at play and never text and drive. Wilson Contracting, your one-stop shop for kitchen and bath renovations and additions. Call the pros today at 314-647-7603. 314-647-7603. That's Wilson Contracting for residential and commercial. They're going the extra mile for our kids and community. They're looking forward to serving you.
When you are referred to a particular business or organization by a friend, you know that person had a very good experience or the referral would never have happened. And who is the most referred funeral home here in St. Louis? Cutis. I'm Kathy Cutis. And here at Cutis Funeral Homes, we have been doing business with the same families for generations. And when we serve a new family, more often than not, it is because of the information they received from our previous patrons. At Cutis, you will find we are not owned by a large outside conglomerate. We are not governed by the high prices necessary to pay for those out-of-town salaries and offices. Cutis Funeral Homes are locally owned and operated, proudly serving our community for over 100 years, with plans to serve your family in the next generation. Cutis Funeral Home, affordability with dignity since 1910.
Locally owned and operated Cutis Funeral Homes with 3 locations, South City, Afton, and South County.
I learned that I'm a loser.
Today in school, I learned that I'm ugly and useless. And in gym, I learned that I'm pathetic and a joke. In history, I learned that I'm trash.
Today in school, I learned that I have no friends. In English, I learned that I make people sick. And at lunch, I learned that I sit on my own because I smell. In chemistry, I learned that no one likes
In biology, I learned that I'm fat and stupid. And in math, I learned that I'm trash.
The only thing I didn't learn in school today.
The only thing I didn't learn today.
The only thing I didn't learn is why no one ever helps.
Kids witness bullying every day. They want to help, but they don't know how. Teach them how to stop bullying and be more than a bystander at stopbullying.gov. A message from the Ad Council.
Confessions of a Potentially Perfect Parent, brought to you by AdoptUsKids.org.
Okay, here goes. I know more about cooking dinner for a party of 12 than I do about packing a lunch for a 12-year-old. I know kids like things like PB&J, pigs in a blanket. Oh, and fish sticks. They do love fish sticks. Fillets I get, but sticks? What part of the fish does the stick come from? I know I can read a cookbook that'll tell me how to make a red wine reduction, but where are the cookbooks that can teach me how to cut the crusts off bologna sandwiches? Oh, maybe we can compromise on mac and cheese. Can you make that with brie? Everybody likes brie, right?
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. There are thousands of teens in foster care who would love to push your food around their plate. Call 1-888-200-4005 or visit AdoptUsKids.org for more information. This message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
You're listening to NBC Sports Radio. If you've got a question, we've got the answer. Send your email to AskThePros@NBCSportsRadio.com and get connected. It's the O'Reilly Auto Parts inbox. It's time for 3 Up, 3 Down.
Quick 3, you're up.
A look at the top 3 newsmakers in Major League Baseball.
On the John Stashower Show on NBC Sports Radio, Derek Jeter would be number 1 newsmaker. He's playing his final game. Perhaps you've heard. Yankees Stadium. RBI double to start things off. Then scored Yankees and Orioles 2-2 in the second inning. But there are other baseball things to talk about. Dave Stewart, new general manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. He kind of saw this coming. Tony La Russa has a long history with Dave Stewart. Dave Stewart was his ace pitcher in Oakland for many years. Stewart has remained in the game on the kind of the business side as an agent. And it's not unprecedented for a guy to go from being an agent to being a general manager, especially if he's a former player. And so Dave Stewart, at the age 57, leaves his job representing players to run the Arizona Diamondbacks and work under Tony La Russa. The Marlins, who have been, obviously known for as a franchise that can't keep their good players, they do want to keep Giancarlo Stanton. It'll be interesting to see whether he signs a long-term deal there. He was having an MVP-type season. He was really the best slugger, I think you could say, in the sport this year, even better than Miguel Cabrera, who was the best the last. Slugger, Mike Trout is the best player, but as far as pure power, it's Stanton. And, there's a lot of – you can certainly understand why he would be a little squeamish to sign long-term with the Marlins, not knowing what kind of team. And they were better this year than anybody thought. They were about a 500 team this year. So that bears watching in the offseason. Does Stanton decide to stay put in Miami or move towards being eligible for free agency where he could really cash in? Of course, got hit in the face with a pitch, out for the last 3 weeks of the season, but still had a terrific year for the Marlins. A couple of other interesting. First of all, this is great. This is a great moments in tweeting, great moments in Twitter. A guy who covers the Mets, Anthony DiCono, tweets out at 2:40 Eastern time this afternoon. The Mets are playing an afternoon game with Washington. He says the Mets have a chance to be the first National League team in 15 years to not have a single balk during the season. That's at 2:40. At 2:42, they balked. That's unbelievable. At 2:43, he had a very funny tweet. He said the Mets are on the brink of donating $1 million to me. That reminds me of The Odd Couple, the movie where, Oscar's at the Mets game at Shea Stadium and the Mets, he figures the Mets have no chance. And the guy says, "What? You never heard of a triple play?" And he goes to take a phone call from Felix about what he wants for dinner, and he misses the triple play. One other note of this is interesting also. Phil Hughes of the Twins. This actually led off one of those ESPN shows today, one of those debate shows. Phil Hughes had a bonus in his contract that he'd get an extra $500,000, which is a lot of money, although not so much for major leaguers. But still, he'd get a $500,000 bonus if he pitched 210 innings. He was at 209 2/3 and was going to pitch the 9th inning to go over 210, and there was a rain delay of over an hour. and they weren't going to bring him back after a rain delay, and he's not going to pitch again. Now, if you're the Twins, you got to give him the money. I mean, he's had a good year for you, $500,000. It's not a lot for yous. It's certainly not a lot for any Major League Baseball team. You can afford another $500,000. The guy had a good year for you, and he doesn't get his bonus because of a rain delay, and he's a third of an inning short. You got to give him that $500,000. So here we are with the Penn as Jeter steps to the plate in the second inning. 1 on, 2 out. We know the 5 teams in the National League. We know the Nationals winning the East, and then last night in L.A.
Ground ball in the hole. Nice pick by Barney to throw him out. And there it is. The National League Western Title Division winners, the Los Angeles Dodgers, led by Clayton Kershaw.
21st last night was called by Vin Scully. So now St. Louis has a 1.5 lead on Pittsburgh to win the Central, but Cardinals not playing tonight. Pirates leading 2-0 in Atlanta. So if the Pirates win, they go to that final weekend only 1 game behind. Both teams are in the postseason. Whoever finishes second is the wild card. The Giants win a wild card with the Brewers loss today as the Brewers just collapsed down the stretch. The Brewers were in first place for 5 months. They went 10-23 down the stretch, losing again today. So Pittsburgh is assuming the Cardinals win the Central. Assuming the Nationals finish ahead of the Dodgers, and they're very close. Nationals have to play doubleheaders today and tomorrow. But you're looking at the Dodgers against the Cardinals and the Nationals against either the Pirates or the Giants, and where that game would be, we don't know yet. Pirates have a 1-game lead. American League, Detroit, 2-game lead on Kansas City in the Central. But Seattle's out. I mean, technically they're alive, but it's going to be Kansas City against Oakland probably for that wild card playoff game. We'll get you ready for Thursday Night Football, Giants-Redskins next on NBC Sports Radio.
Hi, this is Andy from Crown Candy Kitchen. My grandfather started this business 98 years ago. We have been serving St. Louis proudly ever since. Whether it's for a special occasion, the holidays, or everyday indulgence, make Crown Candy a part of your family tradition. Come in and enjoy one of our hearty sandwiches and homemade ice cream. You can't go wrong with a BLT or a chocolate banana malt. While you're there, pick up a sweet treat. All of our chocolates are hand-dipped. We are located at 1401 St. Louis Avenue, just a mile north of the Arch. Also, check us out online at crowncandykitchen.net.
Hey, McKenna here. When Delmar Gardens Enterprises opened its first skilled nursing facility in 1965, it began a tradition of caring that has grown over the past 4 decades. Today, the Delmar Gardens family's original philosophy of love, care, and understanding has flourished and is exemplified in each of its communities throughout the St. Louis area. You can count on the Delmar Gardens family for quality skilled nursing, outstanding rehabilitative therapy, luxurious retirement living communities, and the finest home health, hospice services, and medical equipment and supplies. Delmar Gardens has built its reputation by providing the kind of care that enhances quality of life in an environment that exceeds the highest expectations. Delmar Gardens is the name you can trust for highly trained caring professionals working together to bring superior services to you or a loved one. When you need the very best, you can count on the Delmar Gardens family. Built on love, care, and understanding, I should know my mother lives at Delmar Gardens. Visit us online at delmargardens.com.
In the sports world, a good offense starts with a good defense. The professionals at Lakeside Roofing believe in this same motto for your roof. Our full-time service department provides the defense to ensure that you get the most out of your roof system. A regular schedule of roof assessment and maintenance will ensure that your roof will hold up to harsh environment, particularly spring wind and hail, as well as the overall aging process. Included in the inspection is a personalized preventive maintenance program specific to your roof system. This defensive strategy can extend the life of your commercial or residential roof for many years. Choose the winning team of professionals at Lakeside Roofing. We're a family-owned business that has built a solid reputation for excellent service from the initial call to the completed job. Call us today at 618-344-2800 or 314-241-5253 or visit us on the web at lakesideroofing.com. That's lakesideroofing.com. Choose experience. Choose Lakeside.
The USO of Missouri brings you the Red, Rock, and Blue Benefit Concert Sunday, November 16th at the Pageant. Tickets on sale now while they last to see Scotty McCreery along with Danielle Bradbury, country's newest superstars and winner of Season 10's American Idol and The Voice's Season 4. Together, VIP, general admission, and balcony seats. Call Ticketmaster or the Pageant box office today. The Red, Rock, and Blue Concert to benefit the USO of Missouri with Scotty McCreery and Danielle Bradbury live at the Pageant Theater Sunday, November 16th. The deals are heating up at Munganess Motorsports just in time for hunting season. Right now, take advantage of special 3.49% fixed APR financing on all new Honda ATVs. Check out our Honda Off-Road Country showroom as well as our wide selection of accessories and safety gear. Family owned since 1965, Munganess Motorsports, located at 5935 South Lindbergh Boulevard, right behind Munganess St. Louis Honda, about a mile north of I-55. Visit us online at MunganessMotorsports.com. Honda recommends utility ATVs for riders 16 years and older and recommends that all ATV riders take a training course. Special 3.49 fixed APR financing available for well-qualified buyers. Not all buyers may qualify. Bonus bucks good with select new and unregistered models. See dealer for complete program details.
First thing in the morning as a sports fan, you want to know who won the late night game, who did what, and what's on tap for sports the next day. That's exactly what you're going to get with an STL morning sports show. It is going to give you no commentary, no opinion, just scores, highlights, facts, information along with weather, stock reports, and a few highlights and lowlights in the world of sports. My name's Mike Calvin, and I want you to listen to an STL morning sports show with me from 7 to 9 each morning here on AM 590 and get your sports information to start your day.
Hey, fantasy football fans, football season is heating up. And who doesn't love the excitement of picking your team? It's probably the best part of the season. Well, get this. You can do that any week when you play in 1 week fantasy football leagues at FanDuel.com. This is next level fantasy football. Every week is a whole season at FanDuel. You play for winners get immediate cash payouts. There's no season-long commitment, so you only play when you want. Plus, you can play in fantasy football leagues for as little as $1. Nothing beats the excitement of living out a whole season of fantasy football in just 1 week. Every week is a chance to win big at FanDuel. And right now, FanDuel is giving you up to $200 free. For every dollar you deposit, FanDuel will match it up to $200. But hurry, offer ends this Friday. The only way to get up to $200 free is to go to FanDuel.com, click the microphone in the upper right, promo code football72. That's FANDUEL.com. Promo code football, the number 72.
Surprised that they've been putting up this many points this early in the year?
Yeah, it's been this prolific, yes, especially because Jordan Reed, their ace tight end, has missed everything except the first series of the first game, and Deshaun Jackson basically missed the Jacksonville game with a shoulder injury. So it's been very impressive on offense, and their defense is really unsung so far. They gave up a number of points last week. Remember, 7 of those were on a kickoff return. And the touchdown they gave up in Houston, one of the touchdowns was on a blocked punt. So really, the defense is much improved. Special teams has been their downfall. If not for special teams, they would have won the game last Sunday in Philadelphia.
A lot of injuries, though. I mean, D'Angelo Hall out for the year. I saw something where they got like 17 guys that they listed on their injury report
they
this week.
played Sunday, Thursday. Pretty much everybody's going to play. Now, D'Angelo's out for the year, obviously. Barry Cofield, their nose tackle, is on in-season injury reserve. As I said, Jordan Reed hasn't been playing. You would hate to say otherwise they're intact, but otherwise, and of course, Robert Griffin. So they're down 4 starters, but otherwise they are pretty much intact.
All right, so injuries will not be an excuse if they don't win this game. This is a pretty big game, right? I mean, there's big difference seems to me between 2-2 and 1-3. They're playing at home. They're playing a Giants team that until last week was struggling. I mean, how big a game do you put this in on the Redskins side of things?
Well, I put it on both teams for you, John. How about this? The loser's done, and it's September 24th, right? 1-3. The Eagles are 3-0, and they've already beaten the Redskins. The NFC East has not had a wild card team, if I believe I'm correct on this, since 2009. You would say, looking at the field this year between Arizona, Seattle, and I can't believe San Francisco is not going to turn it around out west. And you got Atlanta, New Orleans, and Carolina, and then you've got Chicago for sure, and maybe Packers come back, or Detroit in the north. I don't think this division's going to have a wild card. So if the Eagles are 3 or 4-0 and you're 1-3, you're in big trouble.
Should be an interesting game tonight. Dave, thanks for some time. We appreciate it. Enjoy the game.
Appreciate you too.
All right, let's get the Giants side of things for this game tonight in Washington. Bob Glauber, football columnist for Newsday. We talked to him a lot about all kinds of things going on in the NFL. But let's focus on the Giants, Bob. And we just had a guy on getting the Redskins side of things, and I asked him, the importance of this game with both teams 1-2. And he said he thinks the loser of this game tonight could be out of it, because the wild card doesn't figure to come out of this division. Philadelphia is sitting there at 3-0. You think there's some truth to that?
I generally don't consider a season over after 4 games. I understand what he's saying, and there is something to be said for falling that far. An Eagles team that doesn't seem to be doing much wrong now. But, there are so many twists and turns to an NFL season. Injuries happen. If Nick Foles goes down and Sanchez has got to play, who knows what happens there. So, I think there's certainly a lot of football left to be played, but I will agree that this is a huge game in those terms. And I think that Tom Coughlin has kind of pounded home that message to his players. He often looks at the standings, shares them with the players. If they know, they read the papers, they read the internet, they know what the standings are. But he kind of, tells them just how important it is. So, yes, it is a big game. I don't think there are must-win games in September. But if there are, this one is pretty close.
I like that. Spoken like a longtime newspaper man. If the players read the papers, they
listen. My mortgage is paid by a newspaper, so I am always gonna mention a newspaper. Absolutely.
Maybe the online version these days. I know I read the newspapers. Well, look, last week, that was a heck of a performance. They scored 30, and they should have had 40. They had a fumble going in. They had a bad snap on a field goal. And it really all started with what Rashad Jennings did. That was kind of eye-opening, 176 yards. And that, how much does that help everything else if they can get that kind of production?
You cannot underestimate what Rashad Jennings did for the offense, not only in terms of keeping the ball on the ground. And, it was I think he averaged something like 5.5 yards a carry. So to get that many yards, he was really just grinding through the Texans defense. And I think it kind of sapped the Texans of their will a little bit. They were able to keep the ball. And as importantly as anything, Eli Manning was able to have a play-action passing game. And, that is such a fundamental tenet of good offensive football, is trying to get a play-action passing game. I don't think that people kind of pay enough attention to it, but it keeps the linebackers frozen a little bit, gives you that extra time, makes the defensive backs guess a little bit more about whether it's going to be run or pass, and it opens everything up. And Eli Manning, if there is a great play-action passer in this league who thrives on that, it's Eli. He loves that, and he has always done well with play-action passing when it's good. He wins Super Bowls when it's really good, and he wins in the regular season when it was good, like it was last week.
And another key last week was to see Victor Cruz. To think that he hadn't scored a touchdown we hadn't seen the salsa at MetLife since 2012. That just, when he broke through a couple times last week, it made you seem like, okay, reminding of the old days when he did that. How big was that? Is that a sign that we're going to be seeing more of that, you think?
Oh, I think it was huge for Victor Cruz. And I think, Cruz, like any player, is, you gain confidence when you do those things. And I don't know that he lost his confidence, but he certainly had it reinforced when he had a game like he did last week. There was one other play. I think he had 61-yard pass play off a slant. And that was, I believe it was late first quarter. That's what the West Coast offense does. That's what you see, from Aaron Rodgers, from Brett Favre, from Steve Young, from Joe Montana, those quick strike passes that the receiver can do something with, whether it was Jerry Rice or any of the great receivers that the other great quarterbacks had. Cruz played that role. So he absolutely got a lot of confidence from that game, liked getting in the end zone, says he's going to do the salsa a couple more times, and then if he gets in the end zone a few more times after that, we may see a new dance from Victor Cruz. We'll see.
All right, one more for you, Bob, and I'm not going to ask you your favorite Derek Jeter memory. We're going to, we leave that to some.
Why? I'm wearing pinstripes. I'm wearing a pinstripe shirt in Derek's honor.
That's very.
Is that very impressive, or is that like, are you kidding me?
No, I like that. I like that. But we had you on last week, and as you said, it was a week. Those 2 weeks were unlike any you've covered all these years with. Are the bad days behind us? Assuming nobody gets arrested. I mean, are we just kind of laying low now, and then this whole thing is coming back, or the whole on a holding pattern until the investigation? Is that kind of where we're at right now with the whole domestic violence
I would say
thing?
that's the good description of it, the holding pattern, because if that investigation comes out, and now the NFL Players Association is running an investigation concurrent with the NFL's investigation by Robert Mueller, if stuff comes out in either of those investigations that is explosive, and really the most explosive thing that could happen was that Roger Goodell did, in fact, see that tape. That piece of news would blow the whole thing up again, to that you would see more calls for Roger Goodell to resign. I don't think that will be the case. I just don't, but I could be wrong. So I think we are in that holding pattern, and you'll see dribs and drabs. I think the absolute worst of the storm is over, and then you just hope that no one else gets in a situation where they're going to be involved in a domestic violence case. It's really a tragic thing, but I think it has shined a spotlight on it, and I honestly think society will be better off at least for having the discussion about it and the awareness of it. It stinks. It's a terrible scourge on society, but at least it's out in the open a little bit more.
Yep, and we're talking football again, which is nice. So this should be a good game tonight. Bob, we appreciate the time as always. Take care.
Thanks a lot, Stash. Appreciate it. Take care.
Bob Glauber from Newsday, and that's other than that one little question about when this whole story might come back. That's all we're doing tonight on domestic violence and suspensions and all that. Fall's here. Time to update your windows and doors. Home Depot, latest styles of doors and windows from the brands you trust with a large selection of special ordered doors, windows, and accessories. Home Depot makes upgrading your windows and doors easier than ever, all at guaranteed low prices. Visit homedepot.com/doors and windows for details. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Tonight's show is about things going on the field. Thursday night football coming up. Giants, Redskins. We got college football right now. Texas Tech, Oklahoma State. They're tied at 7. Really good Pac-12 game a little bit later on. UCLA, Arizona State kicking off what should be an extreme weekend in the Pac-12. We got Mike Yam coming up 9 Eastern. He's with the Pac-12 Network. And obviously baseball talk. Derek Jeter, 1 for 2. He's made a couple of plays in the field. Yankees and Orioles tied at 2 in the Jeter Swan Song. Meanwhile, we're moving towards the postseason. Dodgers are in. We'll talk to Kevin Baxter from the LA Times at 8:35 Eastern. And also, tomorrow begins the Ryder Cup, which is a fun event to watch. Does the U.S. have any chance? We'll hear from some of their players coming up. John Stashauer Show, NBC Sports Radio, and the NBC Sports Radio mobile app.
Download the app or hit us on the web. Anywhere, anytime. We're online and on demand 24/7. NBC Sports Radio. Back with more next.
People think that being on the radio at night frees up my whole day. But between errands, family time, and show prep, my day is gone before it begins. And finding time to catch my favorite TV shows live, forget about it. But now that I have Sling, I am catching them. That's because Sling brings me my TV wherever I go, delivering all my live TV channels, on-demand movies and shows, and recorded shows right to my phone, tablet, or laptop. Here's the deal. Similar cable and satellite apps only give you a few of your channels. Only Sling delivers 100% of your channels to you. My favorite part, no monthly fees. I get 24/7 access to all my shows, sports, local news, even on demand, without paying any extra fees. How cool is that? Sling brings your cable, your DVR, your whole TV experience to you wherever you are, and it works with every cable and satellite provider, but better than their own app. So if you want to watch your TV, you can anywhere in the world. Visit Sling.com. Choose the Sling you want, and you're good to go. Sling, it's on.
When I walk into Buffalo Wild Wings, I'm not just a customer.
I'm a fan.
And in this house,
fans
rule.
This is our stadium,
Our locker room.
our dugout,
our sports drinks are served on tap, and our pregame meal is
hand-spun wings.
In victory or in defeat, we never leave hungry.
because in this house, we are the MVPs.
Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Visit BuffaloWildWings.com to find the location nearest you.
I commute from Schenectady to Manhattan. It's about a 6-hour round trip, but it's cool. My family loves Schenectady, and I love books on tape. It's a lot of time to spend driving alone. On the other hand, Schenectady is really close to the highway, so...
Life is a long drive. Make sure your car is along for the ride. Mobile Super Motor Oil is formulated to help prevent sludge and protect against wear. Mobile Super for long engine life.
So stop by and check out the newly remodeled Sal's Gateway Market today. Located at 1206 North Kings Highway, Sal's has a very friendly staff that will provide you excellent service in all departments. Sal's has a great selection of fresh and frozen meats and produce, dairy products, and frozen foods. Sal's also has a large institutional section to cater to restaurants, churches, and large parties. You can't go wrong. They've been in business for over 30 years, located midtown next to the Central West End. So make Sal's your one-stop shop for all your grocery needs. At 1206 North Kings Highway, we'll see you at Sal's.
Hey, McKenna here. When Del Mar Gardens Enterprises opened its first skilled nursing facility in 1965, it began a tradition of caring that has grown over the past 4 decades. Today, the Del Mar Gardens family's original philosophy of love, care, and understanding has flourished and is exemplified in each of its communities throughout the St. Louis area. You can count on the Del Mar Gardens family for quality skilled nursing, outstanding rehabilitative therapy, luxurious retirement living communities, and the finest home health, hospice services, and medical equipment and supplies. Del Mar Gardens has built its reputation by providing the kind of care that enhances quality of life in an environment that exceeds the highest expectations. Del Mar Gardens is the name you can trust for highly trained caring professionals working together to bring superior services to you or a loved one. When you need the very best, you can count on the Del Mar Gardens family. Built on love, care, and understanding, I should know my mother lives at Del Mar Gardens. Visit us online at delmargardens.com.
Bowling leagues are forming now at Saratoga Lanes in Maplewood. The leagues are from Monday through Thursday starting at 7 p.m. So stop on in and enjoy some bowling at Saratoga Lanes, where the #1 rule is to have fun. 4 people per team are required, and Saratoga Lanes welcomes beginners through seasoned pros. Join the league, and all open play is just $2. Call 314-645-5308 to get more information, or email paulsaratoga@gmail.com. That's Saratoga Lanes in Maplewood.
Ameren, Missouri Radio, take 5.
This summer, Ameren, Missouri's Cool Savers program is giving customers up to $720 back if they upgrade their old air conditioner with a new, more efficient one.
Hold it, $700?
Well, it says upgrade your old air conditioner, and Ameren, Missouri gives you up to $720 back.
Cash back from Ameren, Missouri? That's cool. How do I do that?
Just go to actonenergy.com.
Actonenergy.com. Got it.
Ameren, Missouri. Focused energy for life.
Hi, this is Charlie Tuna. I'm with George Weber of Weber Chevrolet. George, what makes Weber Chevrolet a place to buy a car?
Charlie, we are the #1 Chevrolet dealer in the entire Midwest. That's several states. And the reason why is because we have by far the biggest selection, and then we make the best deals. We're not #1 by being higher priced and mistreating people. We're #1 because we have the best prices. We have by far the best selection. Other dealers may have 20 of one brand. We've got 300. Other dealers may have 40 of one brand. We have 600. Just check our website out. You'll see we have the best selection and the best deals.
In baseball, if you're with the team applying the most pressure, you're with the winner. However, this is never true when purchasing an at-need or pre-need funeral. I'm Kathy Cutis, and I'm here to personally guarantee you will never find a pressurized sales pitch at Cutis. Our trained personnel answer your questions, and you make the decisions. If you ever find you're in the wrong place. Cutis Funeral Home, affordability with dignity for over 100 years.
In the sports world, a good offense starts with a good defense. The professionals at Lakeside Roofing believe in this same motto for your roof. Our full-time service department provides the defense to ensure that you get the most out of your roof system. A regular schedule of roof assessment and maintenance will ensure that your roof will hold up to harsh environment, particularly spring wind and hail, as well as the overall aging process. Included in the inspection is a personalized preventive maintenance program specific to your roof system. This extends the life of your commercial or residential roof for many years. Choose the winning team of professionals at Lakeside Roofing. We're a family-owned business that has built a solid reputation for excellent service from the initial call to the completed job. Call us today at 618-344-2800 or 314-241-5253, or visit us on the web at lakesideroofing.com. That's lakesideroofing.com. Choose experience. Choose Lakeside.
The local Honda dealer. Giants Redskins will be starting shortly. We'll keep you updated. Derek Jeter's 1 for 2. Got an RBI double in his first at bat. It's a good weekend. Lots going on. We got the Ryder Cup starting tomorrow in Scotland. Early. You wake up early, watch the Ryder Cup. I like this event. I think this is an event that if you're not I wouldn't say a diehard golf fan, but you got to be more than just a little bit of a golf fan to kind of appreciate and get into the Ryder Cup. There's a lot of golf in a short amount of time. I mean, I really like the format. 4 matches tomorrow morning. Then they come back with 4 tomorrow afternoon, 4 Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon. They have different formats. And then not everybody plays on Friday and Saturday. It's up to the captain. Then everybody plays singles on Sunday. So you have 12 matches going on simultaneously. Sometimes, you're rooting for the United States. They're winning some. They're losing others. The others are all square. I mean, there's a lot of twists and turns. And the last 2 have both been won 14.5 to 13.5. There's 28 matches in all, and Europe has won the last 2, but very close. Now, Europe's won 2 in a row, 5 of 6, 7 of 9. I think they're pretty heavy favorites in this because they've got Rory McIlroy, Sergio Garcia, Martin Keimer, Justin Rose, Henrik Stenson. We don't have Tiger Woods, and it's in Scotland. And the United States haven't won since, I think it was 93 was the last time they won overseas. But here's Bubba Watson. He's looking forward to it.
I've won a few matches, lost a few matches, and still haven't won a Ryder Cup, so obviously it hasn't propelled our team to win one yet. But it's a fun way to play. I can hit the driver hard sometimes and maybe attack a hole. Or if you're playing your own ball, you might play a little bit safer. But if you have a partner down the middle, it does give you a little freedom to swing away.
Yeah, they do a lot of the opposite balls. One hits the driver, then the other guy hits the next ball. Jim Furyk on the amount of talent at the Ryder Cup.
You're dealing with 24 of the best players in the world, and you got the international squad the president's got with some wonderful players as well. But you're dealing with 24 great players, and at any moment, anyone in this event can beat someone else.
And Lee Westwood, he's from England.
We've got a lot of very good world-class players, pretty much with the exception of maybe one. All the big tournaments this year have been won by Europeans and people on this team. So I would say we're in a pretty good position.
Yeah, I mean, then they've got Martin Keimer who won the U.S. Open, and, of course, McIlroy won the PGA. Justin Rose won the British. Bubba's won the Masters, so one American there. You never know. I just got this hunch that the U.S. does well. I don't know if they win it. We'll see. They did win in 2008 without Tiger. Now, Tom Watson is the captain. We had a guest on earlier this week talking about this, and he agreed with me. I've heard people say, well, the U.S., they got a good chance to win this because Tom Watson's the captain. I mean, of all the more overrated things in sports, I mean, here's what the captain does. I mean, yeah, he's got to make some decisions tomorrow because you got 12 guys on the team, and only 8 play in either the morning or afternoon, and you got to team them up. And Sunday, you got nothing to do because everybody plays. Once they go out to play golf, there's nothing you can do. What do you tell them to change their grip? I mean, you're not even telling them what club to use. They do that with their caddy. This is an individual sport. So this idea that it's one of the most overrated things I've ever heard of. I mean, baseball managers make out a lineup card, but then they make decisions during the course of a game that could decide whether you win or lose. The Ryder Cup captain has no impact. So, look, on paper, now, even though some of these guys on the European squad are guys you never heard of, those are guys who historically end up – doesn't mean that they're not good golfers. They historically do well in this event. U.S. has a lot of younger players. That'll be interesting to see guys like Jordan Spieth, Ricky Fowler, Keegan Bradley, with some veteran guys like Phil Mickelson and Jim Furyk. Here's what's great about the Ryder Cup. These guys really want to win this thing. They really do. I mean – and this is not about money. All these guys have plenty of money. This is really about being a team. These guys are never on a team during the course of a year. This is the most individual sport. At least tennis, they have doubles sometimes. There's no team in golf except for this. And I'm telling you, whoever wins is genuinely thrilled that they've won. This is a really big deal to the golfers. And that's, I think, part of what makes this really fun to watch. NBC, of course, has it throughout the weekend. A couple of NBA notes. The Phoenix Suns last year, a pretty good team. They won 48 games. In the West, I mean, if they were in the East, they'd have been a playoff team. Nobody expected that. People thought the Suns were going to be one of those teams that tanked, trying to get a good draft pick. And one of the reasons they were pretty good last year is they had a really good backcourt of Goran Dragic, who was a third-team All-NBA player, and Eric Bledsoe, who averaged almost 18 points a game. He got hurt, missed some time. The Suns were 28-15 with Eric Bledsoe, 20-19 without him. And he was a restricted free agent. These were some harsh negotiations. There was some bad stuff said on both sides. But at the end of the day, he's got his deal, 5 years, $70 million. And the Suns are loaded in the backcourt because they got Dragic and Bledsoe. They picked up Isaiah Thomas, who's not a bad player. No, not that Isaiah Thomas. This is a different one. And then they drafted Tyler Ennis in the first round out of Syracuse. So, they're in the West, a lot of good teams. And they also just signed Goran Dragic's brother, Zoran. So they got two sets of brothers on this team. They got the Dragics, and they got Marcus and Markieff Morris. And Lawrence Frank has a gig. Good for him. It was ridiculous what happened to him with the Nets. He was going to be Jason Kidd's top assistant. Jason Kidd's a little kind of a weird guy. A week in, he got upset with Lawrence Frank. He got demoted. And so Lawrence Frank has a job to be an assistant of Doc Rivers with the Clippers, and that's a good job for him. It's NBC Sports Radio.
This is your NBC Sports Radio update.
I'm John Stashauer. Thursday Night Football is just underway in Washington. Giants and Redskins in the opening minute. Both teams coming in with 1-2 records. Miami Dolphins coach Joe Philbin says he regrets making his quarterback situation a distraction, yet he refused to assure that Ryan Tannehill will start Sunday in London against Oakland, or if he'll go with Matt Moore, most feel he'll stick with Tannehill. College football in the second quarter. Texas Tech and Oklahoma State are tied at 7. Later, it's UCLA and Arizona State. Both teams are 3-0. Derek Jeter had an RBI double in his first at-bat tonight in New York. It's his final home game. Yankees and Orioles are tied 2-2 in the fourth inning. The Orioles still with hope of finishing with the best record in the American League. Kansas City, 2 games behind Detroit, AL Central, leading 1-0 early on against the White Sox. Pittsburgh still with hopes of winning the NL Central, and the Pirates lead 2-0 at Atlanta. This is NBC Sports Radio.
Check into cash. The cash you need is closer than you think.
Get an auto title loan today for up to $5,000 at Check Into Cash.
You drive home with the cash in your pocket.
Visit Check Into Cash for an auto title loan today, or get a payday advance for up to $500. Call toll-free 877-262-CASH. Title loan amount determined by value of car and ability to repay. Borrowers often use payday advances over a period of months, which can be expensive. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Cooler weather also means higher energy bills. Luckily, the Home Depot now has 15% off select special order windows and doors. So let's make our own forecast. A cool fall upgrade from top brands like Masonite, American Craftsman, or Geldwin, followed by lower energy bills and a 100% chance of saving. Let's do this. 15% off special order windows and doors. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Valid through October 1st, U.S. only. See store for details.
As America has cheered on its Olympic hopefuls, the next big competition is set to begin. Because tonight, The Voice is back. America's singing competition returns.
Who's the hungriest here? I'm hungry.
Well, we'll fix you a sandwich. With the best talent on television, Usher, Shakira, Adam, and Blake are back to discover the next great American voice.
That's a no-brainer.
What do you mean is a no-brainer?
You're a no-brainer too, but in a different way.
The Voice, tonight at 8/7 Central on NBC.
Hi, this is Andy from Crown Candy Kitchen. My grandfather started this business 98 years ago, and we have been serving St. Louis proudly ever since. Whether it's for a special occasion, the holidays, or everyday indulgence, make Crown Candy a part of your family tradition. Come in and enjoy one of our hearty sandwiches and homemade ice cream. You can't go wrong with a BLT or a chocolate banana malt. While you're there, pick up a sweet treat. All of our chocolates are hand-dipped. We are located at 1401 St. Louis Avenue, just a mile north of the Arch. Also, check us out online at crowncandykitchen.net.
Hey, McKenna here. When Delmar Gardens Enterprises opened its first skilled nursing facility in 1965, it began a tradition of caring that has grown over the past 4 decades. Today, the Delmar Gardens family's original philosophy of love, care, and understanding has flourished and is exemplified in each of its communities throughout the St. Louis area. You can count on the Delmar Gardens family for quality skilled nursing, outstanding rehabilitative therapy, luxurious retirement living communities, and the finest home health, hospice services, and medical equipment and supplies. Delmar Gardens has built its reputation by providing the kind of care that enhances quality of life in an environment that exceeds the highest expectations. Delmar Gardens is the name you can trust for highly trained, caring professionals working together to bring superior services to you or a loved one. When you need the very best, you can count on the Delmar Gardens family. Built on love, care, and understanding, I should know my mother lives at Delmar Gardens. Visit us online at delmargardens.com.
Need team shirts? Need it fast? Need it easy? Need it right? For custom printed t-shirts, hoodies, and gear for teams, churches, and business, visit Dogfish Apparel online. You can even design online. Go to dogfishusa.com. That's dogfishusa.com. Family owned and operated right here in St. Louis for over 20 years. For all your custom apparel needs, remember Dogfish USA. Online at dogfishusa.com.
Have a vacation in your hometown at the renovated luxury hotel, Hilton St. Louis at the airport. Hilton St. Louis at the airport is the perfect setting for your family getaways, romantic weekends, charity events, corporate meetings, weddings, and any and all other special occasions. With their dedicated, expert staff, your ideas and dreams come to life with custom touches that make the event uniquely your own. Hilton St. Louis at the airport also provides convenient parking for Lambert International Airport, plus complimentary 24-hour shuttle bus service to the airport and local businesses. So when flying out of St. Louis, park at Hilton St. Louis at the airport, now offering limited time only special discounted rates. Call 314-426-5500 or visit HiltonSt.LouisAirport.com. Come, taste, discover. Hilton St. Louis at the airport, 10330 Natural Bridge Road, or online at HiltonSt.LouisAirport.com.
Sidewalks. Oh, yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, that's true. Did you know that friendly kids statistically have more friends?
Everyone knows that.
Oh, yeah?
It's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Obvious. Hey, guys, did you know that most people think they're using the right car seat for their kid, but they're not?
I didn't know that.
Think I knew that.
No, you didn't.
Parents who really know it all know for sure that their child is in the right car seat at the right age and size. Visit safercar.gov/the right seat to make sure your child is protected. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm singer Amy Grant. Sometimes, just when you think you have everything figured out, life switches directions and your roadmap suddenly changes. When we brought our mom home to live out her final days, we didn't really know what to expect. As my sisters and I shared our last weeks with her, reminiscing, singing, crying, saying goodbyes, I learned some important lessons. Life's unexpected turns are much easier to handle if you have a plan. So if you're like me, a spouse, parent, and caregiver, making smart insurance decisions can be the difference between living in the moment and finding yourself in a state of worry and stress. To make sound choices, you need unbiased information. That's why I've partnered with the National Association of Insurance Commissioners to encourage you to plan ahead. For tips and tools, or to find your state insurance department, go to insureyouonline.org. That's insure, the letter U, online.org. Life's a journey. Enjoy the ride.
When news breaks, we deliver more. We're online and on demand 24/7. This is NBC Sports Radio and NBCSportsRadio.com. You're listening to John Stash Hour.
John Stash Hour show at NBC Sports Radio. Just saw a great sign Yankee Stadium tonight, the Derek Jeter game, which is really what it is. Somebody made up a banner. My grandpa told me stories about Babe Ruth. I will tell my grandkids stories about Derek Jeter. That's awesome. I mean, that's kind of what it's all about. All right, let's talk a little about baseball on the West Coast. Dodgers are in. The Angels, of course, are having a great year. So let's bring in Kevin Baxter. We always like to talk to. Covers baseball for the LA Times. So last night it was fitting, obviously, Kevin, that Clayton Kershaw, pitched the game that got them. I mean, it's almost like as a journalist, as a writer, how do you even come up with words to describe what Clayton Kershaw has been this year?
Well, let me segue out of the Derek Jeter thing. I mean, I think the Derek Jeter has been just such a class act and such a a great ball player and staying with one team and all that. But I kind of think the farewell tour has gone a little bit overboard.
I agree.
You mentioned Kershaw. What do we do with Kershaw? Because this guy's 26. He's going to win his third Cy Young Award. He's going to win the MVP, or he should win the MVP, I think. ERA 1.77, best ERA in 13 seasons. As you mentioned, he won 21 games, and I think his 27 starts because he was on the DL for a while. It's just been an amazing year, and as good as Derek Jeter is, and here's the stat that I think is the greatest for Derek Jeter, and I think this is correct. I believe today's game was the second game that Derek Jeter has ever played in that was meaningless for his team. In other words, every other game, now it doesn't mean he went to the playoffs every year, but that meant every game the Yankees were still in contention for something when he took the field. And how many years has this been? 18 years? 2 games in 18 years that didn't mean anything? That's incredible.
Yeah, there was one game in 2008,
right?
And then last he's injured. So right. Tonight is the only second time. Yeah, it's
that's amazing. But Kershaw he's one of those guys. He's the guy that we all had in our little league team. That the 12-year-old that was already shaving.
Yeah, right.
You look at last night. It's a tight game. It's a tie game. He's pitching really well. He gets a triple on a ball that landed, by the way, that skipped through the infield. He turns it into a triple, scores a run, drives in a run. I saw him on opening day last year with the Giants, where he pitched a shutout and hit an 8th inning solo home run to win 1-0. It's just hard to find, and that fielding play he made last night, it's hard to find something that he can't do better than everybody else.
Well, there's only one knock on him, and that his career ERA in the postseason is over 4, and he didn't get it done in Game 6 in St. Louis, and it looks like, we don't know for sure, Kevin, but it looks like he's getting the Cardinals, right? In round 1.
The Dodgers will begin the new postseason the way they left off the last one, with Clayton Kershaw on the mound against the Cardinals. Now, there's a last year, he pitched so many innings. I think he was at 265 or some such last year. He was just gassed, and he was pitching to get the series to Greinke, which I don't know how much of the mindset goes into that, but it's not the same as pitching to win. I mean, he's pitching to win, but he's pitching to get the series to another guy. It's not like the Game 7 scenario, which I think is something that Kershaw would definitely thrive on. But I think he was on gas last year, and he was on fumes, and that's not to say that's not going to happen this year, but I do remember several years ago, the Cardinals were in the playoffs, and they had injury problems to all their pitchers at some point during the season, and they barely made the playoffs, and they got in there, and no one had more than 200 innings, and all their guys were just great in the postseason because they had taken a little break in the season on the DL, and Kershaw only missed a few starts. He only missed about a month. But I do think the number of innings is way down. He's got a lot more run support. That means that every pitch he's thrown, the game didn't depend on it. Last year, he got very little run support. So, every game was a tough one for him. I just think he's in a better position physically and mentally because he has the memory of what happened last year. I talked to a bunch of Dodger greats for a story I'm doing, guys like Rick Mundy and Davey Lopes and Steve Yeager who have been there and done that in the postseason. And they said every time you go back, you learn something new. Now, this is Clayton Kershaw's third. This will be his 4th postseason, but really his 2nd as the ace of the staff. I think he learned a lot last year, and so I think he's going to put that to good use this season.
Kevin, I was thinking about this, and I don't ever, you talked about his innings being down. I don't expect this to happen because nobody does this, and I don't expect Don Mattingly to do something this dramatic. But he's been so good. In the old days when you had an ace like that, you would pitch them in the 7-game series in games 1, 4, and 7. Do you think there's any way that the Dodgers would consider using Clayton Kershaw on short rest, on 3 days rest, so that they could use him more in a 7-game series?
I don't think so, and the reason I don't think a lot will hinge on what happens to Ryu. I think the Dodgers would love to have a 4-man rotation with Heron only having to throw once. If they get into a situation where they could be eliminated, I think they would definitely consider that. But when you got Kershaw and Greinke, that's a great combination to have. It's not like you're really depending on one guy. Yes, Clayton's your horse, but Greinke's pretty good too, and Rio's got 15 wins. He's not bad. So you do have a little bit of depth in that rotation. The one thing that's interesting about the postseason is it doesn't seem to. Few managers really want to throw their starters on short rest, but with the travel days in there, one thing I like about the postseason schedule is, managers can use their bullpens differently than they do in the regular season. Yeah. When you're playing every day, you got to worry about a guy pitching on consecutive days. You can use relievers now in 3 straight games because they're over 4 days, and the guy gets that 1 day rest in between.
Yeah, and speaking of that, that's the argument about Kershaw winning the MVP. Somebody I thought made it. I'm sure it's been brought up. You've heard about it too. That Mattingly has said this. That when you talk about his value to the team, it's not just that he's pitching every. Affects the way Mattingly manages, because he knows if he's got Kershaw going like tomorrow, he may use his bullpen more the day before, knowing that he probably isn't going to need him much when Kershaw's pitching, and that allows him to have more relievers available the next game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and Mattingly has talked a lot about that. And let me just say, I'm not a homer. I'm not a big Dodger fan that's going to say, that my guy has to win. I just think in this season, the clear best position player, and I do think the MVP belongs to a position player. They're the guys that play every day. The best position player, Giancarlo Stanton, unfortunately for him, didn't get to finish the season. His numbers are not going to look as good as they would have if he had played 162. But the bigger thing is he's on a team that's going to finish with a losing record, and Clayton Kershaw's pitching on a team that's going to the playoffs. I do think that has to have an impact. And aside from Stanton, dominant player in the league. It's between Kershaw and Stanton, and I'm going to take Kershaw because of the playoff thing, because of what you just said. Yes, he pitches every 5th day, but he affects, at 3 out of every 5 games. And the other thing that's interesting is with Kershaw, he had that string where I think he was 17-1 or went something like 17 starts without the Dodgers losing. This Dodger team did not have a losing streak of longer than 3 games. It's the 3rd time that's happened in franchise history. So how important is that to a team trying to get in the playoffs, that that you're not going to lose more than 3 games in a row, that there's not going to be any long losing streaks because you have this guy to step up and stop that. I just think that's huge. You never get into those tailspins like the Giants and the A's have gotten in. Look at the A's. That has I think that's wrecked their season, and it's one of those things where negative momentum has an impact too. Kershaw stops that from happening, and I think that makes him more valuable than just some other starting pitcher with gaudy numbers.
Kevin Baxter, LA Times, is with us. Before we let you go, how much talk has there been about the possibility of a freeway World Series? How realistic do you think? I mean, you have to think there's a decent chance, right, Kevin, that it could be Dodgers against the Angels, right?
Well, with all the sports writers we would send on the road, I think there's a lot of airlines and there's a lot of Marriott hotels that hope that doesn't happen. But, it's just
right.
The great thing about this postseason is this is really interesting. And the fans, I think, in certain regions of the country are really going to be energized. You could have a Freeway World Series. You could have a California World Series. You could have another Bay Bridge World Series. You could have a Beltway World Series with Washington and Baltimore. And then there's a possibility of an I-70 World Series with St. Louis and Kansas City. So this is kind of like an SEC playoff weekend. Everyone in the region's involved because there's something at stake for everybody.
Yeah, but I mean, of all those scenarios, I asked someone recently, what's more likely, the Freeway Series or the Beltway Series? Those are the two that you would think have the best chance of happening. But, I think what do you think Southern California would be like? I mean,
I think it would be nuts, but unfortunately, I think the Dodgers still kind of control the narrative here. I think there's a lot more Dodger fans, but there would be a lot of interesting things there. I think perhaps more interesting sort of sideline stories than there would be in any other series. You'd have a former Dodger all-star catcher managing the Angels. Sure. It is a freeway series. There really isn't a road for all the talk about the Beltway series. There really isn't one road, I don't think, that connects Baltimore to Washington D.C. This one, you just hop on the 5 and it's 33 miles and you're from Dodger Stadium to Anaheim Stadium. These guys know each other. You have Greinke, a former Angel, pitching for the Dodgers. These guys have played the exhibition series, the exhibition freeway series dating back to 1962. They play in interleague play. And the one thing about interleague play, you see a lot of teams come in here, even the Giants. And I would argue that the electricity between the Dodgers and Angels is now pretty much equal to the Dodgers and Giants. And then you're going to have Kershaw pitching against Trout. So there's a lot to love about the possibility of a Freeway World Series.
Kevin, good talking to you. We appreciate it as always. Talk to you soon.
Thanks for the call. Kevin
Baxter, LA Times. Giants have scored. They took advantage of a Kirk Cousins fumble. Eli Manning threw touchdown pass. Giants lead the Redskins 7-0. We'll play a little good call, bad call next on the John Stash Hour show on NBC Sports Radio and NBCSportsRadio.com.
NBC Sports Radio.
Hi, this is Sugar Shane Mosley, and when I'm not knocking fools out, I'm listening to NBC Sports Radio.
Attention homeowners, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I have some important information for you regarding the U.S. government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. We've told you about HARP in the past, and more than 3 million homeowners have already taken advantage of this money-saving program. But there are so many more of you who could be saving hundreds of dollars every month on your mortgage. And Quicken Loans is here to help you save your money. The home loan experts at Quicken Loans fully understand the HARP guidelines. If you weren't HARP eligible in the past, new guidelines could mean that now you are. Give us a call and we'll give you a Quicken Loans mortgage review. It's simple and easy. And for 4 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN. Or go to QuickenLoans.com for a mortgage experience that's engineered to amaze.
For J.D. Power award information, visit jdpower.com. Payment example excludes taxes and insurance costs. For cost information, equalizing lender license in all 50 states. NMLS number 3330.
Your garage is filled with awesome things, like your collection of unused sporting goods and an odd assortment of scrap lumber. Dump it all. You'll need the room, because Napa has Mobil 1 synthetic oil for $5.99 a quart. Yep, for $5.99 a quart, you can fill your garage with Mobil 1. Now that's a good use of space. Conquer the job with Napa know-how. General states pricing. Sales prices do not include applicable state, local taxes, or recycling fees. At participating Napa Auto Parts stores. Offer expires 9/30/14.
Your local Health Mart pharmacy salutes caregivers everywhere. The ones who aid an aging parent or nurture a sick child. The fact is, we are all caregivers at different times. And your local Health Mart pharmacist is ready to go above and beyond to support you with encouragement and expert guidance in good times and bad. Visit healthmart.com for the location near you. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
Monday Night Football comes to St. Louis October 13th as our Rams take on the 49ers. The Miller Coors tailgate party will kick off in the North Lot at the Dome at 4:30 and rock on until game time at 7:30. Cheap beer products, great food, and awesome music. Proceeds from the sales going to help our troops through the USO of Missouri. Come join the fun and get primed for the game. Presented by Miller Coors, the USO of Missouri, AM 590 and 1380, as well as MLM Law Firm, Paul Cerami Kia Ford, and Max Muscle Supplement Store of Brentwood.
Do you have rooms that are hard to keep cool this summer? Are those same rooms cold and drafty in the wintertime too? Call Dr. Energy Saver STL for a complete home inspection. Dr. Energy Saver STL has certified building analysts to show you where you're using, losing, and wasting energy and exactly what to do about it.
That's exactly what they did for us, and now our home is comfortable, not draft. Savings too.
Call Dr. Energy Saver STL at 800-984-4254.
It's easy to take your world for granted. Most days go by without a whole lot of surprises. But what if a disaster strikes without warning? What if life as you know it has completely turned on its head? What if everything familiar becomes anything but? Would you be prepared? Before a disaster turns your family's world upside down, it's up to you to be ready. Get a kit Make a plan. Be informed. Today. Learn how at www.ready.gov. Ready.gov. This message brought to you by the Federal Emergency Management Agency and the Ad Council.
My name is Tom Thornton.
And my name is Cindy Thornton. We've been married 38 years. We're retired, and this is how we live united.
We play golf and we travel, but we also decided we were going to give to and volunteer with United Way at our community free health clinic.
I do the nursing at the clinic.
I work the front office, checking in patients, greeting them, making them feel comfortable.
United Way is how we contribute because we know our time and money are going to the right places, the places that need it most and implement it best.
Judging by the thank yous we get at the clinic, I'd say we're doing the right thing with our retirement too.
We even get a few bless yous. It's incredible.
We're Tom and Cindy Thornton. We volunteer at our community free health clinic, so we don't just wear the shirt.
We live it.
Give, advocate, volunteer, live united. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
Go Caleb! Come on, hit a homer, Jesse!
Let's go, guys!
Hey, did you guys know that kids who play sports earn more money when they grow up?
Of course. I knew that.
Hey, did you guys know that kids who read books have a bigger vocabulary?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Wow, jinx. Did you guys know that friendly children have more friends?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's true. I knew that. Did you guys know that winter babies are better at music?
Everyone knows that.
Oh, yeah?
It's pretty obvious.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
obvious.
Oh, hey, guys. Did you know that most people think they're using the right car seat for their kid, but they're not?
Huh. Didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure I knew that.
I'm pretty sure you didn't.
Parents who really know it all know for sure that their child is in the right car seat at the right age and size. Visit safercar.gov/the right seat to make sure your child is protected. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
This is NBC Sports Radio. The O'Reilly Auto Parts inbox is now open. Get the answers you need by emailing your questions to AskThePros at NBCSportsRadio.com, because every day is game day.
NBC Sports Radio, John Stashower Show. Just when you thought we could kind of get through a show without talking about Ray Rice, there's a story out there. Remember the story that the Associated Press had, law enforcement officials sending the Ray Rice video to someone at the NFL and then getting a voicemail from someone at the NFL saying, you're right, it's terrible. Now there's a report that that tape was sent. We have a name attached to it. That's the league security chief, Jeffrey Miller, who says through the NFL he never received the video, and it's not known if Miller ever saw the video or even opened the package. Oh, well. College football coming up with Mike Yam for the Pac-12 Network. Right now, let's get to Good Call, Bad Call.
It's time for John Stashower's Good Call.
Great job. That's an excellent call. Those officials are doing a hell of a job.
Bad Call.
Boy, that's a bad call. How in the world can all six of you miss a play like that?
Let me add that college football question for Mike. Get to the O'Reilly Ask the Pro inbox. Ask the Pros at NBCSportsRadio.com. All right, Ryan, what's going on tonight?
Well, with Derek Jeter, Derek Jeter stash retiring, would it be a good call for the Yankees to go after someone like Hanley Ramirez or J.J. Hardy in the offseason?
Well, those are good names. How about Troy Tulowitzki? That's the one that's been mentioned the most often. He wears number 2 because he's a Derek Jeter fan. He went to a game this year. Can't really stay healthy. When he's healthy, he's great. What are you ruling out? Moving Alex Rodriguez back to shortstop? You know what? You don't see that happening?
I think I really hope to be easier that A-Rod comes back, because you can finally have the thing. You can finally have the song playing. I'm coming home. He's making his return. Everything will be perfect.
I don't think that. I mean, people have actually floated that, and you get so much power from the shortstop. If that's Alex Rodriguez of 2009, but instead you're getting a 40-something-year-old guy who hasn't played in 2 years, and when he's played, he hasn't hit. So I think he's going to release Alex Rodriguez.
I hope not.
They figure, hey, we got a gift this year. We'd have to pay him, so let's just cut our ties and we'll pay him what we have to. But yeah, they're going to need a shortstop. And knowing the Yankees, they'll pay. I just hope it's someone on as a Yankee fan, someone on the younger side, and enough of these 35-year-old guys, Carlos Beltran and Soriano. I mean, hopefully they've learned their lesson a little bit. You don't sign guys based on what they did 5 years ago. You want to sign them based on what you think they're going to do in 2 or 3 years from now. So hopefully the Yankees have learned their lesson a little bit.
All right, moving right along. Drug testing of Texas players under first-year coach Charlie Strong is on pace to double last year's testing efforts. Not to mention, 9 players have already been kicked off the team for breaking team rules. Would it be a good call or bad call to say that Charlie Strong is being too strict?
He's doing it his way. I can't say that one way or the other, but in some ways, I think you have to admire the fact that he's willing to lose games, to lose players that are going to help him win in order to get the right players on his team. And you know what? If a few years from now, Texas is competing for a national championship, we're going to look back on this and say, look, see what he did. He got rid of the guys he didn't want, and he's doing it his way, and he's winning. Now, if we look back on this, I think that's one of the thing. In 3 or 4 years from now, and they're sitting there under 500, you can't do that at Texas. You're not going to keep your job.
Yeah, it's true.
But I admire, him for not just looking at whether a guy field, he wants the right kind of players on his team. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Guess we'll have to wait and see. Moving right along, Minnesota Twins right-hander Phil Hughes.
I like this question. Yeah.
He turned down a chance to pitch again this weekend, even though one more out, and he would have earned a $500,000 bonus. Is this a
what do you mean he
turned
it down?
He said no. He said, no, I'm fine. I'm good.
No, I heard that they were shutting him down.
No, he turned it down. He said that, no, don't worry about it.
Nah, we'll have to check on that. What happened was he's got a bonus for $500,000 if he pitches 210 innings.
Yes.
And he was at 209 2/3. And he was going to pitch the 9th inning. His pitch count was low. Yeah. Then there was a rain delay of over an hour. Nobody comes back from a rain delay.
Yeah,
they don't put
true.
A guy out there. So I thought they said, look, you're done. Now, all they have to do, if the Twins, they didn't even have to do, the Twins should just give them the money.
I agree, yes.
Don't you, someone said, they can bring out of the bullpen and pitch a third of an inning. Just give him the money.
Yes.
And now I understand that Phil Hughes made like $8 million or something, but Major League Baseball teams have more than individual players. They get, from all the money they get from network TV and all that, you don't think they can write a check? You know what? You know what would be nice? We owe him $500,000. Phil, how about you give half of it to charity? You get $250.
Give it to me.
No, and they're not giving it to you. They can find a better charity than you. You keep $250, and then there's this guy Ryan Smith. We want to give him the other. No, that's not going to happen. Mike Yam, Pac-12 Network next. NBC Sports Radio.
I'm Sally, a volunteer at United Way. I'm asking people around the neighborhood what they think this place needs. Excuse me, hi. What do you think this place needs?
I'd like to see more parking.
More playgrounds.
Free movies.
That's easy. Better restaurants.
And you, what do you think this place needs?
This place? Oh, more ice cream trucks.
Okay. How about you?
Wi-Fi everywhere?
I was thinking more money in the pockets of local families come tax time.
Can I change my answer?
I was just kidding about the ice cream.
Oh, that's way better.
Now that you mention it.
When it comes to getting better tax refunds into the hands of local families, what this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org. Because great things happen when we live united. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
This is your NBC Sports Radio update.
Latest on RiceGate. I'm John Stashauer. There's more on Ray Rice. Remember the Associated Press story that a law enforcement official sent the video of Ray Rice hitting Janae in the elevator to someone at the NFL and said at the time he did not want to say who it was. Now he's saying who it was. We still don't know who this law enforcement official is, but he's saying he sent the tape to Jeffrey Miller. He's the league security chief. Miller says they unequivocally deny receiving at any time a copy of the video. I didn't watch it until it was made public on September 8th. Meanwhile, Thursday Night Football, Giants leading the Redskins 7-0 Eli touchdown pass after a Kirk Cousins fumble. Giants have 6 first downs in this game. Redskins have only 2. Baseball tonight, Derek Jeter with an RBI double in his first at-bat in his final home game at Yankee Stadium. Yanks and Orioles are tied 2-2. They are in the 6th inning. The Orioles hit home runs first 2 batters of the game, but have not scored since off Hiroki Kuroda. Washington trying to go throughout the National League playoffs. They lost the first game of a doubleheader with the Mets this afternoon, 7-4, but the Nats lead tonight 3-0. 6th inning. Detroit, 2-game lead on the Royals AL Central. Tigers lead Minnesota 3-2 in the 6th, while the Royals trail the White Sox 2-1. That's in the 3rd. Pittsburgh can move to within just 1 game behind the Cardinals NL Central to win tonight, and the Pirates are up 2-0 at Atlanta. That is in the 6th inning. Oakland headed to the postseason as a wild card, or magic number is 2 anyway. The A's in Texas are scoreless in the 4th inning. Cincinnati's 5-3 win over Milwaukee today clinched the playoff berth for the Giants. This is NBC Sports Radio.
John Stash Hour. You're listening to NBC Sports Radio, where every day is game day. And now, the John Stash Hour Show.
NBC Sports Radio, John Stash Hour Show. So it's a pretty big week in the Pac-12 Conference. We're going to learn about some teams. We got a game tonight. We got a couple of other interesting ones on Saturday. So let's bring back to the program Mike Yam of the Pac-12 Network. We had John a few weeks back to preview things, and now we've played some games, Mike, but I'd imagine there's some teams that you really don't know a whole lot about. I mean, Arizona State comes into this game tonight 3-0, but do we really have a sense of where we're at with this team, or are we going to find out this tonight and for some of these other teams on Saturday?
Yeah, I actually think Arizona State's a prime example of not really having a full grasp of what they're working with. I know when we spoke a couple weeks back, Stash, we mentioned Arizona State. We said we didn't know about their defense. They lost 9 of their starters from a season ago, and yet they're 3-0. They're still the reigning Pac-12 South champs, and yet they've gone up against Weber State, New Mexico, and Colorado. So it's not exactly like we have a good understanding of what kind of football team they were. We kept pointing to this matchup against UCLA as the time we would really learn about them. I still don't know if we're going to learn all that much against the UCLA team for really the biggest reason, the fact that Taylor Kelly is not going to be out there. They're not going to be at full strength. What we will learn, though, about the team's defense, because going up against the Bruins, obviously they've had some stumbling blocks out of the gate. They're still an undefeated football team, but the health of Brett Hundley, I'm fairly confident he goes out there. How healthy he is still the biggest question mark. But the good news, at least if you're a Bruins fan, if he's out there, you got to assume he's going to be okay. And it's not like the elbow injury was to his throwing arm. It was his left arm, left elbow. So I think that should ease some of the concerns for UCLA fans.
Yeah, that's been the storyline going into this game tonight. Would it be a battle of backup quarterbacks? So you're saying, we know Taylor Kelly's out for Arizona State. You're saying, at least as of now, you expect to see Brett Hundley. Jim Moore has been very coy, to say the least, all week long. But you think he's going to at least give it a go?
Yeah, I don't have inside information about that because to your point, Jim Moore hasn't come out. He has. Jim Moore earlier this week said, I don't even know if Jerry Neuheisel, if Brett can't play, is going to be the guy out there. So he's really playing the cards close to the chest there, and I'm not sure. I know there's some sort of gamesmanship there. Ty Graham has said he would be shocked. He absolutely expects Brett Hundley to be under center once they get out on the football field, and I think that's the way to go. Jake Plummer made a good point on one of our shows this week. He said this guy could have gone to the NFL. He came back to playing games like this, and Jake said, look, if it was me, I'm not going to let an elbow injury to my non-throwing arm keep me out of a game like this. There's a lot of hype knowing that it is a nationally televised game. We're talking about Thursday night where a lot of eyeballs are going to be on you. And not to mention, this has huge ramifications on who potentially could be the representative in the Pac-12 championship game coming out of that South.
Yeah, and game starts at 10 Eastern, so even if you want to watch the NFL, once that's over, you'll catch the second half anyway of this game tonight. And these two teams, Mike, as you know, last 2 years, tremendous games, right? Back and forth, up and down, 45-43, 38-33.
Oh, yeah.
You expect more of the same tonight?
I think it's hard not to expect that. Without Taylor Kelly, that's the biggest question mark. But Mike Bercovici, and you want to talk about the stat or the statement that you can make that can really never be proven, and that was something that Todd Graham said about his backup quarterback. He said Mike Bercovici is the best backup quarterback in the country. Maybe he is. We have no idea if that's the case. What I can tell you is he does have one of the strongest arms in the Pac-12 conference, and for backup, that's definitely a good thing. Everyone keeps talking about how much of a cannon of an arm he has. Funny story here, Noel Mazzoni, who is the offensive coordinator for UCLA, used to be on the staff at Arizona State before Todd Graham got there, and was part of that recruitment process with Bercovici. They were playing catch. Bercovici actually broke Mazzoni's finger because he threw the ball so hard. So UCLA, if anyone knows how hard and how much of a cannon Bercovici has, believe me, it's the guys over at UCLA. But I do fully expect a shootout. These are two of the better offenses. UCLA hasn't gotten to that point. Their running game came on strong against Texas. If they're able to keep that momentum going, I think that's going to be a huge plus and a big reason why you can expect a high-scoring game.
Mike Yam, Pac-12 Network, is with us here on NBC Sports Radio. Now, we talked before about trying to get a grasp of how good teams are. We had the big game a couple weeks back between USC and Stanford. Impressive that USC won the game on the road, but if you watched the game, you might have come away thinking, Stanford's really the better team. They just couldn't cash in on scoring opportunities. Stanford in their other two games are 80-0, and then USC goes to Boston College and loses. So, what are your thoughts about those two teams? Stanford on Saturday going to Washington and USC home for Oregon State.
Well, I think big picture for USC, I thought after they beat Stanford, you had to say, boy, they're in the driver's seat to win the Pac-12 South, and that division is so competitive. But you basically can put Arizona, who's still, by the way, 4-0 and perfect on the season, Arizona State, USC, UCLA, and Utah. You could throw all those names into a hat, pick one of them out, and I'd say, oh, okay, yeah, that could be the team that represents the South in the Pac-12 championship game. You're 100% right. It was a huge question mark heading into at least this week regarding this USC team. It was, I don't want to call it embarrassing, just short of that, but they were absolutely manhandled in that particular matchup against Boston College. And I think we learned a little bit more about them this week, and more specifically with Stanford. I know a lot of people are going to point to Oregon as the number 2 team in the country and probably the best team in the North. I still think Stanford, when they match up against Oregon down the road in a couple of weeks, it's hard for me to imagine that the Cardinal is not going to win that football game. And I know they have bigger fish to fry this week against the Washington team, but Stanford, in my mind, is still the class of the Pac-12. And I know some people might be raising an eyebrow to that because of the Ducks, but look at the history between those two teams. I think the recipe is in place for Coach Shaw and Stanford to win a game like that. They're still, Stash, I think the last time we spoke, we were either starting or in the middle of our training camp tour, where we visited every single school in the month of August. Stanford looked the biggest. They looked like the most physical team. The one thing that they've been lacking so far is that big tailback, that guy that comes out, the Gerhardt, the Stephon Taylor, the Tyler Gaffney that they've had these last few years. They don't exactly have that right now, but I think they're going to be in good shape against Washington, who looked, as Chris Peterson called it, that was the worst half of football he's ever seen. They basically just got past Georgia State. Now, they didn't score in that first half. They rolled off 45 unanswered points, and they woke up. And sure, that game is at Husky Stadium where anything can happen, but I think Stanford still is going to be able to find a way to win this weekend.
And, November 1st, circle that one, because that's Stanford at Oregon, so that's certainly been one of the big games of the year. So let me just ask you about that, because I didn't see this game. Like, maybe it was past my bedtime here on the East Coast, but Arizona and Cal, that had to be one of those, you know how like games end and there's and people are shouting in the newsroom. I mean, what was it that they scored like 36? Arizona scores like 36 in the fourth quarter and wins on a Hail Mary. I mean, it
was crazy. That game was on our air, so we were on set watching Oregon, Washington State finish up. And of course, we're watching Cal in Arizona. We're sitting there going, boy, is this really going to happen? When they recover that first time, you're thinking to yourself, boy, they're not going to be able to come down and score here. The problem was, and you give complete credit to Arizona. It was a crazy finish. Freshman quarterback throws for 520 yards in that game, 73 attempts, 5 touchdowns. This is a guy who was shaky in the first half, which has been sort of cool to watch him. He kind of ability to just forget about some of the mistakes. He threw 2 first-half interceptions, which were costly. Cal's got that explosive offense, just like Arizona does. But the depth of the Bears has been a major issue, especially on defense. We saw it a little bit against Northwestern, although they were able to win that game, and that was on full display against Arizona. They had tired legs. And for me, I mean, just once again, you're sitting there watching you to go downfield and march downfield. You're sitting there, where are the stops? Where are the answers? The crazy thing to me, Stash, in that game, Cal, in the fourth quarter, and I know Arizona scored 36, Cal scored 14 points in that fourth quarter. They ran for 111 yards and still couldn't bleed the clock away. That to me is mind-boggling. Mind-boggling.
Yeah, we may not have a game like that the rest of the season. All right, 12, Mike, enjoy it. We appreciate it. Take care.
Always great to talk to you.
Mike Yam from the Pac-12 Network. Fall is here. The Home Depot's guaranteed low prices have made insulating your house more affordable than ever. Insulate now. Save up to 20% on heating and cooling costs, plus insulation will keep your home cooler in the summer and warmer during the winter. Head to the Home Depot today. Get the materials you need for your new insulation project. Visit homedepot.com/insulation for more details. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. All right. Thursday Night Football, Giants have looked good. Boy, for a team that looked so bad, especially that first game in Detroit, and then they lost at home to Arizona. They were making so many mistakes, and they started that Houston game last Sunday with 2 huge mistakes. They fumbled on the way going into a touchdown into the end zone. They had a bad snap on a field goal, and you're like, here we go again. And ever since then, look, Houston Texans, I know they were 2-0, but they were due to lose. That was a really good win. And Washington, they annihilated Jacksonville. Jacksonville's like I don't even know if they're a good college team. They might be a bad college team. But they played Philadelphia really tough. Giants leading 14-0, really dominating this game. And Eli Manning, no mistakes. Not only no mistakes, Eli is 8 of 9. 2 touchdown passes, both through the tight end, Larry Donnell. A lot of people scrambling to get Larry Donnell on their fantasy teams right now. Still a long way to go. Just a couple minutes into the second quarter, 14-0, Giants leading in Washington. And in college football, Oklahoma State has really been outplayed in this first half, but leading Texas Tech 21-14, minute 13 to go in the first half of the Big 12. And then that UCLA-Arizona State game is coming up at 10 Eastern. As mentioned, good weekend in the Pac-12. Stanford's at Washington. Washington's 4-0, but, I mean, they haven't beat the best team they've beaten is Illinois. Stanford, the loss to USC, and their other 2 games, they've outscored the opposition 80-0. And USC, coming off that Boston College loss, comes home to play Oregon State, and Sean Mannion, who is 3rd all-time in Pac-12 passing, has a chance to be the number 1. Oregon State has not won on the road at USC since 1960. Lost 33 of the last 37. I would expect Florida State, getting Jameis Winston back, to have a little trouble at NC State, although NC State is 4-0. Couple of SEC games of interest. Arkansas is at Texas A&M. Another chance for Kenny Hill to work his way into high, as he tries to maybe win a Heisman. He is off to a great start for the Aggies. Missouri at South Carolina. Both those teams are 3-1. This is not a conference game, but it's an in-state game. Ohio State hosting Cincinnati. So not blockbuster games this week, but some good games in college football. You know who has made some very astute comments, not only on this NFL whole Ray Rice thing, but on others as well? It's a guy who's not a journalist. He's the leading scorer in NBA history. And we'll tell you what Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has to say about Ray Rice and Adrian Peterson and others. And we'll tell you about that next on the John Stash Hour Show. NBC Sports Radio and the NBC Sports Radio mobile app.
NBC Sports Radio is online and on demand. Download the app or hit us on the web. Anywhere, anytime. Back with more next.
Sign up to become an O'Reilly O-Rewards member today and start earning instantly. O-Rewards members earn $5 back for every $150 they spend. So if you haven't become a member yet, what are you waiting for? It's fast, easy, and free. O-Rewards. It's your road to exclusive offers only at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Years ago, the family doctor was someone who came to your home. And while that practice has faded into memory, there is someone who keeps the tradition of personal health care alive. Your local Health Mart pharmacist knows you by name, not by refill number. Stop by your independently owned Health Mart pharmacy and see how the tradition of personal health care lives on. Visit healthmart.com for the location near you. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
When I walk into Buffalo Wild Wings, I'm not just a customer.
I'm a fan.
And in this house,
fans
rule.
This is our stadium,
Our locker room.
our dugout,
our sports drinks are served on tap, and our pregame meal is
hand-spun wings.
In victory or in defeat, we never leave hungry.
because in this house, we are the MVPs.
Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Visit BuffaloWildWings.com to find the location.
This is a court-ordered legal announcement. Attention car owners. Did you buy Sylvania Automotive Lighting? If so, you could get money from a consumer class action settlement with Sylvania. The claim form is easy and takes less than 3 minutes to complete. To get more information or file a claim, visit autolightclaims.com or call 866-430-8976. That's autolightclaims.com or 866-430-8976.
Hey, fantasy football fans, football season is heating up. And who doesn't love the excitement of picking your team? It's probably the best part of the season. Well, get this. You can do that any week when you play in 1-week fantasy football leagues at FanDuel.com. This is next level fantasy football. Every week is a whole season at FanDuel. You play for real money, and winners get immediate cash payouts. There's no season-long commitment, so you only play when you want. Plus, you can play in fantasy football leagues for as little as $1. Nothing beats the excitement of living out a whole season of fantasy football in just 1 week. Every week is a chance to win big at FanDuel. And right now, FanDuel is giving you up to $200 free. For every dollar you deposit, FanDuel will match it up to $200. But hurry, offer ends this Friday. The only way to get up to $200 free is to go to FanDuel.com, click the microphone in the upper right corner, and enter the promo code FOOTBALL72. That's FANDUEL.com, promo code FOOTBALL, the number 72.
It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to today's graduation ceremony. Students, when you hear the reason or reasons for your absences throughout the years, please exit the auditorium without your high school diploma. Once you've exited, remove your cap and gown and proceed into the unknown. Too tired. Family trip. Part-time job. Helping around the house. Sick day. Starting the holidays early. Just because.
Starting in the 6th grade, students who miss 18 days or more of school in a year for any reason will fall behind and risk not graduating high school. How many days of school has your child missed this year? Absences add up. Keep track at boostattendance.org today. Brought to you by the U.S. Army and the Ad Council.
Surfing the web once again while you're at work, huh? It's okay. I won't tell anyone. But instead of wasting your time perusing through Justin Bieber's fan page, check out something that'll really get your game on. NBCSportsRadio.com. Stream us on the web or download the official NBC Sports Radio app and stay locked in wherever you go. You can find us everywhere. NBC Sports Radio and NBCSportsRadio.com. Hey, while you're toiling away on your computer checking out those family-friendly sites, try something different. Download the official radio app on your smartphone or mobile device. Call 855-323-4NBC or follow us on Twitter at NBC Sports Radio and stay locked in all day long. We can be family-friendly. Well, most of the time. NBC Sports Radio and NBCSportsRadio.com.
Yeah, it's me, your heart. Listen to me. We've got to talk. High blood pressure is serious, and yours? Whoa. To us. We used to be so much more active, but lately you've been ignoring me. I know you think I'm just gonna keep ticking away forever, but you're wrong. You can do so much more to control your high blood pressure. Doing the minimum isn't doing enough. I'm under a lot of pressure and can quit whenever I want. Bet you didn't know that. But I like my job. Just treat me better. Check on me. Give me something green to nibble on every once in a while. And maybe we can do some exercise on occasion. Let's get to it. After all, we're in this together.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get your blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. Check, change, control. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association.
For the sports coverage and lead stories that keep you one step ahead of every play, it's NBC Sports Radio. And we come to play 24/7. Download the NBC Sports Radio app or hit us on the web at NBCSportsRadio.com. Every day is game day. NBC Sports Radio.
Scott Sanshauer Show, NBC Sports Radio. The Redskins have just gotten on the board. I'll tell you, Kirk Cousins, I said this before. I don't know who's going to be the quarterback of the Redskins in whatever, next year or 2 years, 3 years. I don't know if it'll be RG3 or Kirk Cousins. I imagine it'll be one of those two. But Kirk Cousins is a NFL starting quarterback. I'm not saying he's Peyton Manning, but he can play. He's shown me what he did last week, what he's doing. He just went right down the field, and he threw a touchdown pass. He can play. You look at some of the teams that are desperate to find someone who can play quarterback. Dolphins right now don't even know Ryan Tannehill can play, talking about benching him for this week and bringing in a journeyman like Matt Moore. It's a pretty good situation the Redskins have right now. They had two guys, and I would think we'll see what happens when RG3 comes back. Does he play? I mean, one of those guys could probably fetch a lot in a trade. So 14-7, though. Giants playing well. Eli Manning's got a 14-7 Giants lead the Redskins. All right, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is now a journalist. He writes columns for Time magazine, and I've read some of the things that he's written, and they're really good. I mean, he's a bright guy, as you know, and but he doesn't always take he defended that Atlanta Hawks owner who's going to sell the team now because it was discovered that he wrote an email a couple of years ago saying that basically they need more white fans and that they're catering too much towards blacks. I mean, he said, you know what? To me, that's not a racist. He's just a businessman. And I don't know if I disagree with him on that. I mean, companies are constantly thinking about who they should market their products to, and they talk about age and gender and even race. So he writes about, in Time magazine, about the whole Ray Rice, Adrian Peterson et al. And he has a lot of interesting points. One of us is the whole thing about, athletes being role models. I don't think entertainers, which is what professional athletes are, should be promoted as role models for our children because many of them don't have the maturity, self-control, desire, or training to accept responsibility. Athletes should be models of how they play their sport and nothing more. Agree with that. He says this whole idea that this is a good thing, that what's happened with Ray Rice because it's brought awareness to the problem of domestic abuse. This is a great line from Kareem. He says that's like getting caught flashing people wearing nothing but a trench coat and then wanting credit for bringing trench coats back into fashion. He says, why does it take TMZ to bring awareness of domestic violence? The awareness should have been there all along. That's what I've been saying so long. There have been so many of those Ray Rice stories and nobody ever paid any attention. And all of a sudden we got video and people go crazy and they never did anything. National Organization of Women, where were they when you had all these other stories? Where were these senators calling for Roger Goodell? Other stories. He says, what about OJ and Mike Tyson? Donald Sterling displayed racist behavior before TMZ got those tapes. Once the media furor dies down, do we just revert back to our default setting of closing our eyes until the next media-ready event occurs? Can't we fight injustice without TMZ. And then he talks about he was defending him, like Charles Barkley saying that every black parent in the South will be going to jail under those circumstances. Kareem writes, the 5 most destructive words are, "That's how I was raised." And he says, in light of what we know now about the harmful effects just of spanking, that there's no scientific behavior, scientific documents that it improves child rearing. There is more on the Ray Rice story, just when we thought there wouldn't be anything else. Now, this, I don't know how significant this is, but we have a name attached to the story that the law enforcement sent the Ray Rice video to someone at the NFL. That someone, according to the law, I don't know the law enforcement official's name, but that someone is a guy named Jeffrey Miller. He's the head of league. He's the league security chief. Now, here's what's interesting. There's another guy named Jeffrey Miller who works for the NFL. I don't know what his name is. Is it possible that he sends a video to Jeffrey Miller, NFL, and it goes to the wrong Jeffrey Miller? Because the Jeffrey Miller, who's the head of security, issued a statement, "I unequivocally deny that I received at any time a copy of the video, and I didn't watch it until September." I mean, what are the chances there's 2 Jeffrey Millers working for the NFL? Look, if I'm Robert Mueller, the investigator, that's my first interview. You should be able to figure out what happened to that tape. You talk to both Jeffrey Millers, and there's supposedly a female voice who sent the voicemail message back to the law enforcement official. That should be easy enough to trace. All you need are some phone records. I mean, he'll do a more extensive investigation. There'll be other things that he looks into, but that's really all. We talked to Bob Glauber about this before. That's all anybody really wants to know. Did Roger Goodell see that tape before everyone else saw it? And he should be able to get the answer to that, and then we'll know. Coming up, an interview with the guy who scouted Derek Jeter when Derek Jeter was in high school. John Stashower Show, NBC Sports Radio.
This is your NBC Sports Radio update.
I'm John Stashower. Week 4 of the NFL is off and running. Giants leading the Redskins 14-7 as they play the second quarter at FedEx Field. Eli Manning, 2 touchdown passes for New York. Kirk Cousins has 1 for Washington. College football, they're at the half. Oklahoma State leading Texas Tech 21-14. Baseball, the Arizona Diamondbacks have hired former Stewart to be their new general manager. He's got the relationship with Diamondbacks boss Tony La Russa, who was Stewart's manager in Oakland. Derek Jeter had an RBI double in his first at-bat in his final home game. The Yankees and Orioles are tied 2-2 in the 7th inning. Detroit, 2-game lead. The Twins, 3-2 7th inning. Plus the Royals trail the White Sox 3-1 in the 4th. Oakland and Texas scoreless in the 5th. This is NBC Sports Radio.
Check into cash. The cash you need is closer than you think.
Get an auto title loan today for up to $5,000 at Check Into Cash.
You drive home with the cash in your pocket.
Visit Check Into Cash for an auto title loan today, or get a payday advance for up to $500. Call toll-free 877-262-CASH. Title loan amount determined by value of car and ability to repay. Borrowers often use payday advances over a period of months, which can be expensive. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Cooler weather also means higher energy bills. Luckily, the Home Depot now has 15% off select special order windows and doors. So let's make our own forecast. A cool fall upgrade from top brands like Masonite, American Craftsman, or Jelgwin, followed by lower energy bills and lots of saving. Let's do this. 50% off special order windows and doors. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Valid through October 1st, U.S. only. See store for details.
Wildfires burn millions of acres. Wildland firefighters like Fire Chief James Hall battle to contain them. But they can't do it alone.
A single ember that escapes from a wildfire can travel more than a mile. It can ignite and destroy your home, your community, or more. That single ember can be just as dangerous as the wildfire itself. But you can do something firefighters can't. You can act now to prepare your home and your community for wildfire. You can reduce the risk. Do your part. Go to fireadapted.org.
Get you can do now to reduce wildfire damage later at fireadapted.org. A public service message brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council. Learn more at fireadapted.org.
This is going to sound corny, but I just wanted to tell the world about my girlfriend, Lisa. I love sitting there, listening to her talk on the phone with her girlfriends. I mean, she can go on for hours to anybody, about anything. And it's not just about everyday things. It's about deeper stuff, too, like hair and hair products. And little by little, the phone becomes like a permanent part of her head. I get goosebumps just thinking about that. And then there's the way she sort of unhinges her jaws. She scarfs down a quart of double fudge. I used to waste my time going inline skating and playing basketball with my buddies. What was I thinking?
Rest assured, you will never in your life meet a guy like this.
I have this fantasy. There we are 50 years from now. She's in a moo-moo doing her soap operas all day. Ooh.
Get some exercise. Get up. Get out. A public service message brought to you by the Ad Council and the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports.
7,000 high school students drop out every school day. That's one every 26 seconds. So here's a 26-second message of encouragement.
Hey, I'm Matt. I know, sometimes you think no one cares if I finish high school, right? Well, I do. Me and thousands of people you've never even met. Okay, here's the thing. When you graduate, you have better opportunities to make more money, have a cool job, just... So the next time you need a little support, a little motivation, just know there are a whole lot of shoulders for you to lean on. So stay in school and graduate.
Do you have 26 seconds to convince a student to stay at their desk? Now you can share your message of support at boostup.org. We can keep students in school. Visit boostup.org and take the first step. Brought to you by the U.S. Army and the Ad Council.
So when you get to the corner of Smith and Orchard, you're going to want to take a
You
left.
are not going to
then
believe
what you're
this.
going to do is turn
Marcy
onto Marcy
and Brad
Avenue.
just broke up,
and go
and
past
apparently
the first 3
she's
lights,
happy
and then
about
take
it.
the next left.
I don't really
Then
think
drive
she's
5 more
happy,
blocks,
but
and you should be
who am
there.
I to judge, right?
Park
anyway,
on the right.
that's
I'll
what
see
I
you
heard
later
last
tonight.
night.
It's hard to concentrate on two things at once, like texting and driving. Stop the text, stop the wrecks. How will you stop texting and driving? Tell us at stoptextstopwrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Green light. Hey girl, school zone. I'm getting hungry. Car changing lanes. You want to meet me for pizza? Stop sign. Intersection clear. Yeah, street. Pizza sounds good. Ballin Street? Girlin Street!
It's hard to concentrate on two things at once, like texting and driving. Stop the text, stop the wrecks. How will you stop texting and driving? Tell us at stoptextstopwrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
There's something different about the way kids play sports today. Things are getting serious and highly repetitive. Orthopedic surgeons are seeing an increase in overuse injuries. The injuries caused by over-specialization in one sport, when a young athlete performs the same stressful activities time after time, day after day. Overuse injuries can happen by throwing too many baseballs without enough rest. Overuse can happen in gymnastics, tennis, weight training, even cheerleading and swimming.
Okay, kids, 10 more laps to go. 10 more. Lap.
You get the idea. Left untreated, overuse trauma to young shoulders, elbows, knees, and wrists may require your kids play hard and train hard. Make sure you have expert advice for treating and preventing overuse injuries. Visit orthoinfo.org or stopsportsinjuries.org. A public service Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons and the American Orthopedic Society for Sports Medicine.
Listen 24/7. Online or with the app. NBC Sports Radio, because our game never stops. This is the John Stash Hour Show.
NBC Sports Radio, I'm John Stish. We thought it looked like maybe we were going to have an amazing moment in this Derek Jeter final home game because he came up. He had an RBI double in his first at-bat, and he came up. The Orioles had home runs the first two batters of the game. They hadn't scored since. He came up with the bases loaded and 1 out of a 2-2 game in the second. Oh, my God. Is he really going to, get a grand slam here or get a 3-run double or something like that? He didn't. He had a ground ball to short. Now, it turned out to be an error as the Orioles threw it away, but it really wasn't anything that Jeter did. But they scored 2 runs. The Yankees did. They just scored another, so they lead the Orioles 5-2 in the 7th inning. All right, going to bring back an interview from many months ago when Jeter first announced that he was going to retire at the end of the season. We had a guest on, Dick Roach, who was the scout. It's a great story how he really kind of stumbled upon Derek Jeter at Kalamazoo High School in Michigan. He was not considered a big time. He was a really skinny kid, but he saw something in him. So we had Dick Roach, the scout, on, and I asked him the first thing he thought of when he heard that Derek Jeter was going to retire at the end of the season.
Well, of course, John, if you're looking back 1992, it seems like it was yesterday. And I know that the 3,000th hit, Brian Cashman was kind enough to invite both my wife and I into New York for that series. And I went up to Derek and I said, Derek, I know you'd like to get this thing over, but don't do it all in one shot. Try to get it 1 a day. I said, my wife and I would like to stay for 3 or 4 extra days. And he sort of laughed. He said, that's easy for you to say. Well, what is typical is the way Derek Jeter hit the home run, wins the ball game. And somewhat ironic that the third base coach, Robbie Thompson, was a former player of mine in college way back when. And I was sitting behind the third base dugout, and he turned around and put his hands up in the air like, what else?
Right.
What else?
Home run,
and I think it's emblematic of the fact that it's Derek Jeter. I mean, this is what it is. It's the big stage. And it's the big stage, and it's when on the line, and it's something special that needs to be done. The captain was there to do it. And that's been his career. And that's been his trademark, and it was tremendously exciting to be there for that day. And then think back as we're having our conversation at this moment, we're talking 20 years. And he's talking retirement. You think of retirement, you don't think of 39 and 40-year-old people retiring. But in his case, it's a career. He was a marquee player on the big stage, the toughest venue in all of sports. And I'm sure that he's going to go on to a secondary career, whether it's going to be in conjunction with the New York Yankees or Major League Baseball or even both. But it's going to be, again, a consummate professional, and it's going to have a tremendous effect not only on people in baseball, but in general. And that's the kind of person he is, and that's the kind of person he'll always be.
All right, so take us back to 1992. He's in Kalamazoo, a very skinny shortstop from Kalamazoo. He's got an offer to get a scholarship to play baseball at the University of Michigan, and you never know with high school kids, what's going to happen there. Yankees are sitting there with the 6th overall pick of the draft. You're obviously campaigning to draft this kid. You don't know whether he's going to go before then. How did that whole thing play out?
Well, a couple of considerations. He was the 6th pick. As you had indicated, he's University of Michigan. It's very difficult to buy a high school player out of college just because it's expensive, and you're talking about a 17-year-old who may not even make up his barn, has a girlfriend that's going to go to University of Michigan, a lot of those factors. But the thing is that he wanted to be a Yankee, and there were certain intangibles that were present that really put him in the category of the player that you really wanted. And in the draft room, they were saying, Nick, I guess this is going to be a little tough because Jeter's going to go to Michigan. And I said, no, he's not going to Michigan. The only place that he's going is Cooper. The statement that sort of put it over the hump and said, did you have that much of a commitment in this young man? I said, I do. As a player, as a person, and he's the type of individual that can play at Yankee Stadium, be successful at Yankee Stadium, tremendous profile, high ceiling, special player, and he's playing a premium position.
Dick Roche, who scouted Derek Jeter back in 1992, is joining us here at NBC Sports Radio. I mean, he grew up, he's from Michigan, but he used to go to New Jersey every summer where his mother grew up, and he used to go to Yankee games. He grew up a Yankee fan. So if another one of those teams that picked before you had drafted him, do you think he would have just gone to Michigan? to college?
That could have been a possibility, John, and that's why I felt so confident in talking with him about the fact that he wanted to play baseball. More so, he wanted to be a shortstop at the big league level, and more so that he wanted to be with the New York Yankees. And he was so definitive in that, and so honest with that, and so were his parents. I felt very confident that we would be able to consummate the deal. And I just had that rush, and that sort of contributed to the rush on wanting to get it done. I just felt we would be able to do that because of those factors.
So he signs with the Yankees, and he starts to play in the minor leagues, and there's 1 year in the minors where he commits 56 errors. Is anybody at the Yankees calling you up saying, what are you doing? Why'd you tell us to draft Jeter with the sixth pick of the draft? Or were there signs even back then that he was going to be a really good player?
Well, obviously you get a little bit of nervous nervous when they are number one pick. The shortstop makes 56 errors playing in Greensboro. But that's happened to a lot of people. You have a young individual that has to make adjustments, and he had to make adjustments. There were talk about putting him in the center field because they thought he was too tall and gangly for short. But the hands and the way he handled the hands and the range that he had, the power in the arm, all of those things were there. It's just a matter of having to refine them. And of course, you're nervous and you're anxious, and there are comments that are made as to whether this guy is the real guy. But what made him the real guy is the number one criteria that he has beyond his skills is his ability to handle failure, the ability to adjust. Failure doesn't exist only in a short period of time for Derek Jeter, and that was what was most illuminating about the whole scenario and the whole transition is how he adapted to it and picked his shoes up, and next year got off on a good path, and 2 or 3 years later you're talking about someone that's in the big league and on his way to the Hall of Fame.
It's got to be, for a scout. I mean, that's really got to be what it's all about, right? I mean, here you are on some baseball field in Kalamazoo, Michigan, and you don't know. I mean, as you know, for scouts, for every Derek Jeter, you got a long list of guys that you think about maybe becoming a big-time player that don't. But what's it like to be a scout, to remember saying, I saw this kid when he was in 17 years old, and now to see him what he's become?
Well, that's correct, John. It's a matter that it's a lifetime experience. I mean, only 2 or 3 players that probably come to mind that you see in your lifetime and put them in that category. And I've been in the business for 50 years, so it doesn't happen very often. But it's like the game of golf. You can be a 95 shooter in golf, but on that 18th hole, you hit that good drive, and boy, that brings you back. And that's what brings the good scouts back. It's a serendipitous event. You're going to go into the ballpark and you're going to try to see a high school game or a college game, and all of a sudden someone waltzes on the field and said, wow, takes your breath away. And said, that's the same feeling that you get with that golf shot on the 18th being a golfer. Those are the things that bring you back to this business, to this career of being a baseball scout. The challenge of finding that true diamond in the rough, the marquee player, the Hall of Famer, the All-Star guy, the guy that's going to be a franchise player, not just another player, not another major league player on a major league team, but a franchise player. And how many times in your lifetime or my lifetime will that occur?
Well, Dick, we appreciate some time. You might want to clear a weekend in 2020. That's when Derek Jeter is going to be eligible to go into the Hall of Fame. I have a feeling he's going to sail in first ballot. And so, maybe you'll head out to Cooperstown and be with him for that weekend. That'd be kind of nice, right?
We're able to be the culmination of my career. And I would say the day that happens, I'm going to tell him I'm also retiring.
Yeah. We appreciate some time. Thanks.
John, thanks for having me.
Dick Groach, the Derek Jeter scout. And I especially like that part. That's a scout's dream. And these guys, they don't make a lot of money, and they get in their cars and they drive to little fields, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to find a Derek Jeter. And for every one that they find, there's got to be hundreds that they have dreams of becoming, and most of these guys never even make it to the majors. So that's a great story. story, and he's been able to maintain that relationship with Jeter. Don't forget about the O'Reilly Ask the Pro inbox. Ask the Pros, NBCSportsRadio.com. When your battery loses its power, stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Pick up a Superstart battery that's an exact fit for your vehicle. O'Reilly Auto Parts is reliable, hardworking Superstart battery you can count on. O'Reilly Auto Parts, better prices every day. Now, Derek Jeter's career is not over tonight. 8th inning, the Yankees leading the Orioles 5-2. Roki Kuroda's really settled down, giving up 2 solo home runs before he had an out. He hasn't given up anything since. But the Yankees go to Boston this weekend, and I began the show criticizing that commentary that Keith Olbermann did on ESPN, where he kind of, I don't know if he trashed Derek Jeter, but he kind of downplayed his significance or greatness as a baseball player. And another thing that Keith said that didn't make any sense to me is that he thought Derek Jeter shouldn't play this weekend in Boston. I don't get that at all. I mean, that's what he does. He plays. All right, they're out of it, but what all that does is bring attention to yourself by not playing. Red Sox say they'll obviously honor Jeter this weekend, but it'll be low-key, not over the top. He said, Larry Lucchino, the president, says, we're not going to give him a red convertible. They'll make a big donation to the Turn 2 Foundation. We intend to make a sizable contribution and give him a little piece of Fenway Park to take with him. We'll wrap things up as we continue on the John Stash Hour show on NBC Sports Radio and NBCSportsRadio.com.
Don't go anywhere. There's always more on the way on NBC Sports Radio.
TrueCar.com is changing car buying forever. Yes, every day, TrueCar users receive negotiation-free, guaranteed savings. Some features not available in all states. In the first 3 months of this year, over 126,000 cars were sold by the TrueCar Certified Dealer Network. TrueCar users save an average of $3,078 off MSRP. When you're ready to buy a car, just follow 3 easy steps. First, go to TrueCar.com and find out what other people paid for the car you're looking for. Then register at TrueCar.com to see upfront pricing information and lock in your savings. Third, simple. Just print out your TrueCar savings certificate and take it to the TrueCar certified dealer for a better, hassle-free car buying experience. Remember, every day, TrueCar users receive negotiation-free, guaranteed savings. Save time, save money, and never overpay. Visit TrueCar.com today. That's TrueCar.com.
Remember when Made in America meant something? Well, I believe it still does. I'm Alan Jones, chairman of Hardwick Clothes, the oldest tailor-made clothing maker in America. Want a higher quality blazer, sport coat, or suit? Visit us at hardwick.com to buy direct or find a retailer nearest you, where you buy the suit you need and not the 3 you don't. Join me in keeping Made in America alive and well by going to hardwick.com. And remember, there's no wick like a Hardwick, alive and still standing in Cleveland, Tennessee.
Worn out shocks and struts make your car handle like a banana boat being towed by a super tanker. Fix that pavement pontoon now and get 4 qualifying Napa or Rancho shocks and struts for the price of 3 with a mail-in rebate offer. So stop sloshing around and conquer the job with Napa know-how. Mail-in rebate offer for Visa prepaid card in the amount of the lowest cost unit at participating Napa Auto Parts stores. Offer expires 10/31/14.
What is that?
Oh, it's my time machine.
Does it work?
Sure, just hit this button.
Whoa, dinosaurs. Cool.
Or we can go here.
Hey, that's Napoleon. Oui.
Or we can go to the future.
Wow, hey, you have this nice house. Do I have a nice house?
No, you didn't save any money. Always spent it on vacations and stuff.
If only there was a way I could go back in time and correct that bad habit.
Yep.
Okay, the time machine is not real, but the saving thing is. Get in the habit of putting some of your money in savings each week through a 401k, savings account, or financial investments. Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. For free ideas and easy tips on saving, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
What does this crazy little button do?
Wait, no!
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
At NBC Sports Radio, we go 24/7, and so can you. Take us everywhere with the official NBC Sports Radio app and stay locked in all day long, wherever you go. You can follow us on Twitter at NBC Sports Radio and on the web at NBCSportsRadio.com, because every day is game day. All sports, all the time. This is our game, and we are NBC Sports Radio. The days of missing your favorite show are gone. NBC Sports Radio is on demand. Now, you can connect with your favorite program at any time. All you have to do is go to NBCSportsRadio.com and click the link of your favorite show. It's that simple. Had to go to work and missed out on the conversation? Didn't catch the interview you were waiting for? It's all here. Catch up. When NBC Sports Radio is on demand. You never had.
Some statistics are surprising. Some are unbelievable and unacceptable. Right now, nearly 30% of U.S. students aren't finishing high school. Nearly 30%. And that's the average. In many places, it's even higher than that. And fixing it is a responsibility that we all share. This is President Obama, and I urge everyone, not just parents, but friends and neighbors and family members, to take responsibility for encouraging the high school students in your communities, to support them, challenge them, push them a little, and do whatever it takes to help them make it through. Because this is one statistic we simply can't afford to ignore.
You can do your part by going to boostup.org and sending an email, a text message, or even a wake-up call to a student at risk of dropping out. Go to boostup.org and provide the boost that's needed to make it to graduation. A message from the U.S. Army and the Ad Council.
Take an ordinary putty knife and scrape off the old wax ring. Place the new wax ring over the flange, then line up the bolts with the bowl and gently set in place, making sure a proper seal is created with the flange and drain. Next.
Dad?
Yeah, sweetie.
Is that an old plumbing manual?
Oh, yeah, honey.
We really need to get some new books.
Right, do you want me to stop?
Nah, I kind of want to know how it ends.
Okay. Tighten the bolts, line up the flushing valve to the opening in the top of the bowl, and secure the tank with a screwdriver and crescent wrench.
The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life. Take time to be a dad today. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the
This is NBC Sports Radio. Your O'Reilly Auto Parts inbox is now open. Get the answers you need by emailing your questions to Ask the Pros at NBCSportsRadio.com, because every day is game day.
Wrap it up on a Thursday night. John Dave Shepard's NBC Sports Radio. Earlier this hour, talking about things that are written by Kareem about the effects of this whole domestic violence stuff, and whether things will have changed. But one thing that is going to change, at least for now, when players get arrested, it becomes news. It used to be like, oh yeah, big deal, domestic violence, you get arrested, that happens all the time. We just had an arrest in the NBA. Someone named Jeff Taylor, who apparently plays for the Charlotte Hornets. I feel like I'm pretty, in tune with what's going on in the NBA. I've never heard of Jeff Taylor. Played at Vanderbilt. He actually played in 2012 in 77 games and averaged 6 points a game. Never heard of him. Last year, he played 26 games, and then he ruptured his Achilles. Arrested in Michigan, charged 1 count domestic assault, 1 count of assault, 1 count of malicious destruction of property. It's a news. It's a news headline now because of Ray Rice. And so at least if nothing else, you get arrested for domestic assault, domestic violence these days, we're going to hear about it. It's going to make news. I don't know what's going to happen to Jeff Taylor. My guess is he's like one of these guys. He's a marginal player anyway, so they're probably not going to keep Jeff Taylor. You don't keep the guy with the domestic violence arrest. You keep the guy. If everything being equal. All right, the Redskins were on the move, turned it over. Giants lead 21-7. 7 seconds to go in the first half. Eli Manning, 3 touchdown passes, all of them to tight end Larry Donnell. He's the first Giant tight end to score 3 touchdowns since Joe Walton in 1962, and there's another half to go. This is all in the first half. Eli's played very well, 19 of 23. Kirk Cousins, 13 of 19. I don't think is going to get up again unless the Yankees get a couple of hits here. So 5-2, Yankees lead the Orioles in the 8th inning. And in the pennant race games, Detroit is winning 4-2 in the 8th. Kansas City has tied the White Sox. That's 3-3 in the 6th. Royals trying to get the magic number down to 1 to make at least a wild card, but they're 2 games behind the Tigers in the division. Pirates still could win the NL Central. They could. Looks like they're going to be a game behind the Cardinals. The Pirates lead 6-0 in Atlanta. 8th inning. Oakland Magic number 2. For getting a wild card, tied 1-1 with Texas. They are in the 6th inning. All right, let's get to Monty and Dan going deep next here on NBC Sports Radio. You guys watching the Derek Jeter game? When he came up in that 7th inning, bases loaded, tie game, 1 out. What'd you think? Grand slam, 3-run double? What'd you think?
No. He had his long bomb in the first inning that went off the wall. No, I didn't think so. I thought he'd kind of get the job done, but he did not get a hit there, I guess. What was it?
No, he hit a ground ball to short, and there was an error. They actually scored 2 runs, but it wasn't.
Hey, so the official score didn't give the home cooking there?
No, that wasn't. It was clearly wasn't a hit. It just hit a ground ball to short.
We're talking about baseball. Come on.
This is baseball.
Stash. We've had many clear ground balls to short that they've called a hit.
No, that was not a hit. That was a pretty.
I think that should have been a hit.
Yeah, they should give it to him.
It's his last game.
The Yankees gift to Jeter. It's better than that Don Zimmer jersey.
Like the gift that they gave him during the All-Star game. That pitcher, grooved one. Grooved one. Yeah. A few fastballs.
Come on.
Well, I was thinking about it. But the Orioles, they have some reason to play. They got a chance to get home field here. I don't think they were going to groove one to Derek Jeter.
No, I'm just saying that not the pitcher not the opposing team grooving him. I'm talking about the scorekeeper.
Well, this is a ridiculous argument. There wasn't any way that was a hit. It was a ground ball to hit directly to the shortstop.
Did he hit the ball?
Is this baseball?
Did he get on base?
What do you?
He hit the ball and got on base. That's a hit.
Official scores in baseball are hideous. You know that, Stash. Come on.
Wow.
They're terrible.
You're killing Howie Carpin. I mean, come on. I know Howie.
I got this for you. Hey, Stash, real quick. Should Jeter play this series against the Red Sox?
I don't know. Why should he not play? I don't get that whole controversy. Why would he not play?
Because he wants to play out his last game in Yankee Stadium.
I think it's ridiculous.
Well,
play the
doesn't
game.
Make sense. And Keith Olbermann made this whole thing about how Ted Williams, that was the Red Sox last game. It happened to be at Fenway Park. I know it was just a stupid argument. He plays. If he's healthy, he's going to play. Hey, why would he not play?
I mean, that's the iconic 20 years of like an iconic match.
Hey, Stash, he'll have plenty of time to rest after those 3 games.
Exactly, and go kayaking. He's got that. He's got that pinstripe kayak.
Hannah Davis will wait another week. I mean, come on, she'll be fine for 3 more days in Boston.
Will she stick around though?
If she doesn't, that's on her. He can.
I know who you're talking about. But,
Hannah Davis'
how do you not, Stash?
That's another subject for another day. Monty.
Today, I'm Kathy Cutis, part of the 4th generation of the Tom Cutis family. The Cutis family is here to personally guarantee that when the time arrives for funeral arrangements, no one will be pressured to make decisions that would not fit your family needs. Our trained, licensed funeral directors will answer your questions and you make the decisions. If you feel you are in a situation that does not give you the time to decide what is best for your family, you are in the wrong place. At Cutis Funeral Homes, affordability with dignity for over
People like you can help kids like me stay in school. And United Way is calling for you to be one of them. Because it takes 12 years to create a graduate. It takes about the same time to create a dropout. And the difference between me becoming one or the other. Make me a success, not a statistic.
Take the pledge to volunteer now at unitedway.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
This is your NBC Sports Radio update.
And up, I'm Dan Horseman. We've reached the half in Washington. The Giants all over the Redskins, 24-7. Big first half for Eli Manning, 20 of 24, 209 yards, 3 touchdowns, all to tight end Larry Donnell. Meanwhile, Kirk Cousins, 13 of 19, 136 yards, and a touchdown for the Redskins. It is Derek Jeter's final home game at Yankee Stadium in his 20-year career. Top of the ninth in the Bronx. It is 5-2. Yankees over Baltimore. Jeter, a run-scoring double off the wall in the first inning, his only hit in the game. Other scores in Major League Baseball. Top 9 in Detroit. Tigers 4, Minnesota 2. Top of the 8th in Atlanta. Pittsburgh shutting out the Braves 8-0. Bottom 7 in Boston. Red Sox the Bay 1. Top 9 in Washington Nationals shutting out the Mets 3-0. Top of the 7th in Texas. Oakland 1, Rangers 1. Bottom of the 6th in Chicago, White Sox and Kansas City tied at 3. With Cincinnati's 5-3 home win over Milwaukee officially eliminated, and the San Francisco Giants are now in the postseason. Game 1 of that Mets-Washington doubleheader. Mets over the Nats 7-4. Seattle beats Toronto 7-5. Miami 6-4. First pitch in 15 minutes, San Diego at San Francisco. Meanwhile, in college football, about 10 minutes or so remaining in the first is Oklahoma State now 28, Texas Tech 14. Dax Garman for Oklahoma State, 12 of 21, 270 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. That's 10 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Florida State's defensive line going to be missing Mario Edwards Jr. for Saturday's game against NC State. I'm Dan Schwartzman. This is NBC Sports Radio.
Super Bowl champion wide receiver Amani Toomer.
For the end zone, high throw, it is caught for the touchdown.
And Dan Schwartzman bring you inside the game. This is Going Deep with Amani and Dan on NBC Sports Radio. And now, Amani Toomer and Dan Schwartzman.
And there he goes. Pitch is swung on. Hit in the air to deep left. That ball is high. It is far. It is off the left center field wall. Gardner scores. Jeter to second with a ribby double. How do you like that? From day one, he has seized the moment.
It is a Thursday here, of course, on Going Deep with Amani Toomer, Dan Schwartzman, NBC Sports Radio, NBCSportsRadio.com. That, of course, courtesy of the Yankees Radio Network. Derek Jeter in the first inning, his final home game as a New York Yankee. 20 years has been the length of the career. He is retiring officially Sunday in Boston. Jeter, that first inning double off the wall, driving in Brett Gardner. His only hit, he is 1 for 4, a run scored, 2 RBIs. And for the Yankees, they are now 1 strike away, I guess, from winning the two outs away. So they're 6 strikes away from winning this game.
That's great math. You did it really quickly.
I wasn't educated at Michigan, obviously.
I'm proud of you. We've been out in social situations and we tried to divvy up the bills, and your math skills aren't the greatest. Let's just put it out there.
You know, Toomer, it's amazing. You know, those study tables with you and Jalen and Juwan and no one else from the Fab Five, you know, really it's a great time. But actually, I thought that strike from David Robertson, who you've met, actually, the Yankee closer from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, was going to be 2 outs. But now you wonder here, will they, with 2 outs, will Joe Girardi chug out there and make a defensive switch, take Derek Jeter out? I'm going to say right now he should, okay, because he's not going to bat in the bottom of the 9th. The Yankees are up 5-2. This is it. I mean, this is it for Jeter out there. So I think you have to go out and take him out. You have to do that. I mean, this game has been so hyped anyway, and they were lucky to get it in. You know, the weather actually cooperated.
It did.
It's been raining all day.
Derek Jeter can, summon the weather gods to get his last Yankee game in.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive.
You see, if you wanted to know if Jeter was godlike, he could even control the weather, Amani.
He can do it.
See? So all these gifts that they were giving Jeter, frankly, meant nothing. The guy could control weather, meaning he could get whatever he wants.
He's
he
like, they were saying the weather forecast. Look at Jeter. He's like, don't worry about
I'll make that call on that
I'll
red
make
phone.
sure. I'll make sure we can get it in. Don't worry about it.
He can manipulate weather, okay?
He can do it all.
That's the greatness of Derek Jeter. So it looks as if, we'll keep you up to date here as to what is happening here. But it's kind of interesting because, sadly, Amani, this has started a debate over the last couple of weeks about the greatness of Derek Jeter. Have you noticed that people are starting to talk about it?
I've heard that.
And the reality is, who cares? He's an iconic figure, okay? I mean,
it's beyond the numbers with him. It
I mean,
has to be.
But how can people even try to downplay his significance in baseball? I'm not understanding it. I'm not just talking about, fans out there who I've heard or read, but also these correspondents and analysts and people like that trying to downplay the career of Derek Jeter. Bottom line is this. He's got the 6th most hits in the history of Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball's been around for 140 plus years, okay?
Mm-hmm.
To do anything that only 5 players have done more than you, that's greatness.
It is greatness. And I think that when you look at Derek Jeter, it's beyond the numbers. I mean, regardless if he has the 3,000 hits or whatever, what he represents, what kind of player he was in the clutch situations in this city of New York City, it kind of speaks for itself. I mean, you have to, and to be great in sports, you have to be in the right situation.
That's right.
And there's a lot of great players that you will never hear of, not because of anything that they had to do, but because they weren't on the right platform. And that's why sports, it's not always sometimes it's about who's the best at a specific time, who can make the throw, who can make the catch, who can make the hit at the specific time when everybody's watching, when all the pressure's on.
And what people don't understand is this, there's two sides to a coin. The one side is, well, if Derek Jeter was playing in Kansas City,
he wouldn't be Derek Jeter.
He wouldn't be Derek Jeter. But
That's true.
but here's the other side of that, though, Amani.
He is.
You're right. He is. But if Derek Jeter was playing in Kansas City, he probably wins the MVP back in, 2006 when he finishes second to Justin Morneau.
Yeah.
Yankee players have been taken for granted in awards. I mean, when Mariano Rivera finished second in the Cy Young voting to Bartolo Colon, yeah, he won 20 games that year, but he had like an ERA in the 3.5s or something like that. He wasn't great. He just got a lot of run support. You think, okay, if Mo played for another team, does he get more votes? I mean, you have writers who don't vote for Yankees because there's a bias.
Yes.
Hideki Matsuya is a rookie, didn't win the Rookie of the Year because these two morons decided that they didn't believe he was a rookie, so they didn't even put him on the ballot. He ends up losing out to Angel Baroa of the Royals. So the flip side is, yes, while Jeter has been put on a pedestal because he plays in the number one media market on the number one team in the sport, the reality is being a Yankee to a point also hurt Jeter in terms of awards because I think people kind of expect it from a Yankee.
Yeah, no, there is definitely a backlash from playing in New York. I mean, I feel like that happened in a similar situation with me a couple of years where, people just don't feel like people in New York, teams in New York need to get any more recognition because they're always so popular.
You're talking about Pro Bowl voting.
Pro Bowl voting,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you had 5 straight 1,000-yard seasons and, that's pretty hard to do.
Yeah.
You're actually the only person in the history of the Giants to do that. But here's why I think people need to be realistic with Jeter. The reality is playing in a place like New York is extremely difficult.
It is.
Because even Derek Jeter has been booed by Yankee fans. Remember when Jeter, in I think, I forgot what year it was, maybe 10, hit like 180 in the first month of the season. People booed Derek Jeter. Okay?
Yes.
So if Derek Jeter played in another city, Derek Jeter isn't getting booed. Derek Jeter is not getting booed. Derek Jeter is still, whatever he does, people are going to love him for it. And by the way, I just have to throw this out there. They're not taking Jeter out because Jeter's going to bat in the bottom of the ninth. David Robertson has just blown a 5-2 lead, gave him a 2-run jack to Adam Jones, and just gave a solo home run to Steve Pierce. And Jeter's last game as a Yankee at Yankee Stadium, which looked like a 5-2 win, is now a 5-5 tie game. You know what, David Robertson? You ain't Rivera, apparently. You're not. It's not even for the playoffs, and you're blowing this game for poor Jeets. I mean, you can't be blowing this game for Jeter like this. 2 home runs in the ninth, giving up 3 runs. You had a 5-2 lead. Unbelievable. Well, Jeter's going to bat. Watch him hit a home run in the bottom of the ninth inning, and they're going to win the game.
That would be that would be almost storybook-esque.
Let me tell you something, Monty. 3,462. Career 309 average. Career on base of 377. 1,900 runs scored in his career.
I don't have to hear all that stuff.
Exactly.
When you look at Derek Jeter play, when in his prime, you just knew he was a good player. It didn't matter how many hits he had. I mean, I think that's one thing about that turns me off about baseball a little bit. I love the game. I love watching baseball games. But when people get into all these sabermetrics and you got these accountants, all of a sudden being baseball experts because of the statistics, it just makes my mind go numb. I just know what I see when I see it.
Yeah.
And when I watched Jeter play, I knew what I saw. I didn't need somebody to tell me about his batting average, and I knew he was good. And some of the things he did, in terms of in the clutch situations, you can't put a statistic on that.
No, you're right. 308 career average in the postseason. He played 158 postseason games, 200 postseason hits. These numbers are just ridiculous. He played an entire other season in the postseason. And by the way, 309 career average, 308 postseason average. 377 on base in the regular season, 374 in the postseason.
He never got caught up in the moment. The moments were never too big for Derek Jeter.
Well, he's going to have a moment here. It's now a 5-5 game, bottom of the ninth. He's batting third in this inning, by the way.
Oh, he's up again.
He's up, bottom of the ninth inning. Can he end it, in Yankee Stadium with a game-winning hit? To me, it would be something special. But for people, honestly, it amazes me that in a moment where somebody's being honored, a guy that we perceive to have done it right for 20 years,
yes,
he never embarrassed himself, never embarrassed the organization.
No,
okay?
Even when social media was in its infancy.
You're right.
When people were getting caught up doing crazy stuff, never Jeter.
Never Jeter.
Never Derek Jeter.
Nope. And I always said in the steroid era, if it ever came out that Jeter did something like that, you might as well lock the stadiums up for a year, because people kind of looked at him to say, that's how you play the game right. And that's why Jeter, to me, is also worthy of being put on that pedestal, because he never hit for a lot of power, 260 home runs. And the reality is, Amani, that with all these other guys that put up big home run numbers,
yes,
even the Albert Pujols of the world, okay?
Yeah.
Been a whisper about Derek Jeter and PEDs. And I think that, to me, would be the most shocking name if it ever emerged that Jeter, God forbid, did something. And that's why I think more people kind of rallied around Jeter through the tough times of the steroid era and the end of it, because of the fact here was a guy that played for so long and, and seemingly did it the right way.
Yeah,
so I think that's another reason why Derek Jeter was rightfully put on this pedestal. And it's a great career that's ending. How many guys spend 20 years with the same team, first of all?
In modern baseball, are you kidding me? Nobody.
I mean, look at even football. Peyton Manning.
I
mean, the guy Joe Montana was a Chief. Jerry Rice played for the Raiders, the Seahawks, and the Broncos. Yeah.
He played for the L.A. Kings,
the
Rangers. He played for the St. Louis Blues.
That's
he played for the Edmonton Oilers. I mean, he played everywhere.
Wilt Chamberlain played for like 3 teams.
He did a lot of things.
Right? I mean, he somehow found time to play games when he was having a lot of fun off the court.
Oh, my goodness.
To me, it's just an incredible thought. 20 years of the same organization, putting up the numbers, the iconic figure Derek Jeter. We'll have another at-bat here. Yeah.
And even coaches. I mean, coaches don't sit around for 20 years.
No, you're right. It's amazing. He'll get an at-bat here in the bottom of the ninth inning as David Robertson has blown a 5-2 lead for the Yankees. And maybe this is what the script is for Derek Jeter, to get that final hit as a Yankee at Yankee Stadium. But there's a lot of talk about Jeter moving forward as well, because the season doesn't end tonight. What are we talking about? I'll tell you next year. Going deep with the Monty Toomer, Dan Schwartzman, NBC Sports Radio, and the NBC Sports Radio app.
NBC Sports Radio. You're online and on demand 24/7. Stay tuned. More on the way next. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Grease. It does a man good. So get the parts and advice you need from AutoZone and get to work on your car. The greasier you get, the better. Like a hamburger or bacon or, great, now I'm hungry.
Now at AutoZone, get a 5-quart jug of Pennzoil conventional motor oil and a Bosch oil filter for only $22.99.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
See store for restrictions and details.
You know what ruins a family camping trip? Staying zipped in the tent because of ragweed pollen, the #1 cause of fall allergies. Allegra gets you back in the fun by relieving your worst indoor and outdoor symptoms, even at 8 times high pollen levels. Allegra's non-drowsy relief starts in 1 hour and stays strong for 24. Camping is for bonding, not sneezing. So get Allegra, stop suffering, and start living.
Use only as directed in controlled environment studies using pollen deemed high by the National Allergy Bureau. Visit Allegra.com.
For 134 years, Hardwick's blazers, sport coats, and suits have been sewn in the South in Cleveland, Tennessee since 1880. Hardwick Clothes is the nation's oldest tailor-made clothing manufacturer. I'm Alan Jones, chairman of Hardwick, and I invite you to visit hardwick.com to shop for the quality suits you need and not the 3 you don't. Visit hardwick.com and buy direct or find a retailer nearest you. Remember, there's no wick like a Hardwick, alive and still standing in Cleveland, Tennessee.
This is a court-ordered legal announcement. Attention car owners. Did you buy Sylvania Automotive Lighting? If so, you could get money from a consumer class action settlement with Sylvania. The claim form is easy and takes less than 3 minutes to complete. To get more information or file a claim, visit autolightclaims.com or call 866-430-8976. That's autolightclaims.com or 866-430-8976.
Hey, Dad, come pitch me a few.
Your family is important, but it seems like they're not quite as important as having another drink. You don't remember when it got out of hand, but you know there's a problem.
Why isn't Dad here for my birthday?
The bad news is you could be an alcoholic. The good news is alcoholism is a treatable disease. If you think you have a drinking problem, get help before it drowns out everything else in your life. A public service message from the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Mom, we're gonna be late again.
What you can think about is having another drink.
You're behind on these reports.
And you've been letting the people at work down, too. The bad news is you could be an alcoholic. The good news is alcoholism is a treatable disease. If you think you have a drinking problem, get help before it drowns out everything else in your life. A public service message from the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
As I went through school, one giant question loomed over me. What did I want to be? But in order to know what I wanted to be, I had to first decide what I wanted to make. I wanted to make more. So I became a teacher. Now I make learning a privilege, not a chore, and frustration a tool, not an obstacle. I make working hard seem easy, and giving up impossible. I make an old subject feel like a fresh thought, and unconventional methods common. I make material things less important, and little things like patience and kindness count. I make weekdays more exciting than weekends, and classrooms feel like anything but. I make things different, which is all I ever hoped for. I'm a teacher. I make more.
Find out how you can make more at teach.org. Make more. Teach. Brought to you by Teach and the Ad Council.
All in together now. We can make it better now. Come on, can we do it? Yeah, you know that we can. We'll rope it up, cause we know how to jump. We'll roll it out, cause we know how to skate. We'll cut it down, cause we know what to eat. We'll swap it out, we eat healthy stuff. Can we do it? Yeah, you know that we can. Can we do it? Yeah, you know that we can. Yeah. Come on.
Today's a good day to grab your kids and hang out with them for an hour. Dance, walk, play a sport, or cook a healthy meal. Because just moving a little and eating better every day can help make you and your child healthier.
Can we do it? Yeah, you know that we can. We'll ball it up, cause we know how to hoop. We'll mess around, cause we know how to play. We'll drop it down, cause we know how to dance. We'll veg it up, veggie night and day. Can we do it?
Search We Can online to find doable tips and activities that you can use every day to keep you and your kids healthy. Remember, that's We Can. A message from the Ad Council, HHS, and NIH's We Can program.
Who might you save?
Your mother, your father, your husband, uncle, aunt, son.
Learn fast, FAST, the sudden signs of a stroke, and you could save
Your friend, your best friend, teacher, boss, coach.
F, face drooping, A, arm weakness, S, speech difficulty, T, time to call 911, FAST, face, arm, speech, time. That's F, face drooping, A, arm weakness, S, speech difficulty, T, time to call 911. The sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment, and that can make a remarkable difference in the recovery of
Your neighbor, the waiter, a fellow shopper, a total stranger, grandmother, grandfather.
So learn FAST, the sudden signs of a stroke, then pass it on, because you never know who might save you.
Your wife, your colleague, teammate, mother.
Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council. It doesn't matter where you are, because we're everywhere. Download the NBC Sports Radio app and take us on the go, or check us out on the web at NBCSportsRadio.com. You can also follow us on Twitter at NBC Sports Radio, because every day is game day.
21 past the hour. Going deep, Amani Toomer, Dan Schwartzman, NBC Sports Radio, NBCSportsRadio.com. Buy lottery tickets for all of us, Amani. There's Bernie Williams. I'm going to buy lottery tickets for all of us, Amani, because I am on a hot streak right now. What? You haven't? Give me some credit for once on this show. Did I call it verbatim?
You called it. And you know what? That you not even just called what was going to happen, but you even called the inside-out swing opposite field base hit to win the game.
What I said was, after Jose Pirela got a base hit, I said, Gardner's going to bunt him over. Watch Jeter come up and get the game winner with one of those inside-out swings opposite field that he's so famous for. That's, he's famous for that defensive jump throw, and he's famous offensively for always going opposite field, that inside-out swing. And what did he do?
Inside-out swing.
Right to right field. They win, and that's it. And now you can only imagine what Derek Jeter would do in a moment like this. He went out and got the walk-off single for the Yankees, driving in the pinch runner, and with that, Jeter has finished his Yankee career at Yankee Stadium.
I think he went out to the shortstop just to kind of
get the applause. No one's left the stadium, well, unless you're trying to beat traffic. I guess.
He just want to go back out to his shortstop position and kind of say goodbye to the field. I guess I don't know.
It's amazing. It really is. I mean,
if you paid thousands of dollars for those tickets, was it worth it?
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
I say yeah too. I agree.
No, because I'm watching it here and I can feel all the emotion. I'm watching it. I don't like going to sporting events, unless they're like this is like unless they mean something like this. I guess it means something because
if you're gonna pay thousands of dollars, you obviously knew it was gonna mean something to you, right?
But I mean, Jeter needs to he needs to be going to the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? This is
but with them not going to the playoffs, you knew they weren't going to go to the playoffs, and that was the case. And to me, it's a case where, let's be honest. If you were willing to spend thousands of dollars for these tickets, it obviously meant something to you.
I would have done
to go watch it. Not you, but for others, yes. What a way though to end a career.
It's definitely a great way to end it, but
now let's not forget something. Season's not over. The Yankees have 3 games in Boston. There's been all this talk about Jeter, and would Derek Jeter, sit out those 3 games in Boston? And I think it's ridiculous, the fact that that's even a thought. Why would Jeter sit out 3 games in Boston? Why? So he ends his career at Yankee Stadium?
Well, would you want to end your career in a walk-off? That might be kind of cool.
Yeah, but you know what? Jeter's been a game, right? I can't, and especially in Boston. If this was like some series like last year, they ended in Houston. Fine, it's insignificant. But those great games, those great series between the Yankees and Boston over the last 20 years that involved Jeter, to me, it's another great way to end it. Just the Red Sox fans, is as hard as they can be, they're still an incredibly knowledgeable fan base. They're baseball fans. They've always respected Jeter. They've ripped him, they've booed him, but they've always respected what he's brought to the game. So I think it's also kind of fitting for him to end his career in Boston, where there's been so much excitement over these 20 years of the Yankees and the Red Sox playing, and Jeter being a big part of it.
He's not exactly a favorite up there. I remember I went up to a game where the Boston Red Sox were playing. I went to Fenway and watched the Boston Red Sox play the Texas Rangers. Of course, the Rangers were terrible at the time. I think A-Rod was on the team.
Oh, they were a last place team.
They were horrible. And the funny thing about it was halfway through, the game where the Red Sox were killing the Rangers, all of a sudden you hear this, Jeter sucks.
Are you serious?
I mean, it was ridiculous.
The Yankees weren't even playing.
The Yankees weren't even in the building. They weren't even in the state of Massachusetts.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And they were doing a Jeter sucks chant.
They were doing Jeter sucks, and they were doing Yankees suck, and it was weird. Like I'd never been around I've never felt the hatred like that. I mean, this team wasn't even in the building.
We're gonna have the play-by-play call of Jeter's walk-off as soon as we have it. Brett, do we have it ready so I can keep living my glory for a couple more minutes of predicting the outcome of the Yankee game? All right, here is the last hit for Derek Jeter at Yankee Stadium.
And the pitch is lined. Base hit. Right field. Here comes Richardson. Here comes Markakis' throw. It's going to be not in time. Richardson scores on a base hit by Derek Jeter. Is that unbelievable? Or is that unbelievable? Yankees win the ball game. Ball game over. Yankees win.
Brett didn't like that last part. That's why he turned it down.
But I can't listen to Sterling go. I mean, it's just he's so annoying. I can't do it. I can't listen to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
We don't have to listen to him. It's okay.
That's why I had to start talking over him.
But it's really not about you. It's about the fans and the people that were.
Yeah, but John Sterling thinks it's about him. So it's kind of fitting in that regard.
Yeah, I guess.
You know? So that segment was about me because I predicted. I'm going to go buy lottery tickets right now, by the way. You want one?
No,
I'm lucky right now. You sure?
I don't. I think you're okay.
Okay, you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm not going to give you any of the winnings because I am going to win now.
Okay, I'm good.
When you're hot, you're hot. You know how it goes.
Lottery. What else? Powerball.
Mega Millions. I'm going all out, guys.
All right.
If I'm not here tomorrow, you know I won. All right, more, of course, on this next. Going Deep, Amani and Dan, NBC Sports Radio.
This is your NBC Sports Radio update.
Jeter does it again.
And the pitch is lined. Base hit. Right field. Here comes Richardson. Here comes Markakis' throw. It's going to be not in time. Richardson scores on a base hit by Derek Jeter. Is that unbelievable?
The final home game in Derek Jeter's 20-year career at Yankee Stadium in, well, Jeter-esque fashion. He hits a walk-off single, bottom of the ninth inning to beat the Orioles 6-5. Jeter goes 2 for 5 with 3 RBIs. Other baseball scores, games currently ongoing. 8th inning in Chicago, White Sox and Royals tied at 3. Top 8, Oakland and Texas tied at 1. Bottom of the ninth in Atlanta, Pittsburgh all over the Braves, 10-0. Meanwhile, with the Reds win over Milwaukee, the San Francisco Giants are in. We are currently Thursday Night Football. Giants 24, Washington 14 in the third quarter. Dan Schwartzman, NBC Sports Radio.
Check into cash. The cash you need is closer than you think.
Get an auto title loan today for up to $5,000 at Check Into Cash.
You drive home with the cash in your pocket.
Visit Check Into Cash for an auto title loan today, or get a payday advance for up to $500. Call toll-free 877-262-CASH. Title loan amount determined by value of car and ability to repay. Borrowers often use payday advances over a period of months, which can be expensive. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Cooler weather also means higher energy bills. Luckily, the Home Depot now has 15% off select special order windows and doors. So let's make our own forecast. A cool fall upgrade from top brands like Masonite, American Craftsman, or Jeld-Wen, followed by lower energy bills and a 100% chance of saving. Let's do this. 15% off special order windows and doors. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Valid through October 1st, U.S. only. See store for details.
We all realize the economy has been on a downturn. Jobs are scarce and money is not easy to come by. That's why it is now more important than ever to use locally owned and operated businesses. I'm Karen Cutis, and at Cutis Funeral Home, we realize keeping St. Louis money in St. Louis strengthens our economy. Cutis Funeral Home is St. Louis owned and operated, employing over 100 St. Louisans in our area and putting money back into our community. Cutis Funeral Home, affordability with dignity since 1910.
What are you doing? OMG, you are making me mad. Are you with your ex? You better text me back. I'm waiting outside your house.
Relentless, aggressive texting is like sending an angry robot to deliver your message. When does the robot become dangerous? Let us know at that'snotcool.com.
That'snotcool.com.
Brought to you by the Ad Council.
A single ember from a wildfire can travel over a mile. It can ignite and destroy your home and even your community. To that ember, all those branches hanging over your roof might as well be giant matchsticks ready to spark. The pile of dry leaves and twigs clogging your gutters are the perfect kindling to start a fire. Then all those debris piles and brush around your yard, which you haven't taken care of yet, are pure lighter fluid, ready to ignite. There are some fire hazards that aren't clearly marked, and they can impact you. Learn to spot them, because your home is better protected from wildfire damage when your whole community is prepared. Visit fireadapted.org for more tips on how to get started adapting your home and community to wildfires. A public service message brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Thanks for asking, but I'd rather not send you nude pictures. I'm camera shy. I already said no. It's against my religion. I'm giving my dog a bath. You can have pictures of that. Pressure gives me hives. Under my clothes, I'm a robot. Hold on, let me ask my mom. Sorry, my webcam is broken. I'm worried they'll get passed around school. Unfortunately, I just had my clothes surgically attached to my body. If they got out, I might never be president. I'm already naked, under my clothes. Not even if you were all three Jonas Brothers. I have a rash. I have nudophobia. I have lizard skin. The more you ask, the less I want to. You're not the boss of me. Nudity makes me vomit. I'm a vampire, so I don't show up in pictures anyways. Your badgering has really killed the mood.
When someone is pressuring you to do something you don't want to, how many ways can you say no before they get the message? Let us know at that'snotcool.com. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Today, my new dad threw a barbecue.
Today, my new son and I threw a barbecue.
There were burgers and chicken.
I burnt everything. The burgers, the chicken, the salad.
They were delicious.
They were awful.
And then we had watermelon.
I'm allergic to watermelon.
And then we played catch.
I broke Mr. Lewis's window, Mrs. Wakeham's window, Mrs. Wakeham's windshield, and then somehow my hand. My hand!
And then my dad even let me drive his car.
The hospital's on the right! It was a rough day.
It was a great day.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of kids in foster care will take you just as you are. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Unexpected reactions to smart financial decisions brought to you by feedthepig.org.
Well, I finally did it. My student loan is totally paid off.
I can't believe it.
I can't believe it either. I paid more than the minimum each month, and soon enough, it was gone.
So you're just giving up?
Giving up on what?
The life of luxury. Egyptian cotton, caviar Thursdays, designer everything.
What are you talking about?
Our plan. What happened to winning the lottery and mastering the art of the perfect mimosa? Hosting galas, wearing enough jewelry to require a bodyguard, vacationing in the French Riviera, and then buying it.
I just thought maybe it was time to prepare for my future. You know, set some financial goals, make some smart investments, open a 401k.
Financial goals? Investments? A 401k? You are horrifying right now. Listen, if winning the lottery were easy, everyone would do it.
When it comes to financial stability, don't get left behind. Get tools and tips for saving at feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Now, Monty Tillman.
The guy's a hero. He makes the world a better place.
Dan Schwartzman.
Even in a town full of rich, powerful men, the ladies still flock to me.
NBC Sports Radio and NBCSportsRadio.com.
And the pitch is line. Base hit. Right field. Here comes Richardson. Here comes Marquez' throw. It's going to be not in time. Richardson scores on a base hit by Derek Jeter. Is that unbelievable? Or is that unbelievable? Yankees win the ball game. Ball game over. Yankees win. The Yankees win.
That is John Sterling, Yankees Radio Network. Jeter's final at-bat, fittingly a walk-off single opposite field. The Yankees beat the Orioles 6-5. He had a nice little post-game moment. Some of the Yankees in that core four, all of them are actually there. Joe Torre was there again. Bernie Williams, Tino Martinez, amongst
Bernie looked
others.
like he put on a few. That's why you didn't recognize him, because Bernie.
Do you have to ruin the moment by talking about Bernie's weight? He wasn't that. Dude, come on, but you've bulked up since you played, right?
No, I haven't.
Well, you always talk about the fact you bulked up since you played. What did you play? What was your playing weight?
I lied.
What was your playing weight?
I played at 213.
All right, what are you now?
228.
It's called bulking up.
No, not.
15 pounds is bulking up.
No.
Bernie's like you. Bernie put on like 15 pounds.
No, but he put on about 35.
Well, that's all muscle?
Maybe even 40.
Sure about that?
It's all muscle. All muscle.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I understand you wouldn't know what muscle looks like with all those fat ripples going on there and those moves going on underneath there, but yeah, no, I'm looking pretty good.
Yeah. Bernie too, by the way.
No,
Bernie's
he's
older
not.
than you, by the way. Hate to tell you.
So
in 3 years, who knows what you're going to look like?
Hey, I'm gonna look just like this.
I'll tell you what. Here's the thing. With Jeter,
it was great, man. That was special. You know what I mean? And the thing about it is it plays itself out kind of like a storybook, but it's real life. And there's no. I mean, in the All-Star game, they're talking about him being grooved a couple.
it was a Wainwright,
pitches.
right?
Yeah, but you know what? The Orioles are trying to get home field advantage.
Yeah, they're
throughout
not
the
grooving
playoffs.
anything.
They're not doing anything.
But
This is just how it played out naturally.
Yeah, but you brought up the word fairy tale. Honestly, like Derek Jeter's career has been a fairy tale career.
Yeah.
I mean, even just ending it like this,
Mhm.
it's a fairy tale.
Yes.
20 years of this. I mean, you couldn't write the script. This is something that is unheard of. I mean, for everything to play out the way it has for
You're not
Jeter.
saying this is lucky, are you?
No, listen, 20 years isn't luck. 2 years is luck.
No.
20
Yeah.
years is not. But
Yeah.
it's we've never seen anything where a script is written so perfectly for 20 years for a guy.
It really has.
Half his life.
It's
I mean,
only one person I'd say went out maybe a little bit better, and that'd be John Elway. I mean, he went out winning back-to-back Super Bowls and rode off into retirement in the right way.
Yeah, but this is where. But you
And
see,
Jeter, if this happened in the World Series, then it would be the big deal. But it's good. It's good, but there's been people that go out a little bit nicer.
Here's the problem, though.
Because it's not a playoff game.
Elway was drafted by the Colts, didn't want to play. He was actually a Yankee for a year playing at Oneonta, single A, amazingly, Elway. Then he got traded, okay? That's part of his history.
Mm-hmm.
Jeter in 8th grade in his yearbook, when they ask you, what do you want to be? He writes Yankee shortstop. Okay, Jeter was born in Jersey, raised in Michigan, okay? His grandparents gave him a little gold Yankee logo to put, as a necklace he wore as a kid. He was drafted by the Yankees when no one thought he would fall to number 6 in that draft. He grew up in the Yankee organization, got off to a terrible start. He hit 202 his first year in the Yankee organization.
Mm-hmm.
Had 56 errors in Greensboro in his second year.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball America Minor League Player of the Year in 94. Was up at the Yankees for a cup of coffee in 95. Started in 96 and never looked back. I mean, to be drafted by the team that you worshipped growing up,
Mm-hmm.
to play the position for the team that you said you would do so in 8th grade,
Mm-hmm.
it's a fairy tale. Every aspect. Yeah, it doesn't end with a playoff appearance. He did win 5 World Series rings, though. I mean,
I know he had an unbelievable career. We're not talking about that. That's a given in this situation. What we're talking about is going out with a fairy book ending. And I think it's a great fairy book ending. Don't get me wrong. But I think Dan Marino went nicer. Maybe
no,
Michael,
I mean Elway, not Marino.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Elway. Sorry. John Elway and Michael Strahan went out nice with the Super Bowl win. I mean, if you go out on top, not just winning one game out of a team that's been eliminated, but going out winning the ultimate prize, your last play ever is of your last time touching the field ever is walking off with a World Series victory.
Sure.
That would be better. But this is not bad. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying there's another level. Even though this looked classic Jeter, what he's been doing for the last 20 years, but still, not in the championship, not in the playoffs, on a team that's eliminated from the playoffs.
After the fairy tale ending of his career at Yankee Stadium, Jeter talked with the S Network.
I don't even know what just happened, to be honest with you. I was out there short, and for the first time in my career, I was saying, please don't hit it to me, because I thought I was going to lose it. And then all of a sudden, you got to get ready to hit. So I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Derek, a boy in Michigan, grew up with one dream, to play shortstop for the New York Yankees. You've lived that dream for 20 years. Now the New York portion of that dream, it's over. What are your emotions right now?
You know, it's weird. I mean, if the game would have just ended in the top of the ninth, I'd be in tears right now. But it's just a run of emotions. Now I'm very happy. I'm excited. The fans, you always try to have good games and do something special for them. And I could do it one last time, and I'm happy for that.
Obviously, you built a career one game at a time, staying in the moment. Tonight, how much reflecting did you do, and what were those thoughts?
A lot. And like I said, What's up, buddy? I mean, right from the first inning, I was saying, don't hit me a ground ball. And then I got ahead in the count in the first inning, calmed me down a little bit. But I was extremely nervous. I was uncomfortable, but it all worked out.
Last time you'll play at pinstripes. Will we see you play in Boston?
Yeah, I'll play in some capacity. To be quite honest with you, I think this is probably my last game at shortstop. I want to remember that view right there I had today. But, out of respect to Boston fans and the rivalry, I will play at some capacity.
Finally, Derek, ninth inning, the fans are chanting, "Thank you, Derek." What's your response?
Well, I mean, I'm wondering why they thanking me. I'm the one that should be thanking them. I just came here and tried to do my job. It's been fun, man. It's been a fun 20 years, and it wouldn't have been this much fun without them.
That is Tom Verducci, MLB Network, talking with Derek Jeter after the game, and you heard him talk about the Boston thing, and he said he'll play in Boston in some capacity, but he did say he's not playing shortstop because, well, he wants to remember what he saw and felt here at Yankee Stadium for that. But he's not playing another position. Derek Jeter in 20 years has never played another position. He's never played first base. He's never played
DH.
He's probably just going to DH. No offense, Derek. Offensively, I mean, you're not a DH. Hate to tell you.
All right, you're going to DH.
Yeah, Big Poppy's a DH. Derek, yeah, you're a singles hitter. This bothered me yesterday. Do you know Madison Bumgarner, the pitcher of the Giants, has as many home runs as Derek Jeter? He's not a DH anymore. But they'll, But
you mean this season?
This season.
Oh, okay. You said he has many home runs. I'm like, Jeter has almost 300, right?
Bumgarner has 260 home runs. You didn't know that? All right, let's lay down a room full of savings. The Home Depot's quality tile, carpet, laminate, hardwood, and vinyl flooring, all at guaranteed low prices. With a large selection of flooring options available at affordable prices, the Home Depot makes updating your space easier than ever. Visit homedepot.com/flooring for details. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. I want to get into that, Amani. Should Jeter show up and play shortstop at Fenway Park? I mean, is there an obligation on his part to do so? People talk about the ticket prices for these games. This game at Yankee Stadium. I've heard the ticket prices for the final game at Fenway Park also going for a lot of money, and they've been going for a lot of money for a while now. Does Jeter owe it to a fan base? We'll debate that next here. Going deep, Amani Toomer, Dan Schwartzman, NBC Sports Radio, and the NBC Sports Radio app.
You're listening to NBC Sports Radio.
grease. It does a man good. So get the parts and advice you need from AutoZone and get to work on your car. The greasier you get, the better. Like a hamburger or bacon or, great, now I'm hungry.
Now at AutoZone, get a 5-quart jug of Penn's oil, conventional motor oil, and a Bosch oil filter for only $22.99.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
See store for restrictions and details.
Years ago, the family doctor was someone who came to your home. And while that practice has faded into memory, there is someone who keeps the tradition of personal health care alive. Your local Health Mart pharmacist knows you by name, refill number. Stop by your independently owned Health Mart pharmacy and see how the tradition of personal health care lives on. Visit healthmart.com for the location near you. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
Geico Motorcycle presents Reflections from the Road.
The day I knew I was a real biker was when I switched to Geico Motorcycle Insurance. Because real bikers, well, they know where the savings are. And you know what else makes you a real biker? A sweet tattoo. Check mine out. Just got it yesterday. It says Heel on Wheels. Wait. Heel on Wheels? Oh, man. Well, at least I got the saving money with Geico part, right?
Geico Motorcycle Insurance. See how much you could save.
You know what ruins a family camping trip? Staying zipped in the tent because of ragweed pollen, the #1 cause of fall allergies. Allegra gets you back in the fun by relieving your worst indoor and outdoor symptoms, even at 8 times high pollen levels. Allegra's non-drowsy relief starts in 1 hour and stays strong for 24. Camping is for bonding, not sneezing. So get Allegra, stop suffering, and start living.
Use only as directed in controlled environment studies using pollen deemed high by the National Allergy Bureau. Visit Allegra.com.
Are you planning a big night out? Maybe the boys are going to the game. Or maybe it's going to be that night that never happened for your bachelorette party. Then start and end the night right with class and luxury through Jed Transportation. No matter the party size, they've got the ride for you. Sedans, SUVs, limos, Hummers, party buses. Jed Transportation will get the party started before you even get to your destination. Over 50 years of service and a professionally licensed and trained staff. Jed Transportation is there to make your night perfect and that much more memorable. Call 314-429-2200. 314-429-2200. Jed Limousine, 314-429-2200. Or you can go to a legitimate website for a change, jedlimousine.com.
NASCAR is brought to you each week on 5 Night of the Man by the Kansas City Speedway. Catch all your racing action and go to kansascityspeedway.com for exciting events coming up right here in the area. NASCAR happens here every Sunday, sponsored by the Kansas City Speedway on 5 Night of the Man.
It was kind of slow at first, but things started picking up. We had big plans. But in our wildest dreams, we never thought we'd have this much work. Yeah, with so many businesses caught off guard by the storm, Reed Waste Management has never been busier.
What will become of your business after a disaster? Nearly 2/3 of businesses aren't prepared for an emergency, and 40% of businesses that experience a disaster never recover. Make an emergency plan now, before it's too late. For a free online tool that helps you develop an emergency plan to keep your business up and running should disaster strike, visit ready.gov/business. Brought to you by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the American Red Cross, and the Ad Council.
It takes 12 years to create a graduate. It takes about the same time to create a dropout. The difference between a child becoming one or the other could be you. Studies prove that reading to a child regularly dramatically improves reading skills. And kids who read well by 3rd grade are 4 times as likely to graduate. So United Way is calling for 1 million volunteers over the next 3 years. We're asking you to step up, make a pledge, tutor a child who needs help, mentor a kid who needs someone on their side, volunteer to read to children, make a difference. Because when a child advances, we all advance. Entire communities improve. The path to success or failure starts long before graduation day, and the difference between a graduate and a dropout could be you. Be a reader, tutor or mentor, give, advocate, volunteer, live united. Take the pledge. Go to liveunited.org now. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
Confessions of a Potentially Perfect Parent, brought to you by AdoptUsKids.org.
I might look like an adult, like a person who could possibly be a parent, but I have no idea how to talk like one. And everyone knows that if you want to be a parent, you have to sound good when you say things like, "Don't make me turn this car around," or "because I said so," or "Don't make me come back there." I don't even really know what those things mean, but I know that I actually believed my parents when they said them to me. How did they manage to sound so convincing? Here we go. "Don't make me come back there." Oh, no, that's not tough enough at all. Kids can sense weakness. "Don't make me come back there." Ooh, yeah, that's better. In fact, that kind of sounded like my dad. Weird.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. There are thousands of teens in foster care who would love to listen to you practice your dad voice. Call 1-888-200-4005 or visit AdoptUsKids.org for more information. This message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
Connect with NBC Sports Radio with the O'Reilly Auto Parts inbox. Email your questions to Ask the Pros at NBCSportsRadio.com, because our game never stops.
To be honest with you, I don't know how I played this game. I went up my first at bat. I forgot my elbow guard. I was throwing balls away. I was giving signs to Drew at second base, and there's no one on base. So I was all messed up.
That is courtesy of the Yes Network. Derek Jeter on the field afterwards, talking about how I guess he allowed himself to get caught up in the moment a little bit, talking to Stephen Drew at second base about defensive alignments when, well, there's nobody on base. There's no defensive alignment necessary. All right, guys, double play depth. All right, no one's at first base. Going deep, Amani Toomer, Dan Schwartzman, NBC Sports Radio. Don't forget, if you have a question for Amani, myself, anybody else at NBC Sports Radio, just email that question to the O'Reilly Auto Parts Ask the Pros inbox. The email address is askthepros@NBCSportsRadio.com. If it's a good question, we will, of course, just, pose it and answer it for sure. All right. You heard Jeter afterwards with Tom Verducci of MLB Network. When asked about, is he going to play in Boston? Remember, the Yankees have a 3-game series, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And Sunday, by the way, is Sunday Night Baseball. Jeter said he's going to play in some capacity, but he's not going to play shortstop because he wants his lasting image at shortstop to be what he saw tonight at Yankee Stadium.
That's just weird.
Yeah, just honestly, like, it's Fenway Park. No offense to Yankee Stadium. This is the new Yankee Stadium. There's no more iconic.
Fenway Park is more of a baseball player stadium than more of a mecca of baseball than Yankee Stadium.
Exactly. There's two meccas.
This isn't the house that Ruth built.
Right. It's across the street from the house that Ruth built, which is now a kid's baseball field. Here's the thing. There's two iconic baseball stadiums in America right now. Wrigley Field and Fenway Park. Jeter and the Yankees had battles over
the Oakland Coliseum.
That's a sewer. Literally. Didn't you get sick at the Oakland Coliseum?
Yeah, we played the Raiders in 2005, and I got a cut on my elbow, and I had some sort of weird infection that I caught from playing that last game at that stadium.
Yeah, but you don't know it's called the Oakland Coliseum ascites. You don't know that, right?
I don't know. It was weird.
They've had sewage backup in the dugouts.
Yeah, I had
on more than one occasion.
I had to take
Did you take a tetanus shot?
No, I had to take the one of those, what are they, penicillin?
Are you serious?
No, not a penicillin. It's not penicillin. It's one
antibiotic?
I had to take antibiotics for like a couple of weeks. No, for a couple of weeks after that.
Really?
Yeah.
You almost lost your arm because of the Oakland
Coliseum.
Coliseum.
I didn't lose my arm, but I had a weird infection in my arm.
Let me ask you, Monty, you played a long time. Don't you savor every moment you play? Like for Jeter, he knows he's got 3 games left. Why not go out and savor it?
Yeah, it's like if Peyton Manning plays his last game, he's like, no, I don't want to play quarterback, but I'll go ahead and play wide receiver. I don't get it.
That would be kind of funny.
I'm not going to go under center because I don't want the view. I don't know.
My last view of my center's rear end, it has to be at Denver, at Mile High. Here,
it's weird. Like, translate it over to other sports. Like, really.
It doesn't make sense, yeah.
It doesn't.
My last view of center ice has to be this,
my last view, like LeBron, my last view has to be shooting a free throw.
At the Quicken Loans Arena.
He's like, yeah, I'll play, but I want to play center, and I will only score by shooting free throws. It's weird. It's weird.
It is weird. And here's the thing, though. The tickets I heard were going for ridiculous sums of money for this game at Yankee Stadium. I've already heard that the tickets at Fenway Park for Sunday have been going for a lot of money for a long time.
Yeah.
Hard to get. I have a buddy who's going to be in Boston for it.
Yeah.
And these were very tough tickets to get.
Why would he not play?
You owe it to the fans to play. You honestly do. I think at this point, you owe it to the fans to play. It's Boston fans. You've had battles with them for 20 years. I think you kind of owe it to a very knowledgeable fan base that's gonna honor you. Jeter's gonna get honored at Fenway Park.
Yes.
He's one of those rare guys like Rivera who's gonna get honored at Fenway Park, even though he's the enemy. You owe it to the fans. I mean, honestly,
I don't think you owe it to the fans, but I just think it's just weird that if you're such a competitor, why would you not want to compete to the very last drop? I would want to compete. I want to compete every minute of the day until I can't compete anymore on that level. Because how many more times has he ever? I mean, he's never going to be on this level.
No.
No matter what he does in his life, he's never going to be as excited. There's no game day. Luckily, I get to compete every night with you. So that's fun. That's my fun. But there's never any.
It's more fun than going up against Deion Sanders across the field.
No, it's actually not. But
Sure?
it's no, it's not. But it's just one of those things where you're never going to be in this situation again. You might as well live it up.
Why not? Yeah,
I would live it up.
Because next year, when he's sitting at home in Tampa at St. Petersburg, twiddling his thumbs, going, "Man, I kind of missed
Keep
this."
talking about St. Petersburg. What the heck are you talking about?
That's the name of his house.
His house is named St. Petersburg.
His house is such a monstrosity. It's so big. It's 35,000 square feet, right on the water there. That
maybe he has a big family
himself. Maybe he's got a lot of animals. I don't know.
I'm telling you, man. If you have a house, I remember OCU Manure. He bought a house in Atlanta.
Yeah, the pink one.
I don't know.
It's pink.
But I remember when he first bought it, he came back. He's like, "Yeah, I just bought I think it was like 10,000 square foot house." I'm thinking to myself, why in the hell would you want a 10,000 square foot house?
I'd be thinking, who cleans it?
Not even that. How do you furnish it? But then I remember him saying, like, man, nobody uses half the rooms. He says, I'm in the house. You hear creaks in the who's that? Who's there?
So half the house is abandoned.
Who's there?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, he just lives by himself. I think he has a kid, but I think whatever. But
you mean the whole baby mama, whatever? Yeah.
Yeah, the kid doesn't live there all the time.
Right.
I think maybe it's changed since then, but I don't know. But it'd be lonely to live in a big house.
And this is 35,000 square feet, not
Yeah.
10,000. You could get lost.
It's basically you have a baseball gym, a basketball gym.
But so what happened is, like, this thing is humongous that some of the yokels in Tampa weren't very happy that this house is being built there.
Yeah.
He bought like 3 or 4 lots on the water and combined it.
All right.
And they started nicknaming it St. Petersburg because, Tampa's right next to St. Petersburg. So they called it St. Petersburg.
Yeah, that's dumb.
I think it's kind of funny, to be honest with you. I think it's great.
That's a dumb name.
Camping World, America's #1 RV dealer, is everything you need for the RV and outdoor lifestyle. Stop in today or visit campingworld.com. All right, Amani, it is coming up on week 5 of the college football season, okay? It's been a couple weeks of so-so games. Anything better on the horizon? We look that up next. Pete Futek with college football news and campusinsiders.com. Yeah, we'll get into maybe the Big Ten in a school you may know a little bit about. Those Wolverines with Brady Hoke. What's the deal there? Pete answers that next. Going deep, Amani Toomer, Dan Schwartzman, NBC Sports Radio.
Last night we put on an epic light show.
Yeah, we did.
The crowd loved us. We love the crowd.
Wait, but there were only 4 people out there.
Yeah, but did you see their 4 faces? All 8 of their eyes lit up brighter than ours. And we're fireflies.
Yeah, we are.
Hey, that one girl, she looked like she'd never seen glow in the dark like this before, and we invented glow in the dark.
Yeah, we invented it.
And we're going to be out here every night rocking out our light show at a forest near you.
Woohoo!
So come check us out.
Check us out.
And bring your kid, all ages show. Oh, but don't bring any of those glass jars because they make us kind of nervous.
Yeah, and I'm super claustrophobic.
Whether you're rocking their world or they're rocking yours, some memories never fade. Come alive with the forest. Visit discovertheforest.org to find a forest near you and discover other cool things to do when you go, like fishing, biking, or even camping. Visit discovertheforest.org.
See you later.
Yeah, see you soon.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
This is your NBC Sports Radio update.
Jeter does it again. I'm Dan Schwartzman.
And the pitch is lined. Base hit. Right field. Here comes Richardson. Here comes Marquez' throw. It's got to be not in time. Richardson scores on a base hit by Derek Jeter. Is that unbelievable? Or is that unbelievable? Yankees win the ball game. Ball game over. Yankees win. The Yankees win.
That's courtesy of the Yankees radio network. Derek Jeter's last home game at Yankee Stadium in his 20-year career. He'll be officially retired Sunday when the Yankees are at Fenway Park. A walk-off ninth-inning base hit. Jeter goes 2 for 5 with a run scored and 3 RBIs. After the game, you talked about how surreal that ninth inning was.
You know, it's weird. I mean, if the game would have just ended in the top of the ninth, I'd be in tears right now, but it's just a run of emotions. Now I'm very happy. I'm excited. The fans, you always try to have good games and do something special for them, and I could do it one last time, and I'm happy for that.
Playoff news in baseball with Cincinnati's home 5-3 win over the Brewers. Milwaukee officially eliminated from postseason competition, and the San Francisco Giants now are officially in. Elsewhere, Pittsburgh all over Atlanta 10-1. Texas doubles up Oakland 2-1. For all of the baseball scores, head to NBCSportsRadio.com. 14 minutes remaining Thursday Night Football in Washington. The Giants all over the Redskins 37-14. Eli Manning 27 of 38, 285 yards, 4 touchdowns, and an interception. 3 of those touchdowns to tight end Larry Donnell. Kirk Cousins for Washington 16 of 28, 215 yards, a touchdown, and 3 interceptions. I'm Dan Schwartzman. This is NBC Sports Radio and the NBC Sports Radio app.
Super Bowl champion wide receiver Amani Toomer.
For the end zone, high throw, it is caught for the touchdown.
And Dan Schwartzman bring you inside the game. This is Going Deep with Amani and Dan on NBC Sports Radio. And now, Amani Toomer and Dan Schwartzman.
Hour 2 Going Deep with Amani Toomer, Dan Schwartzman, NBC Sports Radio, NBCSportsRadio.com. A lot of Derek Jeter talk in the first hour. Amani, I'll tell you something. It's kind of funny. He just looks bored at the podium right now. He's never been a guy that I think really – he did talk to the media, but wasn't crazy about it. But he just kind of seems like, man, how much longer do I have to do this?
He doesn't look too calm. His body language, he's got his elbows crossed and, his arms crossed, his elbows on the table. He seems okay. It just seems like it's just another day. I don't think it is sunk in that that's his last time playing in at Yankee Stadium.
No, probably not.
I don't think it has.
Well, I'm sure he's got a lot to say. I'm sure as the show goes on, we'll hear a little bit from Jeter. But college football, week 5 of the season is coming up, and a lot of interesting tidbits coming off the week 4 involving a team that you know well, the Michigan Wolverines, with a terrible loss to Utah. What does it mean for their head coach? We bring on our buddy of the show, Pete Futek, with college football news and CampusInsiders.com. Pete, let's start right there in Ann Arbor, Michigan. A terrible loss, one of the worst of the Brady Hoke era. Are we watching season in your mind of Brady Hoke at the helm there?
It really, really depends. Obviously, it comes down to 2 games, Michigan State and Ohio State. If he splits those 2 and somehow Michigan goes 8-4 or even 9-3, he's still around. But if you lose, there's certain games you can't lose. If you're, because, historical streak games like Florida, you can't lose to Kentucky. Notre Dame, you can't lose to Navy like Charlie Weiss did. And if you're Michigan, you can't lose to Minnesota in that little brown jug game because they lost in 2006. They've only lost like 3 times since 1968. And even all those losses were massive upsets. So you don't lose to Minnesota or else there's a big problem. If they lose this week and the offense continues to look bad, he's definitely going to be gone.
Now, is it you think Devin Gardner remains the starter going into this week? Because it's a little bit confusing they haven't really announced who's going to be the guy. Are they going to make a move, do you think? Do you see that happening?
It's not his fault. The offensive line's not blocking. And, the can't constantly be rebuilding, but that seems to be what Michigan's doing, and it's doing it again with this offensive front where, they had to reload a little bit, and it's just not coming together. Yeah, it looks great against Appalachian State, but it's not pass protecting. This should be an easy game for Michigan. It should go right in their wheelhouse. Mitch Liedner, the Minnesota quarterback's already banged up. They don't throw at all. I think they completed like 1 of 7 passes against San Jose State last week. And what gets lost in all this is the Michigan defense has actually been playing fantastic. If you could combine the Rich Rodriguez offense with this defense, you'd have something serious. But that offense for Michigan now just is not doing anything. But that run defense is really dealing.
Now you look at the recruits at Michigan. And the last couple of years, they've been steadily rising in terms of the different scouting services, but it just doesn't seem to be paying off on the field. As now you look at Michigan State, they have the 1-star, 2-star recruits, but they seem to be getting more out of them. What's wrong with talent level that we see on the field?
I am not a big recruiting guy, but I do kind of understand the process of why. I mean, here's the problem. Michigan needed to be blown up. They needed to kind of start from scratch, do something new, kind of shake things up. And that's what they did with Rich Rodriguez. And, everyone hated him from the start. He just got off on the wrong foot and just never, ever was accepted there. But he got the recruits in place. And by the time they matured, by the time everything was supposed to come together, he gets launched. Brady Hoke comes in, gets all these mature recruits who are ready to roll, and he goes to the Sugar Bowl with them. Well, they all left, and now they had to start from scratch again with new recruits to kind of come in and take this thing over because at the end of the Rich Rod era, it was hard to get guys to come there. And now you get what Brady Hoke came up with 2 years ago, which is 3, if not number 1 overall recruiting classes in the country. And no, it's not blowing up right off the bat like the Ole Miss recruiting class did, but it's going to take a little while to come together. And that next coach, maybe Harbaugh, comes in and rocks and rolls once he gets in.
Chatting with Pete Futek with College Football News and CampusInsiders.com here on Going Deep with Amani Toomer, Dan Schwartzman, NBC Sports Radio. Pete, Charlie Strong seemingly has blown up the program. They've now dismissed 9 guys who are Mac Brown guys, obviously. Yep. We now get a report that they've doubled the number of drug tests that they have there. Is Charlie Strong just running a tighter ship to possibly get some more of the Mac Brown guys out? Or, he can't be making a lot of friends, right?
Well, it's a hard situation to deal to consider because you're talking about Mac Brown, who wasn't exactly despised. Everyone liked him there. It wasn't like they wanted to see Will come to this guy. It was like, all right, we like you, but we want a better head football coach. We still kind of want you around in some way though. But the problem is then every time you get a new coach, every new coach comes in and says, well, we have to be more disciplined and we have to be more physical. And it's usually true. And in this case, it is true, which is sort of an indictment on the Mac Brown era because, it was it was a, Texas is sort of a different animal because you get smarter guys who go there. A lot of guys who actually have brains in their heads when it comes to football. And sometimes you just want to see hit guys. And Charlie Strong's trying to make these guys tougher and nastier, and he's instilling an attitude now that you can't screw up there and play football for Texas. And you know what? In terms of making lots of friends in the current climate of what football's at right now and the NFL nightmare and mess, I don't think that's such a bad thing.
Now, this was a big weekend for the Big Ten. I think the biggest upset of the week was when Indiana goes down to Missouri and pulls off that upset. Does this kind of resuscitate the image of the Big Ten, or is there still a long ways to go?
It doesn't hurt, and that it kind of got lost in the radar a little bit because you're right, because there's other big games happening, but you're right, that Indiana win was big. They beat an SEC team on the road. That just doesn't happen. Even Iowa beating Pitt on the road, that was kind of big. So it certainly helps the overall cause. But in the end, all that's going to matter when it comes to the playoff, all that matters in terms of image is who wins their conference championships and who does it well. And if Michigan State, for example, goes 12-1, they're going to be in the playoff because that one loss is going to be to Oregon. Everyone's going to be like, yeah, okay, that's fine. If Ohio State goes 12-1, even if Wisconsin goes 12-1, 12-1 gets you probably into the playoff. 2 losses probably does not, though.
Pete, here's the problem. 4 teams make the playoffs. There's 5 power conferences. A power conference winner is not going to be in. Which conference, and it's so early right now heading into week 5, but which conference do you think seems to be on the outside looking in?
It's going to be a fun watch, but if you look at if you can go back over the BCS history, then there were a playoff in place during the BCS era, pretty much only 2 times you would have had a team that won its conference championship with 1 loss, won its Power 5 conference championship with 1 loss that would not have been in. And one of them probably would have been last year with Baylor because they didn't have the Big 12 conference championship, and Alabama lost in such weird fashion. And the other would have been in 2008 when Penn State had 1 loss and probably wouldn't have gotten in, and USC had 1 loss and would have been on the bubble. And what's interesting about that is I get to be on this college football playoff mock selection committee down there in Dallas in a couple of weeks, where we get to go through all the same process that the actual committee is going to go through, and they're going to do this for the 2008 season to see how it's going to work out. So it'll be interesting to see how the dynamics of this play. But to me, you got to win your conference championship first, and then you're in the discussion.
So you agree with Mike D'Antonio of Michigan State
and me
and Amani, of
Thank
course, that you have to be a conference champ. Because my thing is this, all right? Take a 2-loss Big Ten team that wins the Big Ten. It's possible. And take a 1-loss SEC West team that just happens to have lost to, say, Alabama, who goes on to win the conference. Are you taking the 2-loss Big Ten champ over a 1-loss SEC West team, which is by itself is probably the best conference in college football?
It's going to be hard to be a 1-loss SEC West team and the logistics of that and not get in. But you're right. And that's going to be the argument. But that's, to me, that's my argument against playoffs. There's nothing that bothers me more than the NCAA men's basketball tournament. You can finish 7th in your conference, get hot for 3 weeks, and all of a sudden you're the national champion. You look at the regular season in every sport except the NFL, and it's meaningless. Nobody cares about baseball anymore until the playoffs. The college basketball is irrelevant until March Madness. It's become devalued because the regular season just doesn't actually matter. And I think if you win conference championships, that does matter in some extent. To me, if you're not good enough to win your conference championship, you're not good enough to win the national championship. And it's like if you go by, okay, if one guy is taller than another guy, then you've already measured that one. You've got it done. Now let's find out how he measures up against someone else. So to me, it should be about conference championships to a point. If you're right, would I take a 3-loss Big Ten champion in over a 1-loss SEC runner-up? Probably not.
Jameis Winston, is he the best quarterback in college football, or because I've heard of people that say, maybe it's Marcus Mariota, maybe it's Hundley. How does he stack up against the rest of those guys?
How about Jameis Winston's probably one of the 20 best quarterbacks in all of football right now at any level, and he probably starts with a couple weeks to prepare for about 10 NFL teams. I mean, he's just better. I mean, Marcus Mariota is Alex Smith. The problem with a guy like Mariota is he's okay. He's got skills. He's a nice player. But, you're talking about the number 1 overall pick in the draft. For a quarterback, you've got to have something special. You got to be Andrew Luck, or you got to be 6'5", 240 and have a national championship under your belt like Cam Newton. Or even you can make a case for a guy like Jamarcus Russell, who obviously didn't pan out, but had one of the greatest arms anybody had ever seen. So you could at least make that case there's something, just different about those guys, and that's not Mariota. Winston, you look at what he brings on the field, size, athleticism. The guy still hasn't lost as a starter for Florida State. Came through in the clutch for the national championship. He's got everything you want except all the red flags when it comes to maturity. So you've got all these different scouts out there that are saying, no, absolutely not, because I don't want to entrust my franchise to this guy. But there's other scouts that are going to be like, okay, fine, just leave him there for us. We'll take our cuts. We'll take our chances with this guy, and we'll see what happens. But as we all know, if you're rooting for an NFL team, you're probably rooting for some bad guys at some point, and you have to kind of compartmentalize that as a fan.
I was thinking when I watched Winston not play, but sit on the sideline this weekend, I was more impressed that he was so into it. First of all, wasn't pouting. Second of all, he was actually helping his team being on the field. And what I talk about most, what most scouts talk to me about is he a guy that people will follow? Can he connect with his team in terms of getting them to believe in him as a leader? And that's really all that matters, right?
I'm not an apologist for him in any way, but it was kind of a no-win situation for him in that game, because you're right. If he sits on the sidelines and doesn't do anything other than he's not a leader. If he's on the sidelines and he's trying to get in the game, he wears his uniform and goes out there, that he's not trying hard enough to be in. I mean, obviously, look at the NFL right now. We're 2 years removed from celebrating Ray Lewis. Ben Roethlisberger is still played up in NFL promotional ads. People get past problems from guys if you're talented enough and you go out there and win. And on the field, there's no question that he can produce. And he's got all those skills and he's got all those tools. And there's going to be lots of red flags about a guy like this, but it only takes one guy or one team to say, yep, you're the guy who's going to be our quarterback. Let's see if you can make this happen. And on pure talent, yeah, he's got it. He's got that sort of alpha male personality that you want in your superstar stud quarterback.
All right, he's a big guy, big arm. Already has a Heisman Trophy, so who knows? Obviously, the maturity is slightly an issue for the 20-year-old.
This latest incident, if there wasn't the hot mess that's the NFL right now, this probably doesn't become as big a deal. It really is one of those things like the squares didn't get it, and which includes me. Like the guys who didn't understand catfish when it came to Manti Te'o. You don't understand these kids today with their memes and their phablets and their weird, internet things. Like the 20-somethings I talked to about this are like, yeah, it's just some dumb internet hoax thingy that, that he was yelling out. Okay. So it really wasn't anything malicious. It's just, but if you're that guy, you can't do that.
Yeah, you're right about that.
But he did do it. He is, of course, Pete Futek, college football news, campusinsiders.com. Hey, Pete, after you do that little the mock selection in Dallas, we'd love to have you back on, obviously, to kind of give us the results of what happens.
Anytime, guys. Have a good one.
Hey, thanks a lot, Pete.
Thank you, Pete. Great stuff, as always, Pete Futek breaking it down. Interesting thing what he said, though, about Jameis Winston. He could start on 10 NFL teams right now. I want to get into that a little bit, Amani.
Let's dive in.
To like a little bit.
I do.
And Alex Smith, let's kind of dive into what Pete said. There were those two guys next here on Going Deep with Amani Toomer, Dan Schwartzman, NBC Sports Radio, and the NBC Sports Radio app.
NBC Sports Radio.
Hey, this is Slash, and you're listening to NBC Sports Radio.
Attention homeowners, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I have some important information for you regarding the U.S. government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. We've told you about HARP in the past, and more than 3 million homeowners have already taken advantage of this money-saving program. But there are so many more of you who could be saving hundreds of dollars every month on your mortgage. And Quicken Loans is here to help you save your money. The home loan experts at Quicken Loans fully understand the HARP guidelines. If you weren't HARP eligible in the past, new guidelines could mean that now you are. Give us a call and we'll give you a Quicken Loans mortgage review. It's simple and easy. And for 4 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN. Or go to QuickenLoans.com for a mortgage experience that's engineered to amaze.
For J.D. Power award information, visit jdpower.com. Payment example excludes taxes and insurance costs. For cost information, equalizing lender license in all 50 states and MLS number 3330.
Know-how! Want to know how to make your engine look like $1 million? Step 1, don't spend $1 million. Step 2, just spend $2.99 at Napa for gunk engine degreaser and get a $2.99 mail-in rebate. Step 3, do the math. For next to nothing, you and your engine just hit the jackpot. Sweet. Conquer the job with Napa Know-How. Mail-in rebate available for the entire sale price at participating Napa Auto Parts stores while supplies last. Offer expires 9/30/14.
Geico RV presents Reflections from the Road.
After a few hours riding in my RV, I get in the zone. It's just me, the road, and the savings I get with Geico RV insurance. There's no more worries, no more 9-to-5 hustle. It's like I'm a caged animal set free. What's that? Is it a grizzly bear? No, it's just me switching to Geico RV insurance. Saving money, wild and free.
Geico, for your RV, trailer, or camper. See how much you could save.
Hey, fantasy football fans. Look, heating up. And who doesn't love the excitement of picking your team? It's probably the best part of the season. Well, get this. You can do that any week when you play in 1-week fantasy football leagues at FanDuel.com. This is next level fantasy football. Every week is a whole season at FanDuel. You play for real money, and winners get immediate cash payouts. There's no season-long commitment, so you only play when you want. Plus, you can play in fantasy football leagues for as little as $1. Nothing beats the excitement of living out a whole season of fantasy football in just 1 week. Every week is a chance to win big at FanDuel. And right now, FanDuel is giving you up to $200 free. For every dollar you deposit, FanDuel will match it up to $200. But hurry, offer ends this Friday. The only way to get up to $200 free is to go to FanDuel.com, click the microphone in the upper right corner, and enter the promo code FOOTBALL72. That's FANDUEL.com, promo code FOOTBALL, the number 72.
Are you thinking about getting your GED diploma? Well, here at the GED Pep Talk Center, we've got a number of pep talks that can motivate you.
Sometimes things don't always turn out the way you want them to.
You know that feeling? People look at you and don't believe in you.
You want some gentle encouragement.
Then you're on your way to your GED diploma and a better life.
But I know you're probably just a little bit nervous. You can find it in yourself to take that first step.
You can improve your future. You can do this. I know you can.
You need to start pushing yourself.
Now get your game face on and take the first step towards a better life. Hurry up. Don't make me repeat myself.
Whatever level of motivation you need to get your GED diploma, we've got a pep talk that's right for you. Call 1-877-38-YOUR-GED or visit yourged.org for your pep talk and find free GED classes in your area. GED is a registered trademark of the American Council on Education, brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
The traditional light bulb, a groundbreaking invention in 1879. Other groundbreaking ideas from that time, the whalebone corset, the pedal-operated submarine, and the two-story outhouse. We've come a long way since then. It's time our light bulbs did the same. Visit EnergySavers.gov and learn about energy-saving light bulbs. See, these new bulbs are more efficient than the old ones, like a text message is more efficient than a carrier pigeon. They last longer, too, like how we humans last longer now that doctors use antibiotics instead of leeches. And they cut down on our energy costs, because in our own groundbreaking age of aeroplanes and moving pictures, we deserve a light bulb that saves us some cash. Saving energy saves you money. Learn more at EnergySavers.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Energy and the Ad Council.
Unexpected reactions to smart financial decisions brought to you by feedthepig.org.
Well, I finally did it. I opened a 401k.
So you're giving up? Just like that?
Giving up on what?
I'm getting an inheritance from a distant relative.
Don't you think if there were a billionaire in the family, we'd know about it by now?
Listen to me. We are one phone call away from riding horses on our own private polo grounds. One call from christening yachts, having a butler, using summer as a verb.
How do you figure?
Look, everyone's got a rich uncle somewhere. It's statistics. So the best thing you can do is just prepare for the inevitable.
Right, which is why I thought maybe it would be smart to take control of my finances. You know, start using a budget, get out of debt, set some retirement goals.
Budgets? Debt? You watch your mouth. Retirement shouldn't be a goal for us. It should be a way of life.
When it comes to financial stability, don't get left behind. Get tools and tips for saving at feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
It doesn't matter where you are, because we're everywhere. Download the NBC Sports Radio app and take us on the go. Or check us out on the web at NBCSportsRadio.com. You can also follow us on Twitter at NBC Sports Radio, because every day is game day.
Back on Going Deep with Amani Toomer, Dan Schwartzman, NBC Sports Radio, NBCSportsRadio.com. If you have a question for Amani, myself, anybody else at NBC Sports Radio, email it to the O'Reilly Auto Parts Ask the Pros inbox. The address is askthepros at NBCSportsRadio.com. If it's a good one, we certainly will pose that question and answer it as well. All right, interesting stuff from Pete Futek there. He seems to really like Jameis Winston. Thinks he could start on 10 NFL teams right now. I honestly, I don't disagree, and here's why. There's easily 10 teams in the NFL that can upgrade a quarterback. Mm-hmm. And Jameis Winston is probably one of the guys they look at if they're in the quarterback market in the draft, who is going to, entice them to maybe want to pick him.
We should go through the conferences and see which teams need quarterbacks and which teams you get. What?
Like legitimately need him. I mean, like,
Legitimately need him.
like the New York Jets don't need a quarterback right now.
Would you say the Miami Dolphins need a quarterback?
Yeah, I do. I don't. I've never been a Tannehill guy.
What about the Buffalo Bills?
No,
they don't need a quarterback. So that's one.
Not yet.
Right?
That's one.
Okay, Baltimore doesn't need one. Cincinnati doesn't need one. Cleveland might need one.
Well, they got Manziel, so they're not going to take anybody now.
Okay, Pittsburgh doesn't need one. We go to
Houston does.
They need one badly.
Yeah.
Indianapolis doesn't need one.
Nope.
Jacksonville?
No, they have Bortles.
Okay.
Tennessee needs one.
That's three. Denver doesn't need one. Kansas City doesn't need one. Oakland needs one.
Unless you're sold on Derek Carr. I don't think they would draft one because I think, it's too early for Derek Carr now.
Okay. San Diego doesn't need one.
Right? That's 3 in the AFC.
Okay. Dallas doesn't need one.
Well, that's debatable.
Okay. Debatable. But still, like we're saying for next year's draft, we're not going to do it. The Giants don't need one. Philly doesn't need one. Washington doesn't need one. The Bears don't need one. The Lions don't need one. The Green Bay Packers don't need one. Minnesota Vikings don't need one because they got Teddy Bridgewater.
Right.
Falcons don't need one. Carolina don't need one. The
New Orleans.
Saints don't need one.
Tampa Bay use one.
Could use one.
That's,
so that's
4.
That's 5.
That's 4.
That's 4. 4 or 5? 4.
It's 4. Yeah.
Okay, 4. Arizona doesn't need one. St. Louis might need one.
Well, Arizona does need one because Carson Palmer's not young. If you're going to do
that's not a need. That's like.
I mean, Carson Palmer. How much longer does he have there?
Yeah, but they're not going to draft a quarterback next year. Well,
they could.
Okay, that's a maybe.
Yeah.
That's a maybe.
I would say yes, just because if teams are sitting a quarterback for a year, it does make sense.
Okay, but you're not going to draft if the Arizona Cardinals are going to have a late first-round draft pick.
Right, exactly. Yeah. But say in terms of need, okay. Right. Seattle, no. San Francisco, no. St. Louis, yes.
Yes.
That's 6 teams right there.
All right, so we got 6 teams.
Yeah.
But then he said 10. So what are the other?
Well, but let's say 6. All right. And then the argument is, who do you take first? I'm not a huge Brent Hundley guy from UCLA.
No.
Is Marcus Mariota a system guy?
It was really funny to hear Pete say he reminded him of Alex Smith.
Well, if it's Alex Smith, I go Jameis Winston. I think
exactly
Winston has a higher
Jameis
upside.
Winston.
But there hasn't been a lot of success for any of the quarterbacks in the Chip Kelly family tree at Oregon.
No, there hasn't.
None at all. I've always liked Jameis Winston. I think he's the best quarterback in college football. I think if there's any doubts, it's got to be a doubt about the maturity more than anything else. All right, every single day, somebody, an organization, a college does or says something.
Maybe even just you.
Or just me, says or does something ridiculously stupid. It's our duty to call them out. We issue the personal foul.
Could be
That's
me, too.
Next here, of course, on Going Deep with Amani Toomer, Dan Schwartzman, NBC Sports Radio.
This is your NBC Sports Radio update.
Derek Jeter doing it only as well. Derek Jeter can do it as he hits a walk-off single in the bottom of the 9th inning to give the Yankees a 6-5 win over the Orioles in his final home game in his 20-year career. Overall, 2 for 5, a run scored, and 3 RBIs. With the Reds beating Milwaukee, the Brewers now officially out of the pennant race, and the Giants from San Francisco are officially now in. The New York Giants, Washington Redskins, it is Thursday Night Football, 4.5 minutes remaining in the game. Giants 45, the Redskins 14. Eli Manning 300 yards, 4 touchdowns. Kirk Cousins with 4 interceptions for the Redskins. Victor Cruz 6 catches, 108 yards. This update's brought to you by AutoZone. For the auto parts, accessories, and advice you need, get in the zone. AutoZone. I'm Dan Schwartzman, NBC Sports Radio.
Check into cash. The cash you need is closer than you think.
Get an auto title loan today for up to $5,000 at Check Into Cash.
You drive home with the cash in your pocket.
Visit Check Into Cash for an auto title loan today, or get a payday advance for up to $500. Call toll-free 877-262-CASH. Title loan amount determined by value of car and ability to repay. Borrowers often use payday advances over a period of months, which can be expensive. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Cooler weather also means higher energy bills. Luckily, the Home Depot now has 15% off select special order windows and doors. So let's make our own forecast. A cool fall upgrade from top brands like Masonite, American Craftsman, or Gelgwin followed by lower energy bills and a 100% chance of saving. Let's do this. 15% off special order windows and doors. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Valid through October 1st, U.S. only. See store for details.
Pressure in sports is all part of the game. The home team putting pressure on the opposing team and coming out victorious. But being pressured into something you don't need or want is an entirely different thing. If you have ever been in a situation where you have been pressured to buy, you will understand what I am about to say. There are numerous funeral homes in our area, all looking for your business. Many have quotas that must be met in both dollars and volume. And this can mean pressure. In actuality, many of their funeral directors are just salespeople who are required to sell a certain amount or lose their position. At Cutis Funeral Home, we have no quotas. And because we are locally owned, we have no outside expenses that must be met. This means when you come to Cutis, you will never, ever be pressured into something you don't need or want. I'm Kim Cutis, and I personally guarantee you that at Cutis Funeral Homes, you will never feel pressure.
Locally owned and operated Cutis Funeral Homes with 3 locations, South City, Hampton, and South County.
Get in the way of a lot of things, but one thing's for sure. Don't let it get in the way of your sports. NBC Sports Radio is on demand. The days of missing your favorite show are gone. All you need to do is drop by NBCSportsRadio.com and check out our on-demand menu. There you'll find everything you need. Archive shows, special features, and much more. Plus, you can take us on the go with the NBC Sports Radio app and listen in on your mobile device. Online, on demand. We are NBC Sports Radio and NBCSportsRadio.com. Hey, you. Yeah, you on the computer. That webpage you're on, trust me, she doesn't think you're hot, and she's not going to date you. Sorry, that was a little harsh. But hey, you want something real? Try NBC Sports Radio. Real sports, real stories. Stream us on the web at NBCSportsRadio.com or download the official NBC Sports Radio app and listen wherever you go. We are NBC Sports Radio.
Today in school, I learned a lot. In chemistry, I learned that no one likes me. In English, I learned that I'm disgusting. And in physics, I learned that I'm a loser.
Today in school, I learned that I'm ugly and useless. And in gym, I learned that I'm pathetic and a joke. In history, I learned that I'm trash.
Today in school, I learned that I have no friends. In English, I learned that I make people sick. And at lunch, I learned that I sit on my own because I smell. In chemistry, I learned that no one likes me.
In biology, I learned that I'm fat and stupid. And in math, I learned that I'm trash.
The only thing I didn't learn in school today?
The only thing I didn't learn today.
The only thing I didn't learn
is why no one ever helps.
Kids witness bullying every day. They want to help, but they don't know how. Teach them how to stop bullying and be more than a bystander at stopbullying.gov. A message from the Ad Council.
This is a guided meditation on parenting. Take this time to breathe deeply and close your eyes. Right now, you're completely in control. Unlike the time you and your son played basketball and you attempted to slam dunk, or when you tried removing those raccoons from the basement. Concentrate on the soothing sound of my voice. Release the memory of when you wrestled with that beehive in your son's treehouse. Let go of the time you thought that skunk was a cat, or when you pulled into the garage with your son's bike on top of the car. Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. There are thousands of teens in foster care who don't need perfection. They need you. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Unexpected reactions to smart financial decisions brought to you by feedthepig.org.
Well, I finally did it. I improved my credit score.
You're kidding, right?
No.
How are we supposed to be the bad boys of electro-synth pop if you're out there being responsible? The band is about to be discovered. This is our year.
Yeah, you've been saying that for a while now.
You think anyone in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was worried about their credit score?
I never really thought that.
Of course they weren't. Rock stars aren't supposed to think about that kind of stuff. We're supposed to think about how many guitars we've smashed, write aggressively sensitive power ballads, start questionable fashion trends, tragically break up and blame creative differences.
All right. I thought maybe it was time to take control of my finances, Start using a budget, get out of debt, set some goals.
A budget, debt, set some goals. Listen, I knew that we'd have our creative differences, but I was hoping they'd involve a little more scandal.
When it comes to financial stability, don't get left behind. Get tools and tips for saving at feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American...
You can rest easy. It's back to Going Deep with Amani and Dan on NBC Sports Radio and NBCSportsRadio.com, where every day is game day. Because nobody is off limits. It's time for Amani and Dan's Personal Fouls.
To call you stupid would be an insult to stupid people.
Back on Going Deep, Amani Toomer, Dan Schwartzman, NBC Sports Radio, NBCSportsRadio.com. Remember, we always like to call out an individual, a university, an organization every single day because
just a group of people.
Because every day somebody.
I'm not a group today. I'm just going to.
Oh, you're doing a group. Wow. Why don't you hold your horse here until we get there?
Yeah, I know. I just couldn't wait.
Yeah, stay in your lane. Stay in your lane, buddy. Seriously, stay in your lane. All right.
I'm in the right lane.
Why don't you wait till I'm done talking?
All right, go ahead.
So the listener knows where we're going with this. We like to
they know where we're going because they listen every night and they know
right.
it's personal fouls time. They know where we're going.
We throw what we do is we throw the flag. We issue the personal foul.
If you're gonna say it, you got to say it.
See, you can't be off. See, you ruined everything. You ruined everything. You heard it.
I thought you were a pro, man.
Sometimes depends.
Here's the Fat Boys breakup. Now Dan can't even speak.
Each of us pick one. I'm going to start off. I have to throw a flag and issue a personal foul on Phil Hughes of the Twins. Yesterday, remember, he fell a third of an inning short of getting his $500,000 bonus for hitting 210.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, for 210 innings pitched on the season. At that point, the manager, Ron Gardenhire, said, I have no plans to pitch him this weekend. Well, Gardenhire today changed his tune and said, yeah, I'll pitch him. Well, Phil Hughes says, nah, it just wouldn't be right. If we were in the pennant race, I would get in there and pitch, but we're not. Doesn't feel right. Note to Phil Hughes, if you don't take the $500,000, the billionaire owner of your team is just going to keep it in his pocket. Why don't you smarten up, my friend? If you don't want the money, because you obviously don't, why don't you take it, cut a check for the equivalent to what your take-home would be, so about $250,000, donate it to charity, do some good, rather than have it sit in the owner's pocket where he doesn't really need it. Phil Hughes, my friend, that's just dumb. Personal foul on Phil Hughes.
After being out of the league for a while, the only thing that you get in professional sports, you have some great memories and you have some money. That's the only thing. And people forget you. People, they'll be the next person up. So you standing on this pedestal, man, I'm telling you, 10 years from now, you're going to be kicking yourself in the butt that you gave up $500,000 because it didn't feel right. In 10 years, it's going to feel right. I'm telling you, Phil, you need to go ahead, take that money.
Take that money. Or donate it. But don't let the owner keep
donate
that money.
Take that money.
Yeah, does the owner need it? No, he doesn't need it. If he does, he's not owning a major league team.
That's true. Well, unless it's the Houston Rockets.
Who are you?
Astros.
Houston Astros. No, that guy's a gazillionaire too.
Yeah, because he's not paying anybody else.
Not yet. He says he will when they get all their young players ready. Right. Who gets your personal foul?
My personal foul goes to a group of people. Everybody who said, I think RG3 is done at the Redskins. Kirk Cousins is the man. He can read the field and see the defenses just like Jay Gruden can. He's an amazing, heady quarterback. He just threw 4 picks tonight and looked terrible. Everybody just after one week of 400-yard passing performance, when Kirk Cousins actually lost the game to the Eagles this last weekend, everybody was already giving RG3's job away. Let the guy play himself into a role. You can't just look at his statistics and say he's going to be the man. You got to remember, the Eagles' defense is pretty shoddy. The Giants' defense is the best in the NFC East. I think we all learned something tonight. Patience is a virtue.
I think we also learned that RG3 isn't in danger of losing his starting job anytime soon. I think that's fairly obvious at this point. All right, finally, producer Sean Guastamacchia, who gets your personal foul?
My personal foul goes to Yankee closer David Robertson for blowing his fifth save tonight, right? I mean, is it the worst time to win for him to pick it? Oh, yeah, great job. All right, yeah. He gave up 3 earned runs in 1 inning, and he gets a win. How does that work? But that's baseball, like everyone. He just almost ruined a great moment for Yankee fans and for Derek Jeter, although in hindsight, he made it better. So I guess he's not all that bad. But David Robertson, you know what? Yankees, closer next year, I think we've seen the best of David Robertson. I think it's just time to let him go.
Well, he wants a lot of money, so, they have a guy in the waiting. By the way, Derek Jeter, obviously, with ending his Yankee career at Yankee Stadium, going to be in Boston in some capacity for the final 3 years. I want to bring on our own Brett Abbott, who's obviously a big baseball fan. His brother pitched in the major leagues. Brett happens to be, and his personal foul is he's a Red Sox fan. Brett, I want to give you an opportunity to give us your thoughts as an objective.
Vent a little bit.
Yeah, no, but not even vent, but as an objective baseball thoughts on Derek Jeter and the 20-year career coming to an end.
There couldn't have been a more fitting way for that guy to end his career in New York. I mean, that was perfect.
It was perfect.
It was absolutely perfect. And for the fact that they blow the save like Sean's personal fouls on Robertson, it made everything perfect. And growing up a Red Sox fan and being a Red Sox fan my whole life, it was hard to hate Derek Jeter. You wanted to, but it was hard to hate him. He does everything right and always has for the last 20 years.
And I think Sunday he gets a standing ovation in Fenway.
Is he doing the right thing by not playing shortstop for his last 3 games because he wants to something about a view of a stamp?
You know what? I agree with that decision.
You do?
Yeah. But these games are meaningless. And he owes it to – he does not owe it to Boston. But to go out and give maybe 1 inning of playing defense. But the Red Sox don't really care if he plays or not. These 3 games are meaningless. Mm-hmm. And Derek Jeter just had the perfect ending to his career, and I don't think he should play at all.
Well, but don't forget, they sold tickets to this game Sunday, and these tickets have sold out long ago, and these tickets have gone for a lot of money at Fenway Park. Not as much as Yankee Stadium for tonight, but still a lot of money has been spent on tickets for Sunday. I think Jeter at least needs to DH on Sunday. I don't care about Friday and Saturday. It's also, remember, Sunday Night Baseball. Mm-hmm. It's the last look at Jeter on a field. It's one of the most iconic park in the American League, one of 2 iconic parks in baseball along with Wrigley. I think Jeter at least has to DH the game.
I would just stretch it out as long as I possibly could. Like I wouldn't care about my view. I just want to play as much as I can. You after these 3 games, you're not going to have a choice anyway. You might as well go out and play.
That's right. You don't have a choice. Bottom line is, after these 3 games, regardless of playing or not, you're done.
You're done.
The paychecks stop.
You're done ski.
The paychecks are done. No more Yankee paychecks bi-weekly.
I know. It's bi-weekly?
Every 2 weeks, right?
Oh, bi-monthly. You said bi-weekly.
Is it bi-monthly? Does that mean bi-monthly or is it bi-weekly?
Bi-weekly means twice a week.
You sure about that?
I'm positive about that. Just think about what you're saying. Bi-to weekly week.
So 2 weeks.
No, bi-weekly.
I'm gonna look this
bi-monthly. I mean, twice a month.
Thursday Night Football.
Monty is right.
Is he right? For the first time,
yes.
Monty, you're right. I'm going to end it on that note because you're actually right about something.
Good job, Jeets.
Thursday night. Yeah, Jeets. Thursday Night Football, an absolute dud. One team maybe going the right direction.
I liked it.
Another team flat out stinks. We talk Thursday Night Football next year. Going deep, Amani and Dan, NBC Sports Radio and the NBC Sports Radio app.
Take us with you 24/7 with the NBC Sports Radio app or follow us online at NBCSportsRadio.com. More next.
TrueCar.com is changing car buying forever. Yes, every day, TrueCar users receive negotiation-free guaranteed savings. Some features not available in all states. In the first 3 months of this year, over 126,000 cars were sold by the TrueCar Certified Dealer Network. TrueCar users save an average of $3,078 off MSRP. When you're ready to buy a car, just follow 3 easy steps. First, go to TrueCar.com and find out what other people paid for the car you're looking for. for. Then register at TrueCar.com to see upfront pricing information and lock in your savings. Third, simple. Just print out your TrueCar savings certificate and take it to the TrueCar certified dealer for a better, hassle-free car buying experience. Remember, every day, TrueCar users receive negotiation-free, guaranteed savings. Save time, save money, and never overpay. Visit TrueCar.com today. That's TrueCar.com.
When I walk into Buffalo Wild Wings, I'm not just a customer.
I'm a fan.
And in this house,
fans
rule.
This is our stadium,
Our locker room.
Our dugout.
our sports drinks are served on tap, and our pregame meal is
Hand-spun wings.
In victory or in defeat, we never leave hungry.
because in this house, we are the MVPs.
Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Visit BuffaloWildWings.com to find the location nearest you.
I commute from Schenectady to Manhattan. It's about a 6-hour round trip, but it's cool. My family loves Schenectady, and I love books on tape. It's a lot of time to spend driving alone. On the other hand, Schenectady is really close to the highway, so
Life is a long drive. Make sure your car is along for the ride. Mobile Super Motor Oil is formulated to help prevent sludge and protect against wear. Mobile Super for long engine life.
Hi, I'm singer Amy Grant. Sometimes just when you think you have everything figured out, life switches directions and your roadmap suddenly changes. When we brought our mom home to live out her final days, we didn't really know what to expect. As my sisters and I shared our last weeks with her, reminiscing, singing, crying, saying goodbyes, I learned some important lessons. Life's unexpected turns are much easier to handle if you have a plan. So if you're like me, a spouse, parent, and caregiver, making smart insurance decisions can be the difference between living in the moment and finding yourself in a state of worry and stress. To make sound choices, you need unbiased information. That's why I've partnered with the National Association of Insurance Commissioners to encourage you to plan ahead. For tips and tools, or to find your state insurance department, go to insureyouonline.org. That's insureyouonline.org. Life's a journey. Enjoy the ride.
Steven.
Who said that?
Me, down here.
Ugh, what are you, a yellow booger?
I'm a banana slug, Steven.
Well, what are you doing in my room?
I'm your sense of adventure. Don't you remember me? Don't you know that we miss you?
Miss me? Who misses me?
You know, all your friends in the forest. The trees, the pond, that little fort that you made out of branches. We all miss you.
Mom took me to the forest last year.
I'm a slug, Steven. It took me a long time to get here.
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
The forest is not that far away. Have an adventure today. I'm sure your mom would take you.
You're right. I should get out. I want to have fun. Play in puddles, catch frogs, and climb trees. Hey, Mom!
Yeah, hon. Steven, what is that in your hand?
It's my sense of adventure, Mom. It's telling me we need to get out of the house and have some fun in nature today.
Come to the forest where the more adventurous you lives. Check out discovertheforest.org for cool places nearby. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
You wanted to see me?
Yes, please, have a seat. So here's the thing. When this company brought you on, we took a chance on you. You didn't have that 4-year college degree we typically look for.
Right.
But we gave you a shot anyway. And since then, you've worked incredibly hard and given it your all.
Thanks.
You've been an important asset to the team, but I don't think you can be an intern here anymore. We want to hire you.
You're serious?
Absolutely.
Find your next great employee. Introduce yourself to the grads of life. Who are they? Talent worth knowing about. Young adults of unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or even mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
I won't let you down.
I know.
Don't miss out on a resource many innovative companies have already discovered. Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
It's Thursday night, and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes 2. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese.
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, It's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Got something to say? Hit us up. Email us your questions or comments to the O'Reilly Auto Parts inbox at AskThePros@NBCSportsRadio.com. This is NBC Sports Radio. Every day is game day.
Manning raises his leg, calls for the ball, broken play, fires it back in the end zone, and it's caught. Another touchdown for Larry Donnell. It looked as if Eli Manning was confused for a moment on the play-action fake, and he still found Donnell right under the uprights. The second hookup between those two to give the Giants the 2-touchdown lead.
That's courtesy of Westwood One Sports, one of many touchdowns in the giant romp of the Redskins. Going deep, Amani Toomer, Dan Schwartzman, NBC Sports Radio. Let's turn up the energy savings. The Home Depot has the latest styles of doors and windows from the brands you trust, all at guaranteed low prices. Choose from quality brands like Anderson, Masonite, and Geldwin. The Home Depot makes upgrading your windows and doors easier than ever. Visit homedepot.com/doors and windows for details. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. I take two things out of this 45-14 Giant win at Washington. One, the Redskins really stink. And two, the Redskins really stink. You have the Giants woken up, or is it the fact they played a terrible team? I don't know, Amani. I really don't. It's not like the Giants have looked great this season, and they've now figured out this Ben McAdoo offense, and that's it.
Well, I think they've been getting better ever since the Arizona game. They've been steadily looking more like Ben McAdoo's offense is really starting to take hold. You look at the accuracy that Eli has. You look at the command that he seems to have, the spreading around of the football. Victor Cruz is starting to play well again. I could just imagine what this offense is going to look like when they get their first round draft pick back. Odell Beckham, when he becomes available, another option for Eli. I mean, this could be one of these offenses that looks a lot more like Green Bay than the Green Bay Packers than we probably would have thought a couple of weeks ago.
I don't disagree with you on that. I mean, look, everything went right for the Giants. Eli, 300 yards, 28 of 39, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception. They ran the ball well. Defensively, they were an absolute juggernaut. I mean, but also, let's be perfectly honest here. Kirk Cousins was atrocious.
He was bad. He was really bad.
I mean, that was just ugly. Some of those throws he's making, just sheer desperation, I guess. I mean, the forcing of that ball. He looked like Eli last year.
You know what he looked like? He looked like he wasn't seeing the field. Like everything that people were giving him credit for against the Philadelphia Eagles this weekend, it looked like he totally regressed. And I know it happens sometimes. But everybody was talking about how he was going to be so much better than RG3, I'm not saying that he is or he's not, but, you got to let people be who they are. And before you can just because you have 400 yards in a loss doesn't mean you're a great quarterback. And you look at, everybody said, he sees the field just like Jay Gruden does. He's like a coach out there. He's a pocket passer. He's this, he's that. Why don't you just let him show you what he is before you start giving him all these accolades?
Amani, this was domination watching the game. It's domination looking at the stat sheet. 31 first downs for the Giants, 17 for Washington. The Giants had the football for over 14 minutes more, 120 more total yards.
I mean, this is a big game for the Giants because you're supposed to win all your division games at home.
Yeah.
And then half of them on the road. So they haven't played a division game yet at Giant Stadium, but they've already won on the road. So they're ahead of the curve a little bit, puts them to 2-2. They're back on schedule. They win another division. They win another conference game, a division game and a conference game, which is a double whammy. They get a leg up on the Washington Redskins. I mean, this is a big win for the Giants, and they're looking better and better. This is a stock that everybody was so down on, and I could not understand why, because it was the first couple weeks of the year, and now all of a sudden they're back.
By the way, and Larry Donnell says hello to the NFL. 4 games now for Larry Donnell, the 6'6", 270-pound rookie free agent a year ago out of Grambling for the Giants.
That's that's LeBron James size. He's a little bigger than
right.
LeBron.
Well, you know what?
He's shorter.
2 years ago, it was 2012, I think he became a Giant. He was on the practice squad.
Yes.
Last year had 3 catches. So far in 4 games, 25 catches, 230 yards, 4 touchdowns for this guy.
In 4 games, he has 25 catches?
He had 18 catches coming into this game. He just added 7 more catches. And, he's got 25 catches in 4 games.
He's if he keeps at this pace, which who knows if he can. But that's 100 catches a year.
You know what? Why wouldn't you keep throwing to this guy?
That's 100 catches a year.
Yeah. Why would you not keep throwing to this dude? I mean, he's got good hands, runs good routes. He doesn't drop passes, and he can block, as you've been saying all game long watching with you. That's a rare combination of tight end these days who can actually block.
It is. I mean, I'd put him up against Jimmy Graham any day on the block and blocking. So,
yeah, he's become a weapon for Eli Manning, and it's something they've needed, and he has clearly answered that. It's an impressive win for the New York Giants, and the question is, can they keep it going? But here's the thing. Again, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer here, Amani, because you're obviously very excited about your Giants winning and winning big. But
I have a little bit of not just because I played for the Giants, but I do the Giants post-game show.
That's right, yeah.
On Sundays. I didn't do it tonight because I do this show. But it's really bad talking about a bad team. I mean, at least it makes it so much more fun when you're talking about a team that's in the hunt. So I'm not a Giant homer. I just want selfishly for the broadcast after the games on My 9 to be a little bit more enjoyable.
Am I wrong to still kind of have big question marks because of the fact they played such a bad team?
You're not.
The Redskins are they are a bad team.
You know, it's so funny. Everybody was giving the Redskins all this credit, and they only team they had beaten to that point was the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Well, but they played games tight, and they had 10 sacks in the first 3 games. A buddy of mine's a big Redskin fan. And
so what?
Exactly. That's the whole point. It's like, well, they only lost the Eagles by 3 points.
They still lost.
Exactly.
I remember my rookie year, we played the Buffalo Bills. And this is the Buffalo Bills coming off those 4 straight back-to-back when they had, Bruce Smith, Andre Reed, Thurman Thomas.
Oh, those teams. Cornelius Bennett, those guys.
They had all those guys. And we lost to them in overtime by a field goal. And we thought, we only lost to them by a field goal. We're going to be good for the rest of the year. Man, we won 6 games. We were 6-10. And our coach got fired. So just because you come close one week doesn't mean a hill of beans.
And check this out. The next 2 games, the Redskins, they're 1-3 now. Home for Seattle. Loss. At Arizona, loss.
That's a loss.
Jay Gruden's not having a very good first year with this team.
We'll see what Cousins going to do.
Derek Jeter is over at Yankee Stadium. And the Giants with the win as well. Good night for New York. More here. Going deep. Amani Toomer, Dan Schwartzman, NBC Sports Radio, and the NBC Sports Radio app.
We all know the economy is not what it should be. Jobs are scarce and money is not easy to come by. That is why it is now more important than ever to patronize our locally owned and operated businesses. Hello, I'm Karen Cutis. Keeping St. Louis money in St. Louis is a definite way of helping ensure local employment and making our economy strong. Cutis Funeral Home is such a business. We are locally owned and operated and have proudly served our area since 1910. Cutis Funeral Home employs over 100 St. Louisans, with all funds remaining in our area. Many funeral homes are owned and operated by out-of-town conglomerates, taking money out of our area to support their home offices and salaries. Helping to patronize our area businesses can help keep jobs here in St. Louis. Cutest Funeral Home, part of St. Louis,